Chapter 185. Unfortunately, Gu Nianji ignored her and only took a sip of her cappuccino. I hope Miss Gu doesn't misunderstand. I'm not Xiaowen's girlfriend, and it won't affect your relationship in the future. Jiang Hongxia had no choice but to put on a sincere face and tell the truth like a caring sister. Gu Nianji remained unmoved. She wondered why her emotions didn't fluctuate at all. Perhaps Gu Nianji's expression was too calm and didn't contain the indignation, grievance, or anger that she had expected. Jiang Hongxia paused and asked, Miss Gu, do you understand what an open relationship is? Gu Nianji couldn't help laughing. Yes, I don't understand. Explain it to me. Jiang Hongxia sighed inwardly. She had expected this and patiently explained to her. An open relationship means that between a man and a woman, no one restricts the other party's right to find other sexual partners. As long as you don't agree to be Xiaowen's girlfriend, he's still single and can do whatever he wants. Including sleeping with you? Gu Nianji rested her chin on her hand and smiled faintly. Jiang Hongxia's face flushed. This girl was indeed vulgar. She could even say the words sleeping in front of an outsider. She smiled and sighed. You don't have to be like that. There's actually an open marriage. You know, in our circle, everyone follows the rules of open marriage. We don't break up marriages, but we also don't restrict the other party's right to find other sexual partners outside of marriage. So please don't overthink it. Even if I have an open relationship with Xiaowen, it doesn't mean I have to end up with him. We're free, and nothing can restrict our freedom. Yes, I understand. An open relationship and an open marriage means that you have to keep each other's freedom, whether you're married or not, right? Gu Nianji put down her hand, no longer interested in talking to Jiang Hongxia. You don't have to tell me about these things. It's none of my business who you sleep with. Do you have to make such a beautiful thing sound so vulgar? Jiang Hongxia was angry. She had come from a wealthy family and had attended the prestigious Juilliard Academy of Music. She had never been friends with a classmate whose family background was inferior to hers, so she wasn't used to Gu Nianji's way of speaking. Because the things you do are very vulgar. I can't find any beautiful words to describe it. Gu Nianji stood up and spread her hands. Also, I'm very busy. I don't have the time to listen to your sexual history. May I go now? You. Jiang Hongxia almost spilled her milk. I'm here today to talk to you about this. I hope you don't misunderstand. There's nothing going on between me and Xiaowen. He's free to choose who he wants, and neither of us will interfere with each other's business. When Gu Nianji heard this, she sat back down and said with interest, Miss Jiang, the first thing you did was tell me that you and my suitor were in a sexual relationship, and then you told me not to misunderstand your relationship. Are you stupid, or do you think I'm stupid? Can't you accept the truth? Jiang Hongxia shook her head and smiled. That won't do. In our circle, you have to turn a blind eye to this kind of phenomenon. If you can't get used to it, then you don't belong in our circle. Gu Nianji feigned a look of realization. I finally understand. So you're here to persuade me to leave Mei Xiaowen? Jiang Hongxia snorted. She didn't reply, but her expression said, You finally understand. I can leave him, but how much are you willing to pay me? Gu Nianji rested her chin on her hands. Her large eyes sparkled like gems as she stared at Jiang Hongxia. Jiang Hongxia's eyes widened in shock. She said incredulously, I respect you and reason with you, but you're talking about money with me? Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows playfully. You don't have to respect me. Also, what part of what you said just now was respect for me? So don't talk about these things. I'm an ordinary citizen, and ordinary people care about material benefits the most. You're so high and mighty, and you keep saying it's your circle, your circle. May I ask why your circle wants to break me up? Are you trying to reason with me? Shouldn't you be throwing me a check with an astronomical amount of money? That's what they say on TV. Jiang Hongxia's lips trembled. She was beginning to feel like her balls were about to explode. Why was this girl so difficult? You really don't intend to pay me to leave Mei Xiaowen? Gu Nianji clicked her tongue. Looks like your circle is really cheap. They can't even compare to the nouveau riche on TV. They'd have to throw at least $1 million to get rid of an unsuitable girlfriend. What's wrong with that? Are you trying to get something for nothing? Anger flashed in Jiang Hongxia's eyes, but she quickly calmed down. She discreetly turned on the recording function on her phone and said kindly to Gunyinji, "Miss Gu, I'm just trying to persuade you out of goodwill. How could you ask for money?" "I didn't ask for money." Gunyinji never gave herself away. "You were the one who told me that Mei Xiaowen and I weren't right for each other and that you wanted me to leave him. That's why I asked you how much you were going to pay me. I was just following the unspoken rules of your circle. Then how much do you want to leave him?" Jiang Hongsha asked with a smile. She was beginning to entice Gunyinji. "That depends on your sincerity." Gunyinji nodded slightly. "How much you're willing to pay will show how important Mei Xiaowen is to you. Money is a tacky thing, but it's a common currency and can be used to measure many things. So you're really with Xiaowen because of his money." Jiang Hongsha felt that she had enough evidence to kick Gunyinji out. "That's enough, Miss Gu. Let's not waste any more time talking to each other. I've recorded everything you've said today." She waved her phone at Gunyinji. "If you don't contact Xiaowen again, I'll pretend this never happened. No one will know about this recording. But if you continue to have an affair with Xiaowen, then don't blame me for being rude. Not only will I show this recording to Xiaowen, but I'll also post it on your school's forum. Let's see if you still have the face to be a graduate student at B University." Jiang Hongsha declared the end of the conversation in a triumphant tone. Gunyinji looked at her phone and held out her hand. "Give it to me. Give me your phone." "Give it to you? Do you think I'm stupid?" Jiang Hongsha laughed heartily, her long, wavy hair bouncing in the wind. She looked incredibly seductive. "I've already synced it to the cloud. It's no use even if you take my phone." Gunyinji looked at Jiang Hongsha like she was an idiot. When she was done laughing, she said dryly, "Miss Jiang, first of all, you've already violated my privacy by secretly recording my conversation without my permission. Second, you've used my privacy to threaten me for your own personal gain. Based on the extent of your personal gain, you'll be punished from a fine, detention, or jail time. Third, I'm not afraid of you releasing these recordings. If you do, it won't affect me in any way. You, on the other hand, will probably go bankrupt and go to jail. Miss Jiang, please think about it. I'm a law student, and my mentor is He Ji-chu. If you want to sue me, go home and ask your family. See if they'll agree." Jiang Hongsha's pupil shrank. She hadn't expected this little girl to be able to calmly discuss legal issues with her at this point. Jiang Hongsha stared at Gunyinji for a long time. She suddenly recalled AI Wainon's words. Gunyinji didn't love Mei Xiaowen at all. "I understand now. You really don't love him." Jiang Hongsha shrugged. "I've been a villain for nothing." She unlocked her phone and deleted the recording right in front of Gunyinji. She even logged into the cloud and deleted the backup. "Look, it's all deleted. There's no more." Jiang Hongsha stood up and grabbed her Hermes platinum bag. She nodded at Gunyinji and turned to leave. Gunyinji called out to her, "Miss Jiang, what's your phone number?" "This is the first update. The fourth update from last night at 7 p.m. has been revised. Everyone, please refresh and see. Oh, intersection_intersection. Oh. The second update today should be 2 updates in one, including 5,200 monthly votes and updates. It'll be around 1 p.m. It's the end of the month. Everyone, please vote for the Major General." Chapter 186. Jiang Hongsha turned around and frowned. "Why are you asking for my phone number?" "To verify your identity," Gunyinji said with a half-smile. Gunyinji said with a half-smile, "You say you're Jiang Hongsha, but I don't know Jiang Hongsha. I have to prove it, right? You understand? You think I'm an imposter?" Jiang Hongsha looked at the sky, speechless, and gave a string of numbers. Gunyinji entered the numbers into her phone. Almost immediately, Jiang Hongsha's phone rang. Gunyinji smiled widely. "It's really Miss Jiang." Jiang Hongsha thought her smile was irritating and couldn't help taking out the VC8 decal necklace she had prepared in her Hermes platinum bag. "This is Xiaowen's birthday present for you. It's your 18th birthday, and I happen to be sick. Xiaowen had to stay with me in the hospital, so he couldn't come. I hope you can forgive us." Gunyinji didn't care, but she felt her face burn. She pushed Jiang Hongsha's hand away. "It's fine. You don't have to provoke me anymore. It's useless." "Really?" Jiang Hongsha saw that Gunyinji's expression had finally changed, and was in a good mood. She smiled as she opened the box. Look, isn't this the same model as the 5-flower necklace you had last time? Oh, right. I picked out the necklace and roses for you. Of course, Xiaowen paid for them. Gunyinji nodded expressionlessly. Got it. Is there anything else? She had been skeptical of Jiang Hongcha's words, but now that she saw the VCA decal necklace, she was at least 70% convinced. However, she didn't want Jiang Hongcha to be smug, so she didn't say anything. Jiang Hongcha shook her head regretfully. Of course there's something else. She put her hand on her stomach and looked down, then looked up at Gunyinji with a sweet smile. But I don't think there's a need to say it now. Since you don't love him, then stop hanging on to him. I'm hanging on to him? Gunyinji asked in surprise. When was I hanging on to him? You already said that I'm not his girlfriend, and he has the right to pursue and sleep with other people. You're already with him, and now you're accusing me of hanging on to him? Isn't that double standard? Jiang Hongcha blushed at Gunyinji's words. You don't love him, but you still want him to wait for you? Aren't you leaving him hanging? Gunyinji frowned. That's so funny. You're all saying I don't love him. You're not me. So how do you know I don't love him? She had been touched by Mei Xiaowen. Mei Xiaowen had taken care of her in school, pursued her relentlessly after graduation, and had come to the United States to fight with Xian Xingyao and get injured. She had been chased out of the Boston mansion by He Jichu and had walked until her feet were blistered. It was Mei Xiaowen who had appeared before her and carried her back to the apartment. With so many emotions gathered together, she finally agreed to the promise of half a year. She tried very hard to see if she could cultivate a relationship with Mei Xiaowen. First it was AI Weinan, and then it was Jiang Hongcha. Everyone said that she didn't love Mei Xiaowen at all. What is love? Gunyinji was deeply confused. You love him? If you love him, would you still be calm and indifferent when you know he's sleeping with someone else? Jiang Hongcha sneered. Her eyebrows were almost raised into a straight line. Ask yourself, have you ever worried about him? Do you miss him so much that you can't sleep when you can't see him? You haven't been in contact with him for almost 2 months, and you still say you love him? I really don't know what's so good about you. Jiang Hongcha was also anxious. Mei Xiaowen refused to let go of his relationship with Gunyinji. He was still obsessed with the promise of half a year. Jiang Hongcha could no longer sit still as the 6-month promise was coming up. Gunyinji was about to return to the empire. She had to admit that she had probably overestimated her own charm and underestimated Gunyinji's attraction to Mei Xiaowen. Mei Xiaowen had slept with her, but they had never been in a formal relationship. Engagement and marriage were out of the question. She had looked around and decided that Mei Xiaowen was the best. He was the perfect match for her in every way. He was also her first love. She didn't want to let go of him again. Gunyinji was flabbergasted. She was suddenly speechless. I don't have anything good to say. After a while, she lowered her eyes and said coldly, If you want to play tricks, go find Mei Xiaowen. Don't look for me. I don't have time to play games with you. Goodbye. Gunyinji called the waiter to pay the bill and left. She stood in the elevator and stared blankly at the slowly ascending floor. She kept thinking about what Jiang Hongcha had said. Mei Xiaowen had done a good job when AI Weinan had pestered him. Gunyinji trusted him in that regard. But this Jiang Hongcha was different from AI Weinan. Because of the Weibo post Red Tea's Sky, Gunyinji felt that Jiang Hongcha was different from AI Weinan. She wasn't sure now. Jiang Hongcha's words about whether or not she loved him made Gunyinji tremble with fear. She even felt a little guilty. Yes, she didn't have those feelings for Mei Xiaowen, but she did have those feelings for someone else. When she saw him smile at someone else, she felt as if the sky had collapsed. She was so angry that she wanted nothing more than to take revenge on society. When she couldn't see him, not only did she worry about him, but she also couldn't eat or drink. When she saw a similar figure on the street, she would stare at it for a long time. If she found out he was sleeping with someone else, Gunyinji swayed. She took a deep breath and held the elevator railing. Not only was it difficult to breathe, but her heart was about to stop. No, she couldn't think about it anymore. Stop, please stop. She was going to commit a crime if she kept thinking about it. Back at the apartment, Gunyinji was listless. She didn't chatter like usual during dinner. Zhao Yangzi was not used to it and glanced at her several times. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Gun Yinji was only the most obedient girl when she was sick and in front of Huo. They already knew that. Gun Yinji shook her head. No, I'm feeling very well. Zhao Yangzi was speechless. He pulled up a chair and sat next to Gun Yinji. He propped his head on his hand and looked at her. Quick, tell Brother Zay what happened. Is it that obvious? Gun Yinji put down her bowl and chopsticks and wiped her face. You have the words "I'm very annoyed" written all over your face. Zhao Yangzi pinched her ear. Is there anything you can't solve? It's like that. Gun Yinji thought for a moment, then told Zhao Yangzi about her encounter with Jiang Hongcha. She then gave Jiang Hongcha's phone number to Zhao Yangzi. Brother Zay, can you help me check if she really deleted the recording? Zhao Yangzi was furious and slammed the table. How dare she? How dare she secretly record it? Who does she think she is? The CIA? He returned to his room and opened his app to connect to the internet. He quickly found Jiang Hongcha's phone and searched it. The recording had indeed been deleted, and so had the cloud backup. However, Zhao Yangzi saw some embarrassing photos in Jiang Hongcha's cloud backup account. What the F***CK? Mei Xiaoan, how dare you? Zhao Yangzi looked through the photos one by one. He was furious. How dare you cheat on Yinji? He stormed out of his bedroom and went to Gun Yinji's room. What's your relationship with Mei Xiaoan? We were classmates. Gun Yinji straightened her clothes in front of the closet. We're friends. Nothing else. He's not your boyfriend? Of course not. Gun Yinji smiled bitterly and picked up a dress to shake. She now understood why she had hesitated in front of Mei Xiaoan. She didn't love him. She really did have someone else in her heart. Her feelings for that person had changed long before she knew it. But she couldn't bring herself to say it in front of Zhao Yangzi. Zhao Yangzi rubbed his chin and frowned at Gun Yinji for a long time. He's really not your boyfriend? Yinji, don't be afraid. If Mei Xiaoan mistreats you, I'll help you. And Big Xiong and Huo too. Gun Yinji's hand loosened and the dress almost fell to the floor. Flustered, she hugged the dress and said without turning her head, He's really not my boyfriend. And now that I know about him and Jiang Hongcha, I won't have any other thoughts. Then you like him? Zhao Yangzi walked over to her and turned her around by the shoulders. Tell me the truth. Do you like him or not? If you do, I'll drag him back to you, even if I have to break his legs. Gun Yinji couldn't help giggling. Brother Zay, you've never been in a relationship before. How would you know these things? Pfft, I've never seen a pig walk before, but I've eaten pork before. How could these things be difficult for me? The king of hackers. Zhao Yangzi's handsome face lit up with self-satisfaction. He was very charming. Gun Yinji looked at him, but only felt that he was like a big brother that warmed her heart. It was completely different from the way she felt when she thought of Huo. She closed her eyes and leaned against the door of the closet. I really don't like him. It's time to end things with him, she said in a low voice. Didn't you give him 6 months? If he doesn't change his mind within 6 months, you'll be with him? Zhao Yangzi remembered clearly. What if he has a change of heart within 6 months? If he has a change of heart, then of course it doesn't count. I didn't promise to be with him. Gun Yinji shook her head. Besides, I don't love him. Why should I force myself to be with him? To Gun Yinji, this matter couldn't be simpler. Neither of them had feelings for each other, so naturally they would break up. That night, Gun Yinji couldn't sleep. She tossed and turned in bed, lost in thought. She finally understood her feelings. She wasn't overjoyed. Instead, she was terrified and pained. Did Huo already have a girlfriend? Could she still like him in secret? If Huo knew what she was thinking, would he teach her a lesson? She suddenly remembered that he had been so distant from her for the past 6 months. Had he already seen through her dark, unspeakable heart? Gun Yinji suddenly covered her head with a blanket and let out a low moan. If it was true, she didn't want to live anymore. She did not have the face to see him again. Just let her live quietly like a dog. Gun Yinji didn't sleep that night and woke up the next morning with bruises under her eyes. Zhao Yangzi looked at her face. What's wrong? Did you steal chickens last night? You're the one who went out to steal a chicken. Gun Yinji bickered with him. I studied all night. Can't I? Fine. Even our genius girl has to study all night. How do you expect others to live? Zhao Yangzi chuckled and peeled a hard-boiled egg for her. It's almost Christmas. Let's go back, shall we? Yes. Gunyinji lowered her head to eat the porridge. It's the holidays here on Christmas Eve, so we can leave the United States a day earlier. In other words, they would leave the United States on December 23rd and return to the Huaxiao Empire on December 24th. Her half-year internship was finally over. He Zichu had already returned to be university in the capital of the Huaxia Empire to prepare for the start of the next semester. He had already bought plane tickets for her and Brother Huang to return to the Huaxia Empire. Gunyinji's ticket was back to Sea City, while Brother Huang was going back to the imperial capital. That's great. We're finally going back. The food here has ruined my appetite. Zhao Liangzi shook his head and hummed a tune as he happily cleared the dishes. Gunyinji dawdled for a while before asking, Brother Zhe, has Hua Xiao returned from his mission? Not yet. Zhao Liangzi shook his head as he wiped the dishes. Big Xiong, and I haven't been able to contact him. But I heard he'll be back soon. If it's 2 months, he should be back around the 17th or 18th. Gunyinji breathed a sigh of relief, but was immediately stifled again. She silently carried her backpack, left her apartment, and walked to Capitol Hill. On the way, she gave Mei Xiaoan a call. Nianji, it's really you. How have you been? Mei Xiaoan was overjoyed. Gunyinji finally couldn't hold it in anymore. The smugness in his heart was overflowing. Gunyinji smiled wryly and said quietly, Class rep, I'm fine. How about you? Class rep? Why are you still calling me class rep? Mei Xiaoan was unhappy. What did I say? You'll be my girlfriend in 10 days. Gunyinji was speechless. She took a deep breath and switched the phone from her right hand to her left. She coughed and said, Class rep, I think it's better for us to be friends. We're not suitable as lovers. What did you say? Mei Xiaoan froze. He couldn't believe his ears and couldn't help looking at his phone to make sure it was Nianji's number. Are you really Nianji? Yeah. Gunyinji stopped at the bottom of the steps of the Capitol Hill building. She turned sideways and continued. I told you before that I'd give us 6 months. If you still want to be with me in the next 6 months, we can give it a try. I really do want to be with you. Are you going back on your word? Mei Xiaoan's heart was pounding. He couldn't describe how he felt. He didn't have the unforgettable love for Gunyinji that he had for Jiang Hongxia. However, he had always known that Gunyinji was more suitable to be his wife than Jiang Hongxia. This is the second and third update of the series, including the monthly votes of 5,200 plus updates. It's the end of the month, so let's all vote for the Major General. Chapter 187. It's not that I broke my promise, it's that you don't want to be with me. So our 6-month promise is invalid. Gunyinji replied coolly. The December morning wind in Washington was bone-chilling, and Gunyinji tightened her coat. A Hermes flamenco silk cashmere scarf hung around her neck, adding a touch of color to her iron-gray military-style cashmere coat. It was especially alluring on a winter morning. Familiar congressional staff and congressmen greeted her one after another. Good morning. Gu, I like your outfit today. Gu, do you want me to bring you breakfast? Gunyinji waved at everyone with a smile, then pointed to her phone. Everyone looked at each other and smiled, indicating that they understood. She turned around and didn't stand by the steps. Instead, she went to a barren tree on the street and put her hands in her coat pockets as she sat on a bench by the street. Mei Xiaoan obviously didn't accept her explanation and sneered. You're still saying you didn't break your promise? What did I say? I don't want to be with you. I just said you'll be my girlfriend soon, and you've already forgotten? Can't our straight, a student be so forgetful? Mei Xiaoan, you really want to be with me? Gunyinji was very calm. When she spoke, her red lips, which were like water chestnuts, turned into frost. Her manga-like face was shrouded in white mist, and she had the hazy beauty of a soft mirror. How many times have I said that I want to be with you? I want you to be my girlfriend. I even want to marry you. Why don't you believe me? Mei Xiaoan stood on his balcony and looked at the lights of the city. He was furious. Why was this girl so stubborn? Gunyinji sighed and said hoarsely, Mei Xiaoan, Your words and actions are completely different. Who do you think I should believe? Do you believe in empty words? Or do you believe in what you have done? Mei Xiaowen clearly didn't expect Gu Nianji to say this. He was silent for a moment. Nianji, what do you mean? My meaning is very clear. Since neither of us has the heart, we don't have to force ourselves to be together. Her hands and feet were starting to feel cold after being outside for a long time. Gu Nianji got up and walked to the Capitol building. She didn't expect that such a simple phone call would drag on for so long. Mei Xiaowen paced back and forth on the balcony. How am I careless? I've been longing for your return with all my heart, and you treat me like this? Have you had a change of heart? Was it you? I haven't had a change of heart. Gu Nianji's voice was very calm. There had always been only one person in her heart, and that had never changed. Since you haven't changed your mind, why did you say that? I like you, and you like me. What else do you want? Nianji, stop fooling around and come back. I'll treat you better when you come back. I'll make you the envy of all the girls. Mei Xiaowen took a deep breath and began to persuade Gu Nianji. Little girls could not stand this kind of words of love with the nature of promises. Gu Nianji knew she had to be harsh. She walked up the steps and said quietly, No, you don't like me, and I don't like you, so I don't understand why you want me to be your girlfriend. Mei Xiaowen was very uncomfortable when he heard this. He liked Nianji, although not that much. It was still difficult for him to accept that Gu Nianji clearly said she didn't like him. He had been the Prince Charming of all girls since he was a child. Even a proud goddess like Jiang Hongxia had to bow her head to him in the end. He didn't believe that he couldn't handle a little orphan girl. Nianji, you like me. Mei Xiaowen was full of confidence. Maybe you don't even know it yourself, but you really like me. Gu Nianji was speechless. She opened the door to her small office and threw her backpack on the sofa. She took off her coat and wore only a thin cashmere cardigan and a silk scarf. She put her phone in her trouser pocket and put on her earphones. She continued to talk to Mei Xiaowen as she made herself coffee and bought breakfast. Mei Xiaowen, let's not waste any more time. You and I already know this, and it's very awkward to say it out loud. Gu Nianji didn't want to tell him about Jiang Hongxia. In her opinion, that was the evidence that would only be revealed when they fell out. For now, she wanted to end things with Mei Xiaowen politely. You're determined to break up, aren't you? Mei Xiaowen couldn't help being sarcastic when he saw that she wouldn't listen to him no matter what he said. Why don't you just say that you had a change of heart, that you cheated on me, and that you had an affair? Why do you have to put the blame on me and say that I don't want to be with you? Don't you think you're distorting the truth? Gu Nianji walked back to her small office with coffee and a plate of muffins. She laughed when she heard this. Mei Xiaowen, you and I are both law students, and we need evidence for everything we say and do. Subjective assumptions will always be subjective assumptions. They don't represent objective facts. First of all, we've never been together, so how can we break up? I'm warning you, if you dare distort the truth and exaggerate in public, I won't laugh it off. You know that I'm a very serious person. Don't blame me for being ruthless when you're embarrassed. Besides, do I need to remind you who broke our 6-month promise? Of course not. Because you're the one who broke your promise. You don't want to be with me. Mei Xiaowen's guilty conscience made him appear even more fierce. I'm telling you, I don't agree. Mei Xiaowen, actions speak louder than words. When it comes to sentencing, the consequences of actions are the basis for sentencing. The legal consequences of words must be judged by the consequences of actions they lead to. You keep saying that you want to be with me, but in the past 6 months, you've been in a de facto relationship with someone else. Your actions have proven that you don't want to be with me, so our 6-month promise is no longer valid. Gu Nianji put down her coffee and muffin and sat down to turn on her computer. She began wrapping up her internship and writing her internship report. Mei Xiaowen was speechless by Gu Nianji's words, which sounded like a courtroom argument. He froze for a long time before asking incredulously, Nianji, what do you mean? What do you mean by de facto relationship? I'm telling you, I'm not. No, you're saying that you've been clean for the past 6 months and haven't had anything more than a friendship with another woman? Gu Nianji frowned. Mei Xiaowen was really difficult to deal with. Perhaps she should say Jiang Hongxia's name? But saying Jiang Hongxia's name would make it seem like she was jealous and trying to catch her cheating boyfriend. She didn't want to give Mei Xiaoan that impression at all. Mei Xiaoan wasn't her boyfriend, so she didn't really care who he slept with. But Mei Xiaoan kept saying that he wanted to be with her, while he slept with another woman. This was challenging Gun Yinji's bottom line. As Jiang Hongxia had said, Gun Yinji really couldn't adapt to the unwritten rules of their circle. Mei Xiaoan understood what Gun Yinji was trying to say, but he didn't want to admit his relationship with Jiang Hongxia. He was sure that no one else knew about their special relationship, so he kept insisting that Gun Yinji had a change of heart. Gun Yinji was annoyed and busy writing her internship report. She said to Mei Xiaoan, "All right, class rep, I've never liked you, so there's no such thing as a change of heart. I tried my best to like you, but I couldn't do it. It's a mistake to continue doing things that I can't do, and it's irresponsible to others and myself." Mei Xiaoan's face paled at Gun Yinji's words. He slumped on the sofa, his lips trembling. He wanted to lash out, but when he remembered the legal consequences Gun Yinji had mentioned, he regained his rationality. This was the first update. Today's second update should be 2 updates in one, including 5,300 monthly votes and updates. It'll be around 1 p.m. It's the end of the month, so let's all vote for the Major General. Chapter 188. Gun Yinji waited for a long time, but Mei Xiaoan still hadn't spoken, so she decided to hang up. "That's it then. Class rep, I'll mail the necklace you gave me back to you. Thank you for your care and love these past 2 years. I wish you a bright future." Mei Xiaoan composed himself and said quietly, "Yinji, for the sake of our 2 years of friendship and for the sake of my sincerity towards you, will you say goodbye over the phone?" Gun Yinji was speechless. "Yinji, I've been your classmate for 2 years. Don't you know what kind of person I am?" Mei Xiaoan's voice was low, but he had a sober and rational smile on his face. Gun Yinji thought to herself, "I really don't know what kind of person you are. Otherwise, why would you say you'd wait for me and then get involved with Jiang Hongxia?" She believed 80% of what Jiang Hongxia said and doubted the validity of the other 20% because she hadn't seen any concrete evidence. "All right, Yinji, I won't force you if you don't want to be with me. I'm not being mean to you, but I'm not a clingy person." Mei Xiaoan lay on the sofa and propped his legs up on the coffee table. He lit a cigarette and exhaled, "But because you're coming back soon, and it's Christmas Eve, I've already contacted my college classmates to throw you a big welcome party." "No need." Gun Yinji quickly declined. "You guys have fun, I still have things to do." "Yinji, we can't be lovers, but we can at least be friends, right?" Mei Xiaoan stared fixedly at the sculpture of a little angel on the ceiling. "I've already sent you an invitation to welcome you. I didn't say anything else. Can you not do me the honor?" Gun Yinji frowned and didn't speak. She didn't know how to reject him. However, Mei Xiaoan didn't give her any leeway. "Yinji, to tell you the truth, I've already convinced my family to open a new company in the capital just to accompany you to school. I understand that you don't want to be with me right now, but don't be so heartless, okay? Just think of it as a reunion. Your roommates will all be there. You can ask them if you don't believe me. Green Tea Fong, Little Temptress, and Lady Chow have already bought plane tickets to the capital from Sea City." "Oh, they're going too?" Gun Yinji was a little tempted, but she was also very cautious. She didn't want him to make it a fait accompli, so she reminded him, "I can come, but you can't pull any tricks at the party." "Why would I do that?" Mei Xiaoan shook his head with a smile. "Do you think I'm that shameless? Why would I ask for a snub if I knew you would reject me?" He knew Gun Yinji's personality. She wasn't the kind of person who would compromise for the sake of face. Perhaps it was because she was still young, or perhaps it was because she had never been wronged in her life. Mei Xiaoan vaguely felt that something was amiss, but he didn't think too much about it. At that moment, he only wanted Gun Yinji to attend the party. The invitations had already been sent out, and the special party organizer had already been contacted. The deposit had already been paid, so he didn't want to cancel it. He couldn't lose face in front of his classmates. Moreover, the classmates he had invited this time were all from wealthy and respectable families. They were not students from ordinary backgrounds, except for Gun Yinji. "Okay, class rep, I'll trust you this once." Gun Yinji nodded. "Give me the address, I'll go." Her ticket was a direct flight from Washington, D.C. to Sea City. Gu Yinji planned to transfer directly to the capital at Sea City International Airport. Mei Xiaowen snapped his fingers, a satisfied smile blossoming on his face. What a good classmate. I'll send you the address, and I'll see you on Christmas Eve. You don't have to bring any gifts, just return the necklace to me. Gu Yinji couldn't have asked for more. She agreed repeatedly before hanging up. She stretched contentedly and continued with her work. After a busy day, she returned to her apartment and contacted her former roommates, Green Tea Fong, Little Temptress, and Lady Chow. Hello, my three sisters. Gu Yinji waved at them in a video call. She smiled widely as she blew each of them a kiss. Did you miss me? Of course I did. Green Tea Fong, Little Temptress, and Lady Chow were ecstatic. You're coming back soon, right? Let's meet in the capital. Class rep is throwing a big party in the capital to welcome you back. Gu Yinji saw that what they said matched up with what Mei Xiaowen had said. She was relieved. As long as her three roommates were there, she wouldn't be at a disadvantage. During dinner that night, Gu Yinji also told Zhao Liangzi that she would be going to the capital for a reunion after returning to the empire. When Zhao Liangzi heard that Mei Xiaowen had organized it, he mused. He still hasn't given up? No. I've made it clear to him. Although he's not happy, he's not an unreasonable person. Gu Yinji carefully sought Zhao Liangzi's opinion. Brother Zhe, to be honest, I was in the wrong too. I shouldn't have been so impulsive and agreed to his 6-month appointment. Although it's over now, but Yinji, don't blame yourself. You didn't do anything wrong in this. Zhao Liangzi quickly comforted her. Don't talk about divorce after marriage. Real boyfriends can also break up. You're not even close to him. So why are you talking about who's in the wrong? What right does he have? Just because he's prettier than everyone else? Gu Yinji couldn't help laughing. Brother Zhe, I didn't know you had such a sharp tongue. My sharp tongue? That's because you haven't heard Hua Xiao's sharp tongue. Zhao Liangzi clicked his tongue as he savored the aftertaste. All right, you can go if you want to have a gathering with your classmates. Don't be afraid. Although Zhao Liangzi said she didn't have to be afraid, he still prepared everything for Gu Yinji. The night before they returned to the Huaxiao Empire, Zhao Liangzi called Gu Yinji to his room and said mysteriously, Yinji, I'll show you some photos, but you have to swear not to let Hua Xiao know I showed them to you. What photos? Gu Yinji was very curious, but still said honestly, if Hua Xiao asks, I won't lie to him. Zhao Liangzi rolled his eyes. Do you have to be so obedient? I risked my life for you, and you won't even give me this little bit of face? Brother Zhe, Gu Yinji hugged Zhao Liangzi's arm and shook it vigorously. She dragged out her voice and said coquettishly, You know I listen to Hua Xiao the most. I promise as long as Hua Xiao doesn't ask, I won't tell. Zhao Liangzi looked at her sideways. Swear. I swear if I tell you I'll... Zhao Liangzi didn't have the heart to continue before Gu Yinji could finish. Fine, I believe you. This has nothing to do with Hua Xiao. That's why I'm telling you. As Zhao Liangzi spoke, he opened the folder containing the photos of Mei Xiaowen and Jiang Hongxia in bed. These photos weren't the ones they had sent someone to take, but the ones in Jiang Hongxia's cloud account on her phone. They were all taken by Jiang Hongxia herself. Each photo had been photoshopped to make her look stunning. However, the Photoshop photos had been restored by Zhao Liangzi, a computer expert, to their original appearance. In order not to poison Gu Yinji's eyes, Zhao Liangzi had censored the key parts. Gu Yinji gaped at the photos, then quickly covered her eyes and stomped her feet. Brother Zhe, why are you showing me these photos? Did you deliberately make me get a needle eye? I've censored it. Why would I get needle eye? Zhao Liangzi quickly closed the folder. But it really doesn't look good. The Photoshop photos were fine, but I'm disgusted when I restored them. You actually looked at them carefully? Gu Yinji covered her eyes with one hand and reached out with the other to grab Zhao Liangzi's arm and pinch it hard. Zhao Liangzi looked tall and handsome, but his body was actually all lean muscles and hard muscles. Gu Yinji's fingers hurt from the pinch, so she quickly let go and shoved Zhao Liangzi. Brother Zhe, you're so bad. Zhao Liangzi chuckled and handed her an envelope. Take this. If something happens to Mei Xiaowen, throw these photos in his and his lover's faces in front of your classmates. Gu Nianji squinted and saw that there were no photos on Zhao Liang's computer screen. She opened her eyes and took the envelope from Zhao Liang's hand. She said fawningly, "Brother Zhe is so thoughtful. With these amulets, she wouldn't have to worry about anything going wrong at the party." After packing everything that night, she received a call from He Jichu before she went to bed. He Jichu had rarely contacted her over the past 2 months. Most of the time, they communicated via email and rarely called. When Gu Nianji picked up the phone, she thought He Jichu's voice was unfamiliar. However, He Jichu said a few words, and she quickly became familiar with him. "Nianji, have you packed everything?" He Jichu sat in the professor's dorm at B University, the capital of the Huaxiao Empire. He spoke to Gu Nianji with his headset on as he worked. "I've packed everything. Thank you for your hospitality, Professor He. I'll be returning to the Empire tomorrow." Gu Nianji replied politely. That was how people were. The more polite they were, the more distant they would be. He Jichu felt stifled, but didn't show it. He nodded slightly. "Have a safe trip." "Okay, thank you, Professor He." Gu Nianji politely said goodbye and hung up. Gu Nianji couldn't sleep anymore. She remembered that Hua Xiao's mission should have ended long ago. She remembered that Zhao Yangzi had said it would be around the 17th or 18th of December. Today was already the 22nd. She hesitated for a while and rubbed her phone for a long time. Finally, she mustered her courage and called Hua Xiaoing. The phone rang for a long time, but no one picked up. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief and quickly hung up. It was good that no one picked up. Even if someone picked up, she would have hung up immediately. Now that she understood her feelings, she was becoming more and more timid. She didn't dare to play around like before and only wanted to be closer to him. Gu Nianji had something on her mind that night and couldn't fall asleep. She woke up at 5 the next morning and went to the airport with Zhao Yangzi. The two of them had to check in 4 large suitcases before they could transport all of their luggage. Zhao Yangzi saw the dark circles under Gu Nianji's eyes and asked her with a smile, "Too happy to sleep?" Gu Nianji nodded. "Yeah, I was really excited, but I can sleep on the plane." The flight from the United States to the Huaxiao Empire was 12 to 14 hours. It was really boring and could sleep the whole way back. He Jichu had bought a first-class ticket for Gu Nianji, and Zhao Yangzi had reimbursed his travel expenses. He had originally been in business class, but after speaking to the stewardess with his handsome face, the stewardess took the initiative to upgrade his cabin for free and moved him to first class. Gu Nianji watched Zhao Liangzi walk proudly to the seat across from her and asked in surprise, "You paid for the ticket yourself?" "I paid for my face." Zhao Yangzi touched his face and winked at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji made a nauseous expression and then happily fell asleep. With Zhao Yangzi by her side, she slept especially peacefully. She didn't speak during the flight and really slept for 10 hours before waking up. Zhao Yangzi was also sleeping. Under the dim lights, his face was handsome and bright. Gu Nianji saw several flight attendants come over to cover him with a blanket from time to time. Gu Nianji secretly smiled and took out a facial mask from her backpack to apply. The plane would land in 2 hours, so she had to dress up and return to the Huaxiao Empire to meet her friends. Zhao Yangzi also woke up and opened his eyes to see a woman with a pale face sitting across from him. He was shocked, but quickly realized it was Gu Nianji putting on a facial mask. "You're putting on a facial mask on a plane?" Zhao Yangzi snorted. "After spending half a year in the United States, you've become more fastidious. I wasn't even 18 years old before, so I was still a tender minor. Now that I'm older and an adult, of course I need to take care of my skin," Gu Nianji said confidently. Zhao Yangzi, who would be turning 26 after the new year, was so depressed he almost vomited blood. "Be careful. Don't mention age in front of men, especially old men." Zhao Yangzi wanted to glare at Gu Nianji. "My current face is the most popular. I'm a combination of an uncle and a little fresh meat." Gu Nianji laughed so hard she couldn't stand up straight. "Oh my facial mask. Brother Zhe, stop talking. My face mask is falling off." Zhao Yangzi saw her laughing happily and couldn't help but laugh too. He stretched out his long leg and kicked her. Can you go to the capital alone? I just got a message from Big Xiong that I have a mission back. He had been stifled in the United States for the past few months and couldn't wait to return to the base to show off his skills. Gun Yinji nodded quickly. No problem. I'll stay in the capital for one night and fly back the next day. Finally returning to his own territory, Zhao Liangzi contacted his people in the capital and asked them to help watch over Gun Yinji before returning to the base with peace of mind. After they got off the plane, Gun Yinji would directly transfer to the capital at the airport. Zhao Liangzi brought his luggage back to the base. They parted at the airport, and Gun Yinji glanced at Zhao Liangzi again. Brother Zhe, do you have any news from Huashao? Not yet. Zhao Liangzi patted her head. He should be out soon. We'll pick you up when you get back tomorrow. Gun Yinji nodded and dragged her cherry blossom pink suitcase onto the plane to the capital. The flight from the United States back to Sea City arrived at 11 in the morning, so it took her an hour to leave customs to collect her luggage before boarding the plane to the capital. 3 hours later, at 2 in the afternoon, Gun Yinji left the capital airport, took a taxi, and headed to the address Mei Xiaowen had given her. Mei Xiaowen's address was within the capital's 3rd Ring Road, which was a very good location. This is the second update, 2 updates, a total of 14,000 words, including 5,300 monthly votes and updates. It's the end of the month, so let's all vote for the Major General. Chapter 189. Gun Yinji got out of the taxi and looked up at the high-rise neighborhood. The houses within the capital's 3rd Ring Road were about the same price as her apartment in Sea City's Fengya precinct. The property management and exterior looked similar. The neighborhood was enclosed, and there was a security guard on duty at the entrance. The surroundings were beautiful, and the roads were clean and tidy. It was far away from the main road outside, so no noise could be heard. It was obviously a high-class residential area. The private cars of the residents and visitors had other entrances. Gun Yinji had come in a taxi, so she had to use the pedestrian passageway. She had to check her ID and get permission from the homeowner before she could enter. Gun Yinji looked at her watch. It was only 2:30 in the afternoon. The weather was cold and gloomy. The clouds were thick and blocked the sun, but the neighborhood already had a strong Christmas atmosphere. There were 2 large decorative Christmas trees at the entrance of the neighborhood. The trees were decorated with all sorts of sparkling decorations. The tips of the trees were dotted with a large 5-pointed star. There were all sorts of small lights and ribbons wrapped around the trees. When the sky turned dark, the lights would light up for the most beautiful time. Gun Yinji looked at the 2 Christmas trees with a smile and dragged her suitcase into the reception room. She said to the security guard at the front desk, "Hello, I'm here to attend the party in room 138, building 5. This is the invitation." As she spoke, she handed over the invitation in her hand. The security guard took the invitation and looked at it. Then he raised his head and looked at her with great surprise. The look in his eyes made Gun Yinji feel a little strange. "Is there a problem?" Gun Yinji asked politely, "Can I go in now?" "Oh no, please wait a moment." The young security guard blushed and quickly went inside to make a phone call. He must have gone to ask for permission from the homeowner. Gun Yinji wasn't in a hurry. She stood alone in front of the reception room. She was wearing a classic Burberry horn-button jacket, a Hermes blue and violet cashmere silk scarf, tailored wool pants, and knee-high boots. Her long legs were as straight as a line, and she was slender and elegant, with picturesque features. The security uncle and auntie in the room exchanged a tacit look. After a while, the young security guard came out and murmured to Gun Yinji, "The owner of the house is not answering the phone. Please wait outside for a moment." Gun Yinji blinked her watery eyes. Her natural contact lens made the security guard's head spin. He didn't even remember what he had just said. "No one's picking up? That's impossible." Gun Yinji took out her phone and dialed Mei Xiaowen's number. Soon, Mei Xiaowen's voicemail replied, "Hello, this is Mei Xiaowen. I'm busy right now, so it's not convenient for me to answer your call. Please leave your phone number and something important. I'll get back to you shortly." Gun Yinji, as expected, no one picked up the phone. What happened? Gun Yinji looked at her phone in confusion, then looked up at the security guards. May I ask if you can make another call? Look at the invitation. It says that the party will start at 2 o'clock. It was already 2:30. How could there be no one here? The security guard was shy. Seeing that the other guards pretended not to hear, he went in alone and made another call. This time, he came out after 15 minutes and spread his hands at Gun Yinji again. I'm sorry, still no one's picking up. Then can you let me in? Gun Yinji was displeased. Why don't you send someone in with me? Then you'll know if I'm really a guest. That invitation isn't fake. The security guard smiled good-naturedly. Miss, that's against the rules. We'll get a complaint if we do that. Please don't make things difficult for us, okay? The rules in this area were very strict. If the owner of the house didn't agree, outsiders would never be allowed in. When Gun Yinji had been unconscious for a week, Mei Xiaoan had repeatedly gone to see her. However, he had been stopped by the security guards in her neighborhood. Chun Lai had ordered the guards not to let anyone in to see Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji pursed her lips and didn't make things difficult for them. She turned around to find a place to sit down. A chubby middle-aged security guard walked over and shoved her roughly. Get out, get out. This isn't a place for you. The security guard couldn't bear to see her like this. He turned around and went inside. The security guard uncle crossed his legs and picked up a newspaper with both hands to cover himself. Gun Yinji glanced at them and didn't say anything else. She turned around and left the reception room. A row of holly trees surrounded the perimeter wall of the neighborhood, separating the road from the sidewalk. Gun Yinji dragged her suitcase and waited near the holly tree not far from the entrance. This road was relatively secluded, and there weren't many people coming and going. Most of the people who lived there had their own cars and entered from another entrance. Gun Yinji stood there for a long time and only saw 2 people enter, neither of whom she recognized. After standing there for almost half an hour, Gun Yinji was starting to get annoyed. She took out her phone to call Green Tea Farm, but her phone was turned off. Then she called Little Temptress, but her phone was also turned off. Finally, she called Lady Chow, but she still got nothing. What the F***, CK? Gun Yinji grumbled silently to herself. She took out her phone and started playing games. Time passed quickly when she started playing games. When she looked up again, she realized it was getting colder. Her hands and feet were numb from the cold, and the sky was gradually darkening. The weather in the north darkened early in winter. She looked at her phone and saw that it was already 5 o'clock. She waited for more than 2 hours, unbeknownst to her. As she waited by the wall at the entrance of the residential area, she could see this location from the bedroom window of Mei Xiaoan's apartment. Mei Xiaoan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the corner of the room with a cup of hot coffee in his hand. He silently stared at the tall, beautiful figure standing at the entrance of the neighborhood, a trace of indignation and pride flashing in his eyes. I'll wait at the gate for 2 hours first. He looked at his watch and saw that it was already 5 o'clock. If he didn't let her in soon, Little Temptress and the others would go out to look for her. Mei Xiaoan picked up his phone and called the security guard at the entrance. He asked pleasantly, "Is this the security office? I'm at room 138, building 5. Is my guest here yet?" The security guard answered the phone, sweating profusely. She's here. I couldn't get through to you, so I didn't let her in." "Thank you. Please let her in." Mei Xiaoan put the phone away and turned to find Jiang Hongxia. "Gun Yinji is here." Jiang Hongxia nodded knowingly. "I'll go get ready." Mei Xiaoan turned and walked to the living room. He smiled at his classmates who were having fun playing games. "Keep your voices down, everyone. Yinji is here." "Oh, Yinji is finally here." Little Temptress jumped up. Where is she?" "She'll be right there. I'll go get the door myself." Mei Xiaoan smiled as he walked to the entrance and gestured for everyone to be quiet. Gun Yinji took the VCA necklace Mei Xiaoan had given her and walked to his apartment. The gift box on the necklace was intact. It was the same box Mei Xiaoan had sent her. It had been wrapped in another box on top of the VCA necklace. She entered the elevator and walked out to room 138. Gun Yinji tidied her hair and pressed the doorbell. The doorbell chimed and the door opened quickly. Mei Xiaowen was wearing a cashmere cardigan and gold-rimmed glasses. He stood at the door with a smile and nodded at her. Nianji, you're here? They hadn't seen each other for half a year, and Gu Nianji had grown up. The trace of childishness on her face had disappeared, and her comic book-like face had gained an air of calmness. However, when she smiled, her red, curvy lips curled up like a seductive kiss. Mei Xiaowen turned his head away. Come in. Gu Nianji handed the gift box to him and smiled. Hello, Class Republic. You're so polite. You're even giving me a gift? Mei Xiaowen snapped out of his daze when he saw the gift box. He reached out to take it and teased her. Gu Nianji realized that his voice was unusually loud. She couldn't help but look at him, but didn't say anything. She left the suitcase in the corner of the room. Mei Xiaowen turned around with a smile and waited for her to enter the hallway before closing the door. Nianji, Gu Nianji's 3 roommates ran over and held her hand as they entered. Green Tea Fong, Little Temptress, Lady Chow. I haven't seen you in 6 months, and you've all become more beautiful. Gu Nianji smiled as she hugged each of her sisters and kissed them. A boy from her class rushed over and opened his arms to Gu Nianji. Classmate Gu, I want a hug too. Hug your head. Go back and hug yourself. Little Temptress pushed the boy away and escorted Gu Nianji to the living room. When they reached the center of the living room, Jiang Hongcha suddenly walked over with the gift box that Gu Nianji had just brought in. She blocked her way. You're Gu Nianji, aren't you? Jiang Hongcha smiled good-naturedly, as if this was the first time she had seen her. We can't accept this gift. Please take it back. Gu Nianji froze. It was the necklace that she had just given to Mei Xiaowen. The 5-flower necklace from VCA was expensive. She wouldn't keep it. This isn't a gift, Gu Nianji said dryly. I'm returning it to Class Republic. Is that so? Jiang Hongcha smiled. She reached out and unwrapped the gift box. She opened the lid to reveal its contents. Gu Nianji's heart immediately sank. She saw that the gift box no longer contained the 5-flower necklace from VCA, but a pair of Hugo Boss men's underwear. Gu Nianji looked up at Mei Xiaowen, her expression calm. Her clear eyes stared at Mei Xiaowen. He felt guilty, but he didn't back down. He smiled faintly and said slowly, Nianji, I know you've been begging me for 6 months, but I don't think we're right for each other. I can't force myself. I'm sorry, but I can't be with you. He wrapped his arms around Jiang Hongcha's waist. Hongcha was my first girlfriend. She recently came back from abroad, and I realized that I still love her. Nianji, can you forgive me? The living room was silent for a moment. The students' eyes darted back and forth between Gu Nianji, Mei Xiaowen, and Jiang Hongcha. They were all excited. Gu Nianji blinked and smiled. Class rep, what's going on between you and Miss Jiang? I don't understand it at all. Jiang Hongcha gracefully nudged Mei Xiaowen. Xiaowen, Nianji is still young. Don't treat her like this. She then said kindly to Gu Nianji, don't be shy, little girl. Xiaowen is easily embarrassed. If he's misunderstood you in any way, I'll apologize on his behalf. Wait. Gu Nianji made a pause gesture and looked directly at Jiang Hongcha. Miss Jiang, are you the one who misunderstood me? Or am I the one who misunderstood you? Don't pretend that this is the first time you've seen me. When you went to the United States on December 16th to look for me and showed me photos of you and Mei Xiaowen in bed, I already made it clear to you that Mei Xiaowen and I were never a couple. If he misunderstood me as pursuing him, then it was purely a ploy to boost his social status. You wouldn't be so stupid as to believe it, would you? As she spoke, she took out an envelope and shook it. A stack of photos fell out of the envelope. This was the first chapter. The monthly votes for the second chapter today were 5,400 plus updates. The monthly votes for the new books were all paid off. Around 1 in the afternoon. It's the end of the month. Everyone, please vote for the Major General. Oh, and oh. Chapter 190. Colorful photos fluttered down like snowflakes, sprinkling on the teak floor of the living room. It was particularly eye-catching. Little Temptress, who was standing next to Gu Nianji, was furious. She squatted down and picked up a few photos, then burst into laughter. The other students, who had been glaring at them, also rushed over to pick up the photos and pass them around. Jiang Hongcha and Mei Xiaowen stared in shock, unable to comprehend what was happening. Gun Yinji pointed at the photos, which were being passed around, and smiled at Mei Xiaowen. Mei Xiaowen, because you chose your first girlfriend went to the United States to show me your photos in bed? Tell me, what kind of trick is this? I don't get it. You city people sure know how to have fun. Mei Xiaowen finally snapped out of his daze. His pale face flushed, and he looked flustered. He yelled at his classmates, "What are you looking at? Give it to me. Class rep, why are you so mad? Can't we just look at Mrs. Zhang's body?" Little temptress giggled as she handed a photo to Mei Xiaowen. She added, "Class rep, you look skinny when you're dressed, but you're chubby when you're undressed. Look at that little belly, why don't you work out?" Mei Xiaowen snatched the photo, glanced at it, then glared at Gun Yinji. "Why do you have these photos?" "Me?" Gun Yinji shrugged. "Ask your first girlfriend. She showed them to me." "I didn't." Jiang Hongcha was on the verge of tears. "I just wanted to talk to you and have a cup of coffee. What did I show you these photos?" "Oh, so you really went to the United States to look for our Yinji?" TSK, no wonder." Green Tea Fong's eyes darted around, and she understood what had happened. She turned to Mei Xiaowen. TSK, class rep, you're so mean. Our Yinji didn't say yes, so you're trying to slander her, isn't that right?" Mei Xiaowen's face turned green, then red. He gritted his teeth and wanted to deny it, but couldn't bring himself to say it in front of so many classmates. They all knew that he had pursued Gun Yinji in school, and that she had never said yes. The only thing he could talk about was the 6 months after graduation. That be *TCH, Jiang Hongcha, had ruined his precious opportunity. Mei Xiaowen turned to glare at Jiang Hongcha. "When did you go to America? Why didn't I know about it?" It turns out that sister-in-law is a big sister. A few of her male classmates suddenly laughed wretchedly. "Give me back the photo. Give it back. Don't look." Jiang Hongcha was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole in the ground. She looked at Gun Yinji's smug expression and suddenly remembered what Gun Yinji had said. She shouted, "You can't look at my photo." She pointed at Gun Yinji. "I'm going to sue you. I'll sue you for invading my privacy." "Sue me?" Gun Yinji pointed a slender finger at herself. "Are you sure? Do you know what my major is?" Jiang Hongcha retreated a few steps and said warily, "So what? These are my personal photos. Now that you've exposed them to the public, you're invading my privacy." Mei Xiaowen glanced at the students who were passing around the photos. Although they were reluctant, they still arranged the photos and placed them on the coffee table. Mei Xiaowen grabbed them and glanced at them, then turned to glare at Jiang Hongcha. He suddenly raised his hand and slapped her across the face. Jiang Hongcha stumbled and almost fell to the ground. She covered her face and sobbed at Mei Xiaowen. "Why did you hit me? She's invading my privacy." "I'm invading your privacy." Gun Yinji chuckled and shook her head. "Miss Jiang, let me ask you, did you take these photos yourself?" Jiang Hongcha covered her face and said nothing. "It's useless even if you don't tell me. You have a backup on your phone or in the cloud, so we'll know as soon as we check. Even if you delete them, the technicians can still recover them." Gun Yinji said nonchalantly. "So what if I took them? That's between me and Xiaowen." Jiang Hongcha put down her hand indignantly and glared at Gun Yinji. "Does that prove that you're in the right? Miss Jiang, did you go to the United States and look for me specifically to tell me not to be with Mei Xiaowen? Did you also say that you've been together for a long time?" Gun Yinji followed up with another question. Jiang Hongcha nodded blankly. "So what if I did? But that doesn't prove." "Doesn't prove what?" "You took the photos yourself, and you personally went to the United States to show me these photos. What reason do you have to say that I'm invading your privacy?" Gun Yinji sneered and pointed at the photos in Mei Xiaowen's hand. "For example, you posted nude photos of yourself on a forum. Are you going to arrest everyone who saw them?" Jiang Hongcha was furious. She knew that Gun Yinji was trying to change the subject, but she couldn't beat her. Gun Yinji had thought of all the consequences, including possible legal consequences, since she had dared to show the photos. "All right, that's all for today. My relationship with Mei Xiaowen is, and will never be anything more than a classmate. After today, our friendship as classmates will come to an end. Gu Nianji gathered her scarf and looked at everyone in the room. Take care, everyone. If Mei Xiaoan shows up in the future, don't look for me. If I'm around, don't look for Mei Xiaoan either. Thank you, everyone. Goodbye. Gu Nianji turned to leave, her knee-high boots clacking against the teak floorboards. It was a heavy blow to everyone's hearts. Gu Nianji's departure signified that she had broken off relations with Mei Xiaoan. She couldn't even be his classmate anymore. Her roommates, Green Tea Fong, Little Temptress, and Lady Chow, immediately followed. They walked out together and said, Mei Xiaoan will be with Nianji. We'll be either you or us in the future. As they spoke, they all grabbed their phones and backpacks and chased after Nianji. The others looked at each other awkwardly, but were too embarrassed to stay any longer. Mei Xiaoan had made such a big fool of himself. Although these people were not ordinary people, he was in no mood to entertain them. Everyone bid their farewells and left. Green Tea Fong, Little Temptress, and Lady Chow chased after them, but found that Gu Nianji had already entered the elevator. They quickly entered another elevator, pressed the button for the first floor, and headed downstairs. When they exited the elevator, they saw that the sky was completely dark and the streetlights were on. They saw Gu Nianji's frail figure dragging a pink cherry blossom suitcase in the distance. They called out to her and ran after her. But Gu Nianji didn't seem to hear them. She walked so fast that she almost disappeared after turning a corner. They followed the direction in which she disappeared to the exit of the residential area. They pulled the security guard over and asked, "Excuse me, did you see a tall, beautiful girl with big eyes pulling a cherry blossom pink suitcase passing by here?" The security guard had a deep impression of Gu Nianji. He quickly replied, "Yes, I saw her. She went that way." He pointed in a direction and asked, "She waited here for more than 2 hours before going in. Why did she leave so soon? Didn't you have a party?" The security guard knew that when rich people held parties, they often stayed up all night. Sometimes they would disturb the neighbors and cause neighborhood disputes. Green Tea Fong gasped. "What? You said that girl waited here for more than 2 hours today?" "Yes, she arrived at 2:30, but I called the owner of Building 5, room 138, but no one picked up. It wasn't until after 5 o'clock that the owner called and asked if his guest had arrived." The security guard was confused. What happened? At this time, Yao Ji and Lady Chow also understood. The two of them spat in unison. "Mei Xiaoan is so scheming. No wonder he made his hand over our phones as soon as we got there. He said it was for everyone to have a good party and get rid of their dependence on phones. So it was to stop Nianji from contacting us." The three of them looked at their phones and saw that Gu Nianji had indeed called them at almost 3 o'clock. She had even left a message asking if they had arrived. She was already at the door, but couldn't come in. This matched up with what the security guard had said earlier. If the three of them had been on Gu Nianji's side earlier, they were now on Gu Nianji's side. That's too much. How could Mei Xiaoan do that? Nianji didn't accept him, so he humiliated her like this. Little Temptress turned to look in the direction of Mei Xiaoan's apartment and spat again. I must have been blind to think he was a good guy and encouraged Nianji to accept him. Forget it. You can't judge a book by its cover. We're just classmates. We won't have anything to do with him anymore. People like him are too scary. Lady Chow didn't want to talk about Mei Xiaoan anymore. Let's go after Nianji. She just got off the plane and doesn't know anyone in the imperial capital. I don't know where she went. The three of them started calling Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji heard her three roommates calling her, but she didn't want to talk to them for now. She was in a terrible mood and didn't want to lose her temper at her friends. She just wanted to hide far away and lick her wounds. She dragged her suitcase and quickly walked around the alley. Turning off her phone, she wandered aimlessly through the streets and alleys. It was getting late and the weather was getting colder. The air was filled with a festive atmosphere. The shops along the street were playing jingling Christmas songs and decorated with Christmas trees. There was also a smiling Santa Claus taking pictures with the cheering children at the door. Couples of lovers walked past her, many of them holding candied haws in their hands, eating them one by one with great relish. Gu Nianji ignored them and walked past them. She didn't know where she was going. She walked a few stops in one go and realized she was almost lost. She opened the map on her phone to check her direction. There was a bus stop just one stop away from here, and there was a bus stop that would take them to the airport. She didn't want to take a taxi or a bus. She just wanted to find a place to sit down and be alone. Gun Yinji dragged her suitcase and walked for another half an hour before she arrived at the bus stop. There were very few people on the road on Christmas Eve. No one took the bus to the airport in the middle of the night. Gun Yinji thought it was to her liking. She sat alone on a bench at the bus stop and looked up at the sky. The streetlights were dim, and there was no one on the road. Christmas music drifted from a few streets away, echoing faintly in the air. Gun Yinji sat there motionlessly. Her lonely silhouette was cast on the ground by the street lights and elongated. She didn't know how long she sat, but snowflakes began to fall from the night sky. Gun Yinji reached out and caught a snowflake. It melted as soon as it entered her palm. She looked up at the growing snowflakes and smiled gently. Not long after, the Christmas bells rang. It was already 12 o'clock. She could almost hear the voices of the choir echoing in her ears. Her phone rang. She looked down and saw that many Christmas greetings had been sent over. There were from Little Temptress, Lady Chow, Green Tea Fong, Brother Xiong, Brother Zay, her classmates from the United States, Alan, and even Hijichu. But the person she missed the most wasn't there. Gun Yinji picked up her phone and began to send group Christmas greetings. Hua Xiaoheng had only been released by General Ji that afternoon. He was supposed to be released in 2 months, but General Ji had another mission and extended it by 7 or 8 days. He rushed back to the Sea City base on a private plane and found out that Gun Yinji had transferred directly to the imperial capital to attend a class reunion. Although he felt a little strange, he had not been back for 2 months, and the mountain of work had already drowned him. He had been busy for a full 10 hours before he had time to get a glass of water. He looked at his phone and saw it was already past 12. It was Christmas Eve. Was Yinji spending Christmas with her classmates? Big Xiong and Little Zay were busy with their own missions and only greeted Hua Xiaoheng before going back to their own homes. Hua Xiaoheng saw Gun Yinji's Christmas greetings. The corners of his lips curled up slightly as he dialed her number. Gun Yinji gripped her phone and was about to turn it off to save battery when she heard a special ringtone ring in the imperial capital in the wee hours of the morning. It was Hua Xiao. Gun Yinji's hands were trembling. She didn't want to answer anyone's calls today, except for one person. She didn't expect to receive a call from him today, but he actually called her. Gun Yinji suppressed her racing heart and swiped open her phone to answer. Hua Xiao, is that you? You're back. Gun Yinji's sweet voice came from the phone. Yes, I'm back. Hua Xiaoheng's deep voice seemed to echo in Gun Yinji's ears, and her gloomy heart was instantly filled with warmth. Merry Christmas, Hua Xiaoheng said quietly. Merry Christmas. Gun Yinji's voice almost choked up, but she quickly suppressed it and looked up at the falling snowflakes. Merry Christmas, Hua Xiao. Call me uncle. Hua Xiaoheng gently insisted. It's late. Go to bed early. Okay, Gun Yinji replied gently. I'll go to bed right away. She then hung up and continued to sit alone at the bus stop. Hua Xiaoheng was a bit surprised that Gun Yinji didn't seem to be in a good mood. If she was in a good mood, she would hold on to him and chatter nonstop. She wouldn't have hung up after 3 sentences like today. Hua Xiaoheng immediately called Zhao Liangzi and asked, Yinji went to the capital for a class reunion today. Who's watching over her? Zhao Liangzi gave the person's name and phone number and asked, What's wrong? Hua Xiaoheng ignored him and dialed the person's number. The person was very excited when he received Hua Xiaoheng's call. He hid in a dark corner and explained Gun Yinji's schedule. He told Hua Xiaoheng everything except that he didn't know what had happened at Mei Xiaowen's apartment. Hua Xiaoheng learned that Gun Yinji had waited at the entrance of Mei Xiaowen's apartment complex for more than 2 hours before going in. Then she came out in less than half an hour and walked alone on the streets. Finally, she sat at a remote bus stop for a few hours. Hua Xiaoheng clenched his fists and then relaxed them. His expression was one of extreme restraint. He sat behind his desk and hesitated for a while. His finger hovered over the mouse and finally clicked on a program. The program connected directly to the Nandu satellite navigation system. Using the program, he could check the actual situation around the world at that moment. He entered the coordinates he found from Gunyinji's phone signal and activated the real-time satellite tracking system. The Nanda program on the computer screen gradually showed the night view of the imperial capital. Hua Xiaoheng kept clicking and zooming in on the image. He watched as the brilliant lights slowly turned into a realistic street mirror. The remote bus stop gradually appeared on the computer screen in front of Hua Xiaoheng. He saw a lonely figure sitting on a bench. It was snowing, and the image was covered in snowflakes. The figure was also covered in a layer of snow. Suddenly, the figure looked up at the night sky. Hua Xiaoheng could almost see through the blurry image to see her large, dark eyes gazing at him in the lonely night. In that instant, he felt like someone had grabbed his heart and twisted it. The pain and numbness intertwined. He couldn't tell what he was thinking, but his phone had already connected to Yin Shixiang's number. "Find me a private plane. I want to go to the capital immediately." "Yes, sir." Yin Shixiang immediately agreed and quickly coordinated with the various personnel. Not only did they find a private plane, but they also arranged the flight route. So after midnight in Sea City, a private military plane rose into the air and sped towards the imperial capital. It only took an hour for the private military plane to land at the Imperial Capital International Airport. Half an hour later, a convoy of military vehicles was already on the highway and driving towards the third ring road in the city. Gunyinji sat alone on a bench at the bus stop. Her entire body was freezing, but she still didn't want to go anywhere. She only felt that the road ahead of her was bumpy and unclear. She was a person with no past and no future. The world was so big. Where was there a place for an orphan like her to go? Just when her mood was at its lowest, a string of flashing headlights suddenly shone from the other side of the long street. She instinctively raised her arm to shield her eyes, but from the corner of her eye, she saw a majestic convoy driving towards her. Why would there be a convoy passing by so late at night? Gunyinji lowered her arm and looked up to see that the license plate at the front of the car was a military vehicle. Her heart skipped a beat, and then it almost stopped for a few minutes. In those few minutes, she saw the convoy slowly stop on the road in front of her. In the middle, a very luxurious car with an unknown brand stopped right in front of her. The car door opened, and a tall figure got out of the car. He stood in front of the car door and looked at her. The navy blue woolen military coat made his figure even taller and more imposing. The golden pine branch and a gold star on the epaulette on his shoulder shone brightly in the night sky. Under the military cap was a despairingly handsome and cold face that made one's heart palpitate. He quietly stared at her. It was Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao had come to pick her up. The tears that had accumulated in Gunyinji's eyes all day finally fell. She quickly stood up and ran in Hua Xiaoheng's direction. Hua Xiaoheng opened his arms and hugged her firmly. In the heavy snow, the tall man stood tall and quietly hugged the girl who kept sobbing in his arms. This is the second monthly vote for today. With 5,400 chapters and 5,300 words, the monthly votes for the new books have been paid off. Thank you everyone for your support on last month's new books list. We finally meet, so hurry up and vote for us. Chapter 191. Hurry up and cast your monthly votes, X2. Hurry up and cast your monthly votes, X2. Hurry up and cast your monthly votes, X2. Mwax. Even if you have the monthly votes or recommendation votes, that's fine. Chapter 192. The bright headlights were like a long river, brightly illuminating the deserted road. The quiet Christmas night suddenly became noisy. Gunyinji snuggled into Hua Xiaoheng's broad embrace and suddenly felt all the loneliness disappear. Her past, present, and future could only be placed in one place, and that was by his side in his embrace. Gunyinji sobbed quietly. She tried her best to suppress the sound, but it sounded as pitiful as a kitten in the quiet night sky. She didn't want to make too much noise in case others heard her, and laughed at her for acting spoiled at such an age. Also, Her feelings for Hua Xiaoheng were no longer purely dependent like before. After indulging herself for a while, Gun Yinji buried her head in Hua Xiaoheng's chest and took a deep breath, as if she wanted to absorb the warmth from his body. Hua Xiaoheng gently patted her back, just like how he calmed her when she was nervous when she was young. Gun Yinji closed her eyes and finally lifted her head from Hua Xiaoheng's embrace. She took a step back and struggled out of his embrace. She looked around them and realized that Hua Xiaoheng had come to pick her up this time. It could only be described as a grand show of force. A long row of military vehicles was parked on the street. The 3 vehicles at the front were actually lightning-proof, explosion-proof, and anti-attack SUVs. Even if they encountered landmines or rockets, they wouldn't be afraid. Then there were 4 identical sleek black bulletproof sedans to confuse the enemy. If someone wanted to attack the private vehicles, they would first have to find the one with the real chief sitting in it. Behind the bulletproof sedans were 3 small urban military transport trucks. Behind each truck sat about 50 fully armed soldiers. These people were Hua Xiaoheng's orderlies, led by Fan Jian, and only listened to his orders. As soon as Hua Xiaoheng got out of the car, at least 100 armed soldiers immediately got out of the trucks behind him. They carried loaded guns and stood guard at each intersection of a long street. Occasionally, pedestrians or private cars would pass by, but when they saw this, they were so scared that they quickly took a detour. The entire street was basically blocked by Hua Xiaoheng's people. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi were both in their lieutenant colonel uniforms. They stood on either side of Hua Xiaoheng in the shadows and looked around cautiously. Not far from here, there were snipers in position, lying on top of the wall, watching every blind spot in case someone shot from the back. This was the standard for Hua Xiaoheng, a major general and the acting commander of the 6th Military Region. In the past, he rarely used such a standard outfit to travel. Most of the time, he would travel incognito. Why did they have to send such a big team to pick her up? Wasn't her identity a secret? In the past, when she left the Special Operations Forces base to attend university, she had always used a fake identity. Hua Xiaoheng's identity as her guardian had never been known to outsiders. Gun Yinji looked at Hua Xiaoheng with some confusion. Her jade-like eyes seemed to be able to speak and were filled with desire. Hua Xiaoheng understood what she meant. He looked around and smiled. You don't have to keep our relationship a secret anymore. This was going to reveal Gun Yinji's identity. Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't contain her joy, but when she thought about it, she felt it wasn't optimistic. Her expression changed several times in an instant. Finally, the corners of her mouth twitched. No one knew what she was thinking. Gun Yinji looked down. Really? But I'm already 18. I don't need a guardian anymore. Hua Xiaoheng didn't argue with her. He turned around to open the car door. Let's go. I'll take you home. Gun Yinji looked up at him and couldn't see any emotion on his calm face. She turned back to look at the place where she had been sitting. Her cherry blossom pink suitcase was still there. Zhao Liangzi quickly walked over and carried her suitcase over. Thank you, Brother Zhe. Gun Yinji's voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Zhao Liangzi smiled at her and put her suitcase in the trunk of the car. Gun Yinji bent down to get into the car and sat in the last row. Hua Xiaoheng followed behind her and sat next to her. The car was very spacious. The last row had one more parking space than normal sedans, so it could usually seat 4 people. But as soon as Hua Xiaoheng sat down, Gun Yinji felt the space in the car was unusually tight. She uncomfortably moved closer to the window. Hua Xiaoheng sensed her distancing and didn't say anything. He only glanced at her and raised his chin at Yin Shixiang, who was looking back at him. Yin Shixiang nodded and turned around to knock on Fan Jian's seat. Drive. A series of orders were issued. The soldiers on guard quickly returned to the truck and sat down. The sniper brought up the rear. At the same time, he issued orders for the sniper at the next station to take over. The orders were passed down one after another. Gun Yinji sat in the car gloomily. She didn't know what to say. She had wanted to see Hua Xiaoheng for a full 6 months. But before she saw him, she had just discovered her unspeakable secret. She didn't know how to continue interacting with him. The car steadily set off and drove forward. Hua Xiaoheng rested one hand on the side of the car door and the other on his knee. He looked straight ahead and pursed his lips. He didn't say anything. The car was soundproof, so it was very quiet in the car for a while. The car started to move, but it didn't warm up quickly. It was only a little better than outside. Gu Nianji had been freezing outside the car earlier. She thought she would warm up in the car. She didn't expect the car to still be freezing cold even after turning onto the highway. She breathed on her hands, tried to warm them. Although Hua Xiaoheng was facing forward and wasn't looking in Gu Nianji's direction, he could see her from head to toe from the corner of his eyes. He noticed Gu Nianji's action. He looked down and thought about it. He coughed and said to Gu Nianji, "Nianji, give me a random book from your box." Gu Nianji looked down and saw the small box next to the car door. She reached out and opened it. She took out a book and handed it to Hua Xiaoheng. They were sitting quite far away. Hua Xiaoheng didn't reach over to take it, so Gu Nianji couldn't reach him even if she stretched out her arms. She didn't think too much about it. She took the book and moved to the side. She sat closer to Hua Xiaoheng and handed it to him. Hua Xiaoheng finally reached his hand out, but he didn't take the book. Instead, he grabbed her wrist and pulled her over to sit next to him with a little force. His other hand reached over and took the book from her hand. He randomly placed it on the seat. A large, warm hand was already holding Gu Nianji's small hands in the middle of his palm. "You were in the cold for too long. The car can't be too warm. You'll get sick. You have to take it slow." Hua Xiaoheng rubbed her hands as he slowly explained why the car wasn't warm. His deep, magnetic voice caused a warm current to burst from Gu Nianji's heart. It quickly flowed through her limbs. Gu Nianji immediately felt warm all over. It was like she was soaking in a hot spring. She looked up at Hua Xiaoheng and whispered, "You knew I was sitting outside for a long time?" "Yeah." Hua Xiaoheng paused. "I should have sent a car for you. You didn't have to wait outside." He even knew she had been foolishly waiting outside for over 2 hours. Gu Nianji blushed, but didn't want to be mocked. She said angrily, "I'm not a prophet. How would I know Mei Xiaowen would be so petty?" As she spoke, she recounted the entire incident, especially what happened in Mei Xiaowen's apartment. After she finished, she turned her head away and looked out the window in silence. Hua Xiaoheng's expressionless face finally broke into a smile. He agreed, "Well said. It'll be either you or him in the future. You don't have to feel bad." Zhao Yangzi, Yin Shixiang, and Fan Jin couldn't help but roll their eyes. Hua Xiaoheng was so protective. How had Nianji felt bad? She had taught Mei Xiaowen and Jiang Hongsha such a lesson that they didn't know which way was north. Of course, in Hua Xiaoheng's eyes, it was already a great injustice that she had been frozen in front of the residential area for 2 hours. His sweetheart must have been wronged. Zhao Yangzi and Yin Shixiang complained in their hearts, but they didn't dare to turn around and speak no matter how brave they were. Gu Nianji was very happy to hear this. Although she had to look out the window, she couldn't help smiling secretly. However, her smile didn't last long. She froze. She turned to look at Hua Xiaoheng's deep eyes. "Hua Xiaoheng, where are we going? This isn't the way to the airport." Didn't Hua Xiaoheng say he was taking her home? Weren't they going to the airport to take a plane back to Sea City? Hua Xiaoheng patted her hand. "We're going home. I'm taking you home." "Home?" Gu Nianji didn't understand. "Home where?" "My home." Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything else. Not far ahead, a heavily guarded residential area appeared before everyone's eyes. This was where the Huaxia Imperial Army's top brass lived. Gu Nianji felt even more uneasy. For the past 6 years, Hua Xiaoheng had always been with her as long as he wasn't working. He had never gone back to his own home. When she heard that Hua Xiaoheng had his own home, Gu Nianji was a bit uncomfortable. She even began to tremble. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her and said dryly, "My father is the director of the military's political department. I have a grandfather who retired a few years ago. I also have a few relatives, but you don't have to worry about them." Yin Shixiang turned around and appropriately smoothed things over. "Nianji, Hua Xiaoheng hasn't been home for 6 years. Thanks to you, Hua Xiaoheng can also go home for Christmas." I don't celebrate Christmas, Hua Xiaoheng said slowly. I'm just going home for the new year. This was the first update. The second update today was also two updates in one, including the first update for Bookworm's July 1688 Spiritual Pet Fate. It was around 1 p.m. It's the end of the month. Everyone, please vote for the Major General. Oh, and underscore no. Chapter 193. New Year's. There was still at least a week between Christmas and New Year's, so she would have an entire week to spend with Hua Xiao. Happiness came too quickly, and she wasn't used to it. Gun Yinji's palms gradually became sweaty and fell into Hua Xiaoheng's dry and warm hands. It quickly disappeared as though it had seeped into his palms. Gun Yinji was secretly happy about this discovery. It was like a ritual to declare her belonging. She quietly rotated her small hands in Hua Xiaoheng's palms. Where her palms became sweaty, she quietly flipped them over to fit Hua Xiaoheng's palms together, allowing the sweat in her palms to seep into his palms. Hua Xiaoheng quietly let her play. Sometimes when her palms weren't pressed tightly, he intentionally cooperated and tried to stretch his palms so that their palms could fit. Gun Yinji repeated this little game and gradually became immersed in it. She almost forgot about her warning to stay away from Hua Xiaoheng. She played until she almost forgot the time. When she looked up again, the motorcade had already stopped at the entrance of the precinct. Gun Yinji instinctively turned to see Hua Xiaoheng looking at her quietly with a half-smile. His gaze then moved to their clasped palms. Hua Xiaoheng was the one who had taken the initiative to hold Gun Yinji's hand to warm it, but Gun Yinji felt guilty. Her heart immediately raced, afraid that Hua Xiaoheng would see through her unspeakable thoughts. She suddenly felt that Hua Xiaoheng's palm was as hot as a soldering iron. She quickly withdrew her hand from Hua Xiaoheng's and moved far away to sit on the other side of the car. She turned her head to look out the window. The crimson blush spread from her cheeks to her delicate earlobes. The car they were in also stopped. Of course, there was a security check at the entrance of the precinct. After verifying the passes and military IDs, the soldiers standing guard came out to salute Hua Xiaoheng. "Hello, Chief." The car window slowly rolled down. Hua Xiaoheng sat in the car and nodded at them. "Thank you for your hard work." The soldier was so excited that his face was red. "Chief, please." He turned and ran back to his post. He pressed the button to raise the crossbar blocking the intersection. Hua Xiaoheng's motorcade slowly drove in. He was going home to visit his family. His guards, orderlies, and personal secretaries would only return to the headquarters of the 6th Military Region's Special Operations Forces in the imperial capital after sending him home. It was already warm inside the car. Gun Yinji sat on the other side of the car, her face still flushed. She didn't dare to look back at Hua Xiaoheng, so she could only try her best to look out the window and silently memorize the road they had passed. The roads in the neighborhood extended in all directions, and there were parasol trees by the roadside that had already lost their leaves. It was still snowing heavily, but there was no snow on the road. Gun Yinji leaned her head against the window with some confusion. She looked at the seemingly inconspicuous road and was very puzzled. The snow on the side of the road had almost covered the tops of their feet, but there was no snow on the road at all, and it was not because someone had swept it. Gun Yinji followed the headlights and saw very clearly that the snow disappeared without a trace as soon as it landed on the road. Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms and sat at the other end of the back seat. He didn't make a sound, and she couldn't tell what he was thinking. Zhao Yangzi turned around to talk to Gun Yinji. "Yinji, what are you looking at?" "I'm looking at this road. It seems strange. The snow doesn't accumulate on it," Gun Yinji said curiously. Zhao Yangzi laughed heartily and pointed at the road outside the window. He wagged his finger. "There's a self-heating device under that road. Of course, the snow melts on its own when it falls on it. Isn't that great? We don't have to sweep the snow, and we don't have to worry about obstructing traffic." "But how much energy would it take to do that?" Gun Yinji suddenly had a new understanding of the sophistication of this neighborhood. If there was a self-heating device buried under the road, then there was no need for her to think about how well-equipped the entire neighborhood was and what kind of people lived there. Gun Yinji sat up a little uncomfortably. She was a little worried that she would embarrass Hua Xiao. She glanced at Hua Xiaoheng and saw that his eyes were half closed. His thick and long eyelashes covered his eyes, so she couldn't tell what he was thinking at all. Even professional psychologists couldn't tell what he was thinking from his usual indifferent expression. Reading micro-expressions and subconscious judgment didn't apply to him. Fortunately, the convoys stopped not long after. They should have arrived. Gu Nianji was even more nervous. She even reached out to run her hand through her long hair. Everyone in the car looked at her, but no one said anything. In Shixiang opened the door first and got out. He came out to open the door for Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng bent over to get out of the car and slightly moved to stand beside the door. When Gu Nianji came out, Hua Xiaoheng took her hand and had her stand beside him. In front of them was an exquisite courtyard that looked like a manor. There was a towering iron gate guarding the entrance. An exquisite iron door lamp hung on the iron gate. It illuminated the black wood sign on the white wall, revealing the ancient words Huo Residence. Zhao Yangzi walked over and entered a password on the wall. Soon, the iron gate slowly opened with a rumble, and the sound of footsteps and surprised shouts could be heard coming from behind the iron gate. Hua Xiao is back. Hua Xiao is back. Cousin brother is back. Cousin brother. There were quite a lot of people here. It was the middle of the night, but the courtyard was brightly lit. They must have known in advance that Hua Xiaoheng was coming home, so they were all waiting for him. Gu Nianji felt her legs go weak. She almost couldn't stand. Just as the iron gate opened and the Hua family rushed out to welcome them, Hua Xiaoheng, who was standing in front of the gate, turned around leisurely and stood in front of Gu Nianji. He reached out to adjust the Hermes scarf around her neck. His slender, clean, and warm fingers brushed against the cool skin of her neck. His warm fingertips caused waves of tremors to run through her skin, and Gu Nianji felt her legs grow even weaker. She couldn't help but reach out and grab his arm. Hua Xiaoheng looked down at her and smiled warmly. He patted her shoulder. "It's okay. Come home with me." The Hua family who came out to welcome Hua Xiaoheng didn't expect this. Under the bright lights, Hua Xiaoheng stood tall and handsome. He was tying a scarf for a girl. More than one of the Hua family members rubbed their eyes in disbelief. They were afraid that they were hallucinating from staying up late. Hua Xiaoheng turned around and looked at each of the Hua family members. He only nodded and took Gu Nianji's hand to walk through the gate. Zhao Yangzi carried Gu Nianji's small suitcase and followed them inside. Gu Nianji's eyes quickly scanned the faces of the Hua family members who came out to welcome them. She couldn't tell what relationship they had with Hua Xiaoheng. She saw a middle-aged couple and two young people, a man and a woman, come out to welcome them. From their age, the middle-aged couple should be from Hua Xiaoheng's parents' generation. The two young people should be from Hua Xiaoheng's generation. She remembered hearing someone call him cousin brother. So were they Hua Xiaoheng's uncles or siblings? Gu Nianji's imagination ran wild as she followed Hua Xiaoheng into the Hua family's three-story building. This building was about half the size of Hua Xiaoheng's three-story building at the Special Operations Forces base in Sea City. It looked like there were more rooms inside. Of course, there were more people living here. Hua Xiaoheng's building was only for him and Gu Nianji. She didn't know how many people were living here. Gu Nianji put on the most appropriate smile and followed Hua Xiaoheng into the living room. There were also people waiting for them in the living room. Sitting on the main sofa was an old man with white hair and beard, but his bearing hadn't diminished. He held a dragon-headed cane in his hand. Although he was old, his face was still very intimidating. Hua Xiaoheng saluted the old man and pulled Gu Nianji over. "This is my great-grandfather." Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xiaoheng and asked hesitantly, "Is he your great-grandfather?" "No, he's my grandfather," Hua Xiaoheng said calmly and looked away. "He's your great-grandfather." Gu Nianji pursed her lips and refused to accept Hua Xiaoheng's way of addressing her. She smiled sweetly at the old man. "Merry Christmas, grandfather." She enunciated the word great-grandfather so that it sounded like she was calling him grandfather. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her slowly. The old man looked at Gu Nianji carefully and turned to Hua Xiaoheng. "Is that her?" Hua Xiaoheng nodded and bowed. That's her. I'm her guardian. There was a middle-aged man sitting next to the old man. He had a handsome but weathered face and looked somewhat like Hua Xiaoheng. He looked up at Gun Yinji and nodded before she could call out to him. You're Gun Yinji? Gun Yinji answered crisply and looked at Hua Xiaoheng obediently. Hua Xiao. This is... Hua Xiaoheng looked at her again and sensed her resistance to the title and identity. He didn't indulge her and said in a low voice, This is my father and your grandfather. As he spoke, he introduced Gun Yinji to the people in the room. This is Gun Yinji. I'm her guardian and her uncle. Gun Yinji's heart sank, and she didn't dare argue with Hua Xiaoheng anymore. She nodded obediently at the people in the room and asked deliberately, Uncle Hua, what are they? She pointed at the 4 people who had come out to greet them. Hua Xiaoheng looked at them and nodded at the middle-aged couple. They are Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang. He then looked at the young man and woman. This is their daughter, Zhang Wenna, and their son, Zhang Wenjie. Gun Yinji thought it was strange. Why didn't this family follow seniority again? If Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie called Hua Xiaoheng elder cousin brother, then their parents were also Gun Yinji's granduncles and granduncles. Shouldn't they be calling them Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang? Also, why were their surnames Zhang and not Hua? But she was smart enough not to ask. She followed Hua Xiaoheng and said, Merry Christmas, Uncle Zhang, Aunt Zhang. Then she looked at the young man and woman and said in English, Merry Christmas. Zhang Wenjie looked at Gun Yinji's big misty eyes and instantly felt his mouth go dry. He stammered and almost couldn't speak. Zhang Wenna was the smart one. She walked over with a smile and took Gun Yinji's hand. My elder cousin brother is your guardian? How old are you? I see you're younger than me. You can call me Sister Na. This was the second update of the day, including the first update of Bookworm's July 1688 Spiritual Pet Fate. It's the end of the month, so please vote for the Major General. Oh, and for an O. Chapter 194. Gun Yinji wasn't used to physical contact with strangers. She couldn't even stand to hold hands. When she first went to see university and lived in the dorm, it took 6 months for her to get to know her roommates. It was only because of Hua Xiaoheng that Gun Yinji resisted the urge to pull her hand out of Zhang Wenna's. However, Hua Xiaoheng was very familiar with her quirks that no one knew about. He stood next to Zhang Wenna and pulled her hand away. He nodded slightly at Zhang Wenna, then asked Zhang Wenna's mother, Qian Shihui, Aunt Zhang, have you prepared Yinji's room? His tone was very polite and polite. Qian Shihui hurriedly smiled and said, Young master, your room and Miss Gu's room were prepared by Miss Jialan herself. Then she looked around and asked, Where's Miss Jialan? Didn't she say she was going to pick master up? Hua Xiaoheng's grandfather, Hua Xiwenong, stood up with the help of his cane. He frowned at Hua Xiaoheng, but didn't say anything. However, his expression didn't look too good. Zhang Wenna looked at Gun Yinji carefully and was secretly amazed by her appearance. Of course, she was even more amazed by Hua Xiaoheng's attitude towards her. She knew that her eldest cousin, Hua Xiaoheng, had been out on missions for the past 6 years. Apparently, he had adopted an orphan girl he had rescued from a car accident. That must be Miss Gun Yinji. Also, from the way he had acted at the door, Hua Xiaoheng must have doted on this orphan girl very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally tied the scarf for her. Zhang Wenna looked down. She would never forget when she and her younger brother first came to the Hua family. Not only did Hua Xiaoheng not look them in the eye, but he also didn't allow anyone to get within 3 feet of him. Other than the 2 old servants, no matter who touched his things, he would kick them out the door, dead or alive. Back then, her eldest cousin brother was like a demon to her and her younger brother. It wasn't until he was admitted to military school at 16 and left home that he became much more restrained. But every year when he came back for vacation, he still didn't allow anyone to touch his things, not even the 2 old servants. He would rather wash his clothes and clean the house himself than let anyone step into his room. After that, he secretly enlisted in the army during his junior year. No one knew what he did in the army, only that his military rank and official position kept increasing. In 10 years, he was promoted from 2nd lieutenant to a major general. This was the first time in the entire history of the Huaxiao Empire's military that such a thing had happened. Of course, the higher his eldest cousin brother's military rank, the more magnanimous and calm he became. His previous eccentricities were all gone, and the way he treated people was impeccable. However, Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie, who had been with him for many years, could easily sense the slight unfamiliarity and distance between them. Therefore, the Zhang family was very shocked by his concern and praise for Gun Yinji, an orphan girl. They had always thought that Hui Xiaoheng didn't like them because he looked down on their status. But now that Gun Yinji, whose status was far lower than theirs, was in front of him, Hui Xiaoheng didn't look down on her at all. Not only did he not look down on her, but he also took good care of her. Being a guardian for 6 years had really changed her eldest cousin brother a lot. Zhang went aside and was about to take Hui Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji to the room they had prepared for them when they heard hurried footsteps coming from the stairs. A voluptuous woman with a face as beautiful as a peony hurried down the stairs. Eldest cousin brother, are you back? She wore a pale pink cashmere cardigan and a silk shirt with a ribbon tied with a bow. She wore a dark gray thin wool skirt, and even her slippers had heels. She walked elegantly and quickly stood in front of Hui Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji. Grandfather, whose expression softened a lot. He walked over with his cane. Jialong, where did you go? Gun Yinji didn't know how to address her, so she turned to look at Hui Xiaoheng. Hui Xiaoheng squeezed her hand to calm her down and introduced her. This is my uncle's daughter, Hui Jialong. You can call her Annie Lan. Gun Yinji couldn't help looking down. The corners of her mouth twitched. She thought to herself, Annie Lan, that woman looks 10 years older. She was only in her 20s and was even younger than Hui Xiaoheng, but Hui Xiaoheng insisted on raising her seniority. Hui Jialan was also a little embarrassed. She rubbed her hands and said to Grandfather Hui, Grandfather, you should go to bed. It's already 2 or 3 in the morning. Have you taken your medicine? Grandfather Hui's attitude towards Hui Jialan was obviously much better than Hui Xiaoheng's. He nodded. Yes, I should go to bed. I'll go now. Help Xiaoheng and the others settle down. It's too late. We'll talk tomorrow. Hui Jialan agreed with a smile. She called 2 orderlies over to help Grandfather Hui to the 2nd floor. Hui Xiaoheng's father, Hui Guanqin, glanced at Hui Jialan. Did you go to the 3rd floor just now? Hui Jialan nodded quickly. She looked nervous. I had something to do. I went upstairs to clean up. I didn't think I'd miss my cousin coming back. Hui Guanqin's brows furrowed. He waved his hand. Help him settle down. Xiaoheng, come upstairs with me. He glanced at Hui Xiaoheng and hurried upstairs as well. Hui Xiaoheng looked up at the stairs. He turned to Zhao Yangzi. Leave the luggage here. Take them back to the base. Zhao Yangzi bowed and handed the luggage to Gun Yinji. He nodded at her and turned to leave. Hui Xiaoheng patted Gun Yinji's shoulder. Go to the guest room with Annie Lan. I'll go talk to my father for a bit. It had been 6 years since the father and son had sat together to talk, except for work. Gun Yinji quickly said, Uncle Hui, you should go. I'll go with Annie Lan. Good girl. Hui Xiaoheng tousled her hair and followed her upstairs. Gun Yinji keenly noticed that Hui Xiaoheng's footsteps were a little rushed as he walked up the stairs. Although he appeared very calm and steady to others, Gun Yinji was already familiar with Hui Xiaoheng's every move, so she could sense the slightest change. However, she felt that it was normal for the father and son to be a little emotional after not seeing each other for 6 years. This made Hui Xiaoheng seem more like a real person rather than a Cold War machine. The Zhangs finally said goodbye to Gun Yinji and followed Hui Xiaoheng upstairs. Hui Jialan had been watching Gun Yinji attentively. She saw that Gun Yinji's eyes were glued to Hui Xiaoheng. She walked over and took her hand affectionately. Gun Yinji, right? That's a good name. Come with me. I'm Hui Jialan. My father is my cousin's uncle, but I'm younger than him. He's the oldest in our generation. Gun Yinji quietly picked up her suitcase and freed herself from Hui Jialan's hand. She smiled. Merry Christmas, Aunt Lan. Thank you for your hard work. May I ask where the guest room is? Hui Jialan smiled and pointed to the stairs. Go up there. Uncle Zhang, Aunt Zhang, and I live on the 2nd floor. Grandfather Zhang and second uncle live on the third floor. Half of the first floor is the guest room, and the other half is my cousin's room. She then led Gu Nianji through the ridiculously spacious living room to the corridor to the left of the living room. They turned a corner and arrived in front of small suite. Opening the door, Gu Nianji saw the room was decorated in pink. She couldn't help feeling exasperated. Why did these people think that all young girls should use the color of a pink princess? That's enough, but she only dared to complain in her heart. She maintained a sweet smile on her face. Thank you, Aunt Lon. Hui Jialon giggled. Don't call me Aunt Lon. Just call me Sister Lon. Aunt Lon makes me 10 years older. Gu Nianji laughed. She thought the same thing. She immediately felt closer to this Hui Jialon. This was the first update. Today's second update was also 2 updates in one. It included the second update for Bookworm's July 1688 Spiritual Pet Affinity. It was around 1 p.m. It's the end of the month. Everyone, please vote for the Major General. Chapter 195. Although Gu Nianji didn't really like the colors of the room, she had put a lot of effort into the furnishings. They were all branded furniture, and a few of the furnishings were antiques. For example, the magnolia flower on the bookshelf was carved from a piece of white jade with a tinge of green. The green was carved into a green leaf and contrasted with the white magnolia flower. Under the light, it almost glowed from within. Gu Nianji put down her suitcase and thanked Hui Jialon. Thank you so much, Sister Lon. You're welcome. Hui Jialon patted her shoulder lightly. This is a small suite. The living room is the entrance, and the bedroom is through the small door inside. She led Gu Nianji to the inner door as she spoke. The bedroom inside was fine, except for the pink bedspread and round curtains hanging from the top of the bed. All the other furniture was pure white. The bedroom wasn't large, but it was very cozy. The bed was on the east side, and the lamps on both sides of the bedside table were in the shape of angel dolls. A white desk was placed against the wall opposite the bed, and a white laptop was on it. The south wall of the bedroom was draped with pale gold velvet curtains. They were obviously very thick and probably had a sound insulation effect. Hui Jialon saw Gu Nianji's gaze fall on the French curtains on the south wall and walked over to lift a corner of the curtains. She smiled. There's a small flower bed at the back of your small suite, and it's connected to the garden outside. You can sit in the flower bed and eat breakfast in the morning. Gu Nianji thanked her happily and saw her out. It had been a tiring day, and Gu Nianji had eaten lunch on the plane from Sea City to the imperial capital. It had been more than 12 hours since then, and she hadn't eaten anything, not even water. Gu Nianji thought about it and decided that since it was her first time at Hu Xiaoheng's home, she shouldn't bother. It would be dawn soon anyway, and she could eat breakfast. She opened her suitcase to grab some toiletries and a towel and went to the bathroom to shower. After showering, she felt even hungrier. She searched the small living room outside and found a small fridge with mineral water and juice. She took out a bottle of mineral water and drank half of it to satiate her hunger. Sleepiness quickly set in, and she went back to the bed in the bedroom to fall asleep. Gu Nianji had been tired for an entire day and had gone through such emotional ups and downs. Even though she had a strong constitution, she couldn't handle it. She threw herself on the bed, almost exhausted, and slept as though she had fainted. Late at night, the lights in the Hor residence were finally extinguished. Hua Xiaoheng came down from the third floor with a heavy heart and went to check on Gu Nianji first. Seeing that her door was locked and there was no sound in the room, he knew she was asleep. He didn't disturb her and went back to his room on the other side of the living room. On the other side of the living room, on the first floor of the Hor residence, was a suite with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. It was much larger than Gu Nianji's small suite. It was 150 square meters, which was the size of a typical apartment. As Hua Xiaoheng was promoted, he gradually made full use of the suite. Returning to the suite that he hadn't seen in 6 years, Hua Xiaoheng scanned the room and realized that everything was exactly the same as he remembered it to be 6 years ago, including the navy blue sheets on the bed. The room was decorated in a simple blue and white color scheme. It was simple, elegant, and full of solemnity. Hua Xiaoheng unbuckled his belt and went to the bathroom to wash up. He also took a shower. He turned on his computer to check his inbox and saw an email from Zhao Yangzi. It turned out that they had gone through a lot of trouble returning to the 6th Military Region's headquarters in the imperial capital. Hua Xiaoheng skimmed through it and replied to him before turning off his computer and going to bed. In the entire Hua residence, only the 3rd floor was dimly lit, but when the heavy curtains were drawn, nothing could be seen. Gu Nianji had another dream. Because she had gone to bed hungry, she was eating even in her dreams. She dreamed that she was sitting at a round table filled with all kinds of food and cakes that she liked to eat. There was also her favorite freshly squeezed mango juice, iced milk, and a piping hot roast duck. Gu Nianji didn't know why she was dreaming of roast duck. She clearly hated eating roast duck. Perhaps it was because the roast duck in Sea City wasn't as authentic as the ones in the imperial capital. In the past, Lin Shixiang had always said that when they moved to the imperial capital, he would take Gu Nianji to eat the most authentic roast duck in the entire Huaxia Empire. Gu Nianji could almost smell the aroma of roast duck in her dreams. But a gust of cold wind blew, and the piping hot roast duck was almost frozen. Even the fat was frozen. Gu Nianji cried out in her dreams and couldn't help smacking her lips. She reached out and pulled off a duck leg from the roast duck. There was no spring onion, so she only dipped it in the sweet flour sauce and stuffed it into her mouth. At that moment, she suddenly felt her tongue hurt. It turned out that she had bitten her tongue while dreaming of eating. Gu Nianji almost woke up with tears in her eyes. When she opened her sleepy eyes, she saw a man in white sitting by her bed and looking at her. The room was supposed to be dark, but when Gu Nianji woke up, she saw a light coming through the curtains and a cold wind blowing. The person was sitting with his back to the light, so she couldn't see his face at all. A gust of cold wind blew again, and Gu Nianji's body stiffened. She couldn't move, as if she was in a nightmare. She opened her eyes wide and tried to adjust to the dim light in the room. Finally, she vaguely saw the person's face. So it was a woman, and a woman so beautiful that it made people speechless. Gu Nianji was so anxious that she was sweating profusely. She desperately wanted to move, but still couldn't. For a moment, she even wondered if she was still dreaming. It was a dream within a dream. She thought she was awake, but she wasn't. At that moment, the woman reached out and touched Gu Nianji's face. Her fingers were as cold as ice, and as soon as they touched Gu Nianji's cheek, Gu Nianji shivered. As soon as the shiver subsided, Gu Nianji found that she could speak. Instinctively, she screamed, "Help! Uncle Hua! Hua Xiao! Help!" She didn't know if her voice could be heard, but at that moment, all she could do was scream. The woman seemed to be startled by her and stood up abruptly. With the faint light coming through the curtains, Gu Nianji saw that the woman was wearing a long white velvet robe. Barefoot, she left her bed and ran towards the French window. The street lights outside the window suddenly went out, and the room was as dark as the outside. Gu Nianji discovered that she could now move. She frantically scrambled to her feet and sobbed, "Uncle Hua," as she rushed out of the room. She didn't dare look at the French window. She just wanted to leave the bedroom and hide beside Hua Xiao. "Hua Xiao, Uncle Hua, where are you?" Gu Nianji opened her door and rushed out of the small suite, screaming all the way to the living room. "What happened? What happened?" The orderlies on night duty immediately rushed in with loaded guns. They turned on the lights and aimed their guns at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji stood alone in the middle of the living room, also barefoot. She was only wearing a strapless pink Egyptian cotton nightgown. Her face was covered in tears, and her seaweed-like hair fell over her back. Her pale face almost glowed like a white jade mushroom under the lights. The orderlies sighed in relief when they saw that Hua Xiaoheng had brought her back, but didn't lower their guns. They only asked Gu Nianji, "Miss Gu, what happened?" Someone ran into my bedroom," Gu Nianji sobbed. She hadn't been so scared in a long time. She was tired, hungry, sleepy, and in extreme shock. Even a person made of steel couldn't handle it. Hua Jialan was the first to rush down from upstairs. She saw Gu Nianji standing alone in the middle of the living room with several orderlies pointing their guns at her. She quickly said, "Hey, put your guns away." The orderlies didn't move. They didn't listen to her. Hu Jialan was a bit embarrassed. She turned to see Hu Guanxin and quickly said, "Second uncle, tell them to put their guns down." "What happened?" Hu Guanxin's voice was stern. "Where's Xiaohong? How can he still sleep when something like this happened?" Hu Jialan was even more embarrassed. She coughed and said, "Second uncle, cousin's room is very soundproof. I'm afraid he didn't hear. Then go call him." Hua Guanxin suppressed his anger. "Go now." One of the orderlies put away his gun and went to Hua Xiaoheng's bedroom to press the special doorbell. Hua Xiaoheng had just fallen asleep. His suite had been renovated in the last 6 years. The soundproofing was excellent. He wouldn't even hear a knock without the doorbell. Of course, he didn't know that his room had been completely renovated. The suite's doorbell was directly connected to his bedside. He woke up when the doorbell rang. He opened his eyes and composed himself. He looked at his watch to see that it was only 3:30 in the morning. He couldn't help but frown. He spoke into the intercom. "What's wrong?" "Hua Xiao, please come out for a moment. Miss Gu isn't feeling well." Hua Xiaoheng threw the blankets off the bed and went out in his pajamas. He went to the living room to see Gu Nianji hiding behind the sofa and refusing to come out. Hua Jialan, Zhang Wenna, and Zhang Wenjie were doing everything they could to get her to come out. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. He quickly walked over and reached his hand out to Gu Nianji. "Nianji, come out." Gu Nianji raised her tear-stained face. She finally burst into tears when she saw Hua Xiaoheng. She grabbed his hand and was carried out from behind the sofa. Hua Xiaoheng carried Gu Nianji horizontally in his arms. He noticed that her body was icy cold. He didn't have time to ask for details. He quickly carried her to his bedroom. Hua Jialan, Zhang Wenna, and Zhang Wenjie looked at each other. They could all see the shock on each other's faces. "What's wrong with Miss Gu?" Hua Jialan's brows were tightly furrowed. "She was fine. How did she end up like this?" Miss Gu said that someone broke into her bedroom. The orderly's squad leader said, "That's how she kept screaming just now. Someone broke into her bedroom. That's impossible." Zhang Wenna looked at Hua Jialan. "Sister Jialan, that bedroom is a small suite. If the door is locked from the inside, no one can get in even if they have a key." Hua Jialan sighed. "I don't know either. Why don't we go check her bedroom?" One of the orderlies stepped forward to block their way. "Please return to your rooms. Hua Xiao will take care of this." Hua Xiaoheng seemed to be taking over the household the moment he returned. Hua Guanxin didn't say anything. He turned and went upstairs. He didn't object. That meant he supported Hua Xiaoheng's takeover. Hua Jialan couldn't say anything. She followed him upstairs. Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie couldn't interfere with Hua Xiaoheng's affairs. They could only return to their rooms. "Sister, do you think someone really broke into Miss Gu's room?" Zhang Wenjie's voice was low, but Hua Jialan could hear him. She turned around and glanced at the siblings. Miss Gu only stayed for a few days before leaving. "You don't need me to teach you what to say and what not to say, do you?" "Yes, Sister Jialan." Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie nodded quickly. They didn't dare to gossip anymore. Hua Xiaoheng carried Gu Nianji back to his bedroom. Seeing that she was barefoot, he quickly held her foot and rubbed it for her. He sat diagonally on his bed and held her in his arms. He comforted her softly. It's okay now." Gu Nianji clutched the collar of Hua Xiaoheng's pajamas tightly. She couldn't stop shivering. She felt so cold. She desperately wanted to get closer to the source of heat. Hua Xiaoheng's body was like a furnace. How could she resist a furnace on a winter's night? Gu Nianji snuggled even tighter against Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng's body suddenly stiffened. He looked up at the ceiling of the bedroom. He took a deep breath and pursed his lips. He shifted back slightly to distance his suddenly protruding body from the soft body in his arms. His large hand continued to soothe Gu Nianji's back. It finally calmed her nerves. Gu Nianji sobbed. "Hua Xiao, someone's in my bedroom." Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "Don't be afraid. I'll go take a look." He turned to leave. "Don't leave me here alone." Gu Nianji panicked. She grabbed Hua Xiaoheng's shirt. "I'm scared." She was unfamiliar with the place. Although this was Hua Xiaoheng's home, she still couldn't relax her nerves. Coupled with the inexplicable fright she had just received, she wasn't used to the environment. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it. He took out a pair of slippers. Put them on. Come with me to your bedroom. Gu Nianji sniffed. She grabbed his sleeve and got off the bed. She put on Hua Xiaoheng's large slippers and followed him out. The slippers were too big for Gu Nianji. As she walked over, all she could hear was the sound of the slippers flapping against each other. Hua Xiaoheng didn't mind. He took Gu Nianji's hand and walked to Gu Nianji's bedroom on the other side of the living room. A few orderlies overheard them in the living room. They looked down to see Gu Nianji wearing such a large pair of men's slippers. They wanted to laugh. Follow me. Hua Xiaoheng didn't look back. Yes. When they arrived at Gu Nianji's bedroom, Hua Xiaoheng walked in first. The living room was fine, but the bedroom was dark. Hua Xiaoheng turned on the light at the door. The soft night light poured into the bedroom. There were no signs of outsiders entering the room. The floor-to-ceiling curtains were lowered, and the floor-to-ceiling windows were tightly shut. A corner of the blanket on her bed was lifted. It was probably because she had gotten up in a hurry. Gu Nianji followed in and saw the situation. She said in shock, I clearly saw someone sitting at the head of my bed. It's a woman. She's very beautiful. This was the second chapter of 2 chapters in one, including the second added chapter of Bookworm's July 1688 Spiritual Pet Fate. I'm too sleepy. I'll edit it tomorrow. That's it for today. It's the end of the month. Everyone, please vote for the Major General. Chapter 196. Did he have a nightmare? One of the orderlies behind him muttered in a low voice. He also found it a little unbelievable. They had been orderlies in the Home Manor for many years, but this was the first time they had encountered something like this. There were strict security measures both inside and outside the house, and no outsider had ever broken in. How could a woman have suddenly broken through their defenses? Gu Nianji walked to her bed in a daze and pulled back the quilt that was only partially uncovered. She discovered that the sheets were as smooth as if no one had slept in them. She knew what was going on and turned to look at Hua Xiaoheng sternly. Uncle Hua, do you trust me? I do. Hua Xiaoheng stood at the bedroom door with his hands behind his back. He did not walk to Gu Nianji's bed, but instead walked towards the French curtains on the south wall of the bedroom. Lifting a corner of the curtains, Hua Xiaoheng placed his hand on the handle of the French window and gently pushed it open a crack. The cold wind and flying snow immediately rushed into the bedroom. The window is open. Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at the orderlies. Who cleaned this room today? The orderlies shook their heads. Sir, the servants cleaned this room. We don't do this. They were only responsible for the safety of 2 military figures in the Hua family. Grandfather Hua Xiwenong, the retired former vice president of the military, and his son, Hua Guanxin, the current director of the military political department. Their meals were prepared by special orderlies, and they did not eat with the rest of the Hua family. Now, the Hua Xiaoheng was back. The orderlies had one more person to serve. Gu Nianji was not a member of the military, so her affairs should be taken care of by the Hua family servants. Hua Xiaoheng turned to look out the window. He remembered that along the flower bed and garden, there was a line of iron street lamps that illuminated the area. It was as bright as day at night, so the curtains in the Hua Manor had to be strictly shaded. But now all the street lamps outside were out. This was no ordinary occurrence. Why are the street lamps outside gone? Hua Xiaoheng quietly closed the window and locked it. He lowered the curtains and turned to look at the orderlies. The leader of the orderlies was pale. He had not noticed this problem. The small suite that Gu Nianji lived in was a corner of the Hua Manor that had been empty for a long time. No one had lived in it for more than a decade. This time, Hua Xiaoheng had ordered someone to call back at the last minute to say that he was going home for the new year, so the Hua family had hurriedly packed. The street lamp outside the suite was not in an important position, so it did not matter whether it was on or off. But today was different. Chief, you mean someone came in through the floor-to-ceiling window? The leader of the orderlies quickly saluted. I'll get someone to fix the street lamps. Hua Xiaoheng waved his hand as if he didn't want to pursue the matter. I'll fix it tomorrow. Lock this place and don't let anyone near. Yes, Chief. Hua Xiaoheng walked to Gu Nianji's side. Pack your things and stay at my place. Gu Nianji couldn't have asked for more. She rushed to the bathroom to put her toiletries back into her suitcase and followed Hua Xiaoheng out. Hua Xiaoheng walked a few steps and heard the sound of her slippers and the rumbling of her suitcase on the floor. He turned around and took the suitcase from her hand. With the other hand, he held her hand and led her into his suite. The door to the suite slammed shut. Of course, the orderlies didn't follow them in. They discussed it and sent a few people to guard the door to Gu Nianji's room and not let anyone near. Gu Nianji followed Hua Xiaoheng into his suite and finally had the time to look around. Hua Xiaoheng had carried her in earlier and had gone straight to his master bedroom. She hadn't had a chance to take a good look around. What are you looking at? Aren't you going to sleep? Hua Xiaoheng pointed to his bedroom. You sleep there. I'll sleep in the guest bedroom. His suite had 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. There was a master bedroom with a bathroom, 2 guest bedrooms that shared a bathroom, a spacious living room that served as the living room, and a fully equipped study. Gu Nianji refused. She lowered her head and followed Hua Xiaoheng. She whispered, Uncle Hua, do you really believe me? Yes, go to sleep first. We'll talk tomorrow. Hua Xiaoheng saw that she wasn't moving. He picked up her suitcase with one hand and held her arm with the other. He carried her to his master bedroom. He put down the suitcase and led Gu Nianji to his king-size bed. Don't think about it. Go to sleep. But I really saw it. It wasn't a dream. Gu Nianji looked up and grabbed Hua Xiaoheng's wrist. And after I ran out, someone came into my bedroom. How do you know? Because the sheets were too smooth. Gu Nianji was still trembling. She stuttered as she spoke. I jumped out of bed and didn't even turn around to tidy the sheets. But when I went in just now, Uncle Hua saw it too. The sheets were neatly laid out. Only one corner was lifted. And I remember I got up in such a hurry that when I ran out, I dragged half the sheets to the floor. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her and listened to her quietly. His dark eyes were like jade and contained a hidden brilliance. He seemed to understand everything, but perhaps he didn't care. When she finished, Hua Xiaoheng moved past her and bent down to shake the sheets off the bed. He saw that there were some wrinkles on his sheets. Yes, this was the look of someone who had gotten out of bed in a hurry. Gu Nianji's bed must have been rearranged. Hua Xiaoheng quietly put her on the bed and covered her with a blanket. Be good. Go to sleep. Gu Nianji had no choice but to close her eyes. She felt Hua Xiaoheng leave the master bedroom and turn off the lights at the door before leaving. After he left, Gu Nianji opened her eyes in the darkness. If she slept alone, she was used to having a nightlight on. She couldn't sleep alone in the complete darkness. She tossed and turned in bed for a long time, but still couldn't fall asleep. She was also a little scared. Gu Nianji couldn't understand why something like this had happened to her first night at the Hua Manor. She recalled the woman in the white robe over and over again. She couldn't shake the feeling that she looked familiar. She had a very good memory. She could almost remember everything she saw. She had caught a glimpse of the woman in the dark, but she still firmly remembered some of the typical features of the woman's appearance. For example, her eyes were long and narrow, and her eyelashes must have been very thick. She remembered that when she looked down at her, her eyes looked like they were lined with eyeliner. Her nose was high and exquisite. It was the smoothest line. The shape of her lips was beautiful, and her skin color must have been very, very fair. Because under the dim light, Gu Nianji only thought that the woman was as white as snow. She was so beautiful that she couldn't speak. There seemed to be a timid expression on her face, but there was also curiosity. When she reached out, she probably didn't have any ill intentions towards her, right? Gu Nianji turned in bed again. She really couldn't fall asleep. Finally, she sat up and punched the bed helplessly. Then she hugged her head and spaced out. Hua Xiaoheng didn't fall asleep in the second bedroom. He could hear the slightest movement next door because he hadn't closed the door. Finally, he heard the sound of Gu Nianji punching the bed. He also couldn't fall asleep. He lifted the blankets and got up. He went to his master bedroom and turned on the lights. He saw Gu Nianji sitting on the bed, hugging her legs and resting her head between her knees. Gu Nianji sensed someone coming in and immediately looked up in alarm. The lights immediately came on. Hua Xiaoheng was already walking over from the master bedroom door. Can't sleep? Choosing a bed, Hua Xiaoheng sat on the edge of the bed. The mattress actually sank deeply, and Gu Nianji felt that her center of gravity was about to be unstable. She moved closer to Hua Xiaoheng and muttered, "It's too dark in the room." Hua Xiaoheng's master bedroom, whether it was the ceiling lamp or the bedside lamp, were very bright. There weren't any dim yellow night lights that were specially used at night. Gu Nianji had fallen asleep in the suite earlier because she was tired and sleepy, but she hadn't slept for long before she started dreaming. Now that she had been messing around for a long time, she was almost awake. "I'll get someone to buy night lights tomorrow." Hua Xiaoheng lifted the blankets. "Go to sleep." Gu Nianji had no choice but to slide back under the blankets and look at Hua Xiaoheng eagerly. "Thinking you not leave?" This was the first update. Today's second update was also 2 updates in one, including the first update to reward GU's spiritual pet fate. It was around 1 in the afternoon. It's the end of the month. Dear friends, vote for the Major General with your monthly and recommendation votes. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 197. Hua Xiaoheng stared at Gu Nianji for a while without blinking. The silence in the bedroom was frighteningly quiet. Gu Nianji blinked and finally couldn't stand Hua Xiaoheng's stare. She looked away at the French curtains on the south wall and muttered, "You have a French window here too? I'm scared." Hua Xiaoheng turned to look and adjusted the blankets for her. "That window is bulletproof glass. Don't be scared." Gu Nianji was speechless. She closed her eyes in defeat and didn't speak again. But a hand quietly reached out from under the blankets and grabbed the corner of Hua Xiaoheng's pajamas. Hua Xiaoheng felt it as soon as he got up. He looked down at the fair hand, and after a long time, he took it and put it back under the blankets. "I'm not leaving. I'll sleep on the sofa." Hua Xiaoheng's master bedroom was much larger than the one in Gu Nianji's small suite. Not only was there a desk opposite the bed, but there was also a large sofa. Gu Nianji sighed in relief and quietly opened her eyes to see Hua Xiaoheng go to the second bedroom next door to bring a blanket and pillow over. He placed it on the sofa and turned off the lights before falling asleep. Gu Nianji's nervousness quickly disappeared with Hua Xiaoheng's company in the bedroom. Drowsiness hit her like a mountain, and she fell asleep almost as soon as she tilted her head. Hua Xiaoheng looked in Gu Nianji's direction from the sofa, his gaze deep and unreadable. After a long time, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next morning, Hua Xiaoheng woke up at 7. He was used to waking up at 6, but because he had slept late the night before, he slept an extra hour. He took his clothes to the bathroom to wash up. When he came out, he saw Gu Nianji sleeping soundly under the blankets. Her little face was blushing, so red that it wasn't normal. Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. He reached out to touch Gu Nianji's forehead and found that she really had a fever. Remembering that Gu Nianji hadn't locked the French window in her bedroom yesterday, Hua Xiaoheng knew that Gu Nianji must have caught a cold then been frightened, so she couldn't handle the fever. Gu Nianji rarely got sick and usually managed to handle a fever. Hua Xiaoheng rarely let her take medicine. He only called Chun Lai to ask him what degree her fever needed to be sent to the hospital. Chun Lai was very surprised that Gu Nianji had fallen sick as soon as she went to the Hor residence. He quickly said, anyone else would have been sent to the hospital if they were 39 degrees Celsius. Nianji didn't make it to 40 degrees. Nonsense, Hua Xiaoheng retorted. At 40 degrees Celsius, even if he could carry it, he would be confused. You, a Mongolian doctor, should really go back to the furnace and be reborn. Chun Lai hated it when people questioned his professionalism. He was furious and rolled up his sleeves, ready to argue with Hua Xiaoheng. However, Hua Xiaoheng immediately hung up and blocked Chun Lai's number so that he could not harass him. Hua Xiaoheng found a thermometer to measure the temperature of Gu Nianji's forehead. He found that it was less than 39 degrees. So he set it aside and went out for breakfast. Eldest cousin brother, you're awake? Where's Miss Gu? Hua Jialan was instructing the servants to prepare breakfast. I'm not sure what Miss Gu likes, so I asked Madame Chun to make a few dishes according to the Sea City cuisine. See if she likes it. Hua Xiaoheng wore casual clothes at home, a simple white shirt over a black t-shirt. The hem was tucked under a black military leather belt, and custom-made black wool trousers made his legs look longer. At 188 meters, he was much taller than Zhang Wenjie, who had just come in. Zhang Wenjie was 175 meters, not short, but in front of Hua Xiaoheng, he was not tall enough. His body was thin and frail, like a child's. He was a bit afraid to see Hua Xiaoheng, so he greeted him carefully and found a seat far away from him to sit down. Hua Xiaoheng nodded at Zhang Wenjie in a rare and pleasant manner and said, "Good morning." He then sat down and looked at the fried buns, rice balls, glutinous rice porridge, youtiao, and soy milk on the table. He even bowed to Hua Jialan and said, "Thank you." He then asked Zhang Wenjie, "Do you want some?" Zhang Wenjie, who had just arrived at the dining room, saw this scene and her eyes almost fell to the floor. The current eldest cousin brother was completely different from how he was 6 years ago. In the past, he would not even look them in the eye, but now he was so polite to Zhang Wenjie and Hua Jialan. Of course, perhaps it was because he had become a high-ranking official that he knew how to hide his emotions and use superficial courtesy to hide all his true emotions. Zhang Wenjie understood this point. She walked over with a conflicted expression and nodded to Hua Xiaoheng. "Good morning, eldest cousin brother." Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at her. "Morning." Zhang Wenjie sat down next to Zhang Wenjie and glanced at him. Zhang Wenjie shrugged and made an "I don't know" gesture, then looked at Hua Xiaoheng. "Eldest cousin brother, where's Miss Gu? Why isn't she out for breakfast?" Hua Jialan also wanted to ask, "The fried buns won't taste good when they get cold." Before Hua Xiaoheng could answer, the orderlies had already brought his special breakfast over. His meals were specially prepared by the army orderlies, and even the kitchen stove was in a different place from the rest of the Hua family. Looking at the large medium rare steak, cheese pancakes, and a plate of beef buns, Hua Jialan's mouth twitched. "Eldest cousin brother, it's not good to eat this early in the morning. High calorie, high fat, and high protein could also lead to high blood fat and cholesterol." However, she had not considered that with Hua Xiaoheng's daily activities in the army, he had to eat like this to ensure his nutrition. Hua Xiaoheng did not explain further. He only said dryly, "I've been eating like this ever since I joined the army." Zhang Wenjie was extremely envious. Looking at his bread and bacon, he wanted nothing more than to have a steak or beef buns. Hua Xiaoheng saw his envious gaze and pushed the fried bun in front of him. "Wenjie, eat this." Zhang Wenjie was flattered. "Is this really for me?" "Not for Miss Gu. She's sick. She doesn't eat these things." Hua Xiaoheng picked up his knife and fork to cut the steak as he instructed the orderlies beside him. "Call the army doctor over to treat Nianji. She'll be eating with me from now on. Remember to make her an extra portion." The orderlies hurriedly agreed, then asked, "What is Miss Gu like?" "Fresher would be good. Now that she's sick, we can make it a little stronger." Hua Xiaoheng instructed casually as he quickly finished the steak and started on the beef buns. Hua Jialan rubbed her hands anxiously. "Eldest cousin brother, Miss Gu is sick? What illness?" "Fever. She caught a cold last night." Hua Xiaoheng finished his breakfast and drank a cup of coffee before standing up. "Enjoy your meal." When the Zhang siblings' father, Zhang Baochen, and mother, Qin Shihui, came in, Hua Xiaoheng had just walked out of the dining room. "Uncle Zhang, Aunt Zhang." He bowed slightly and paused in his steps before leaving. Hua Jialan also greeted Zhang Baochen and Qin Shihui before carrying a box of breakfast upstairs. Hua Xiaoheng returned to his suite and turned on his computer to work for a while before he heard the doorbell ring. The intercom said that the army doctor had arrived. Hua Xiaoheng got up to open the door and welcomed a female army doctor. "Zieten?" Hua Xiaoheng was a bit surprised. "Why are you here?" "Nianji is coming to the imperial capital to study, so Chun Lai sent me here a long time ago." Zieten smiled. "But we didn't expect her to fall sick as soon as she arrived." Hua Xiaoheng understood now. He must have called Chun Lai and told him about Nianji's fever. So Chun Lai immediately notified Yi Zieten, who was already in the imperial capital. Chun Lai had always been Gu Nianji's doctor, with Yi Zieten helping occasionally. Yi Zieten walked in and took out a thermometer and stethoscope from the medical kit. She checked Nianji's temperature for a long time before saying, "She should be fine. It's 38. 5 degrees now." Hua Xiaoheng nodded. It was 39 degrees earlier, so it looks like the fever has subsided. Yi Zieten agreed. It's best if the fever subsides on its own. If it doesn't, then take the medicine. I'll leave the fever medicine here, just in case. Knowing that Nianji was fine, Hua Xiaoheng went to the study to work. But not long after he went in, Hua Jialan said over the intercom that she had something to say to him. Hua Xiaoheng opened the door to let her in, and the two of them talked in the small living room. "Cousin brother, Nianji stayed with you yesterday?" Hua Jialan poked her head in the direction of Hua Xiaoheng's bedroom. "Yeah, she'll be staying here from now on." Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything else. "It's only for a little over a week." "That's not a good idea." Hua Jialan objected tactfully. Although cousin brother is Miss Gu's guardian, Miss Gu is already 18 years old. She's a big girl, and she's living with you. What's wrong with that? Hua Xiaoheng didn't bat an eyelid. He didn't seem to care at all. Her condition is special. She can't be frightened. This is certified by the doctor. Can't be frightened? Hua Jialan was taken aback. Does she also have... She doesn't. Hua Xiaoheng cut her off without hesitation, his gaze becoming stern. She's just timid, and she's still a young girl. Don't think so dirty. Hua Jialan almost choked on Hua Xiaoheng's words like she had swallowed a fly. She stood up abruptly and clenched her fists angrily. "Then I'm sorry to bother you. Cousin brother, I'm doing this for your own good. You're a major general. You can't make mistakes. There's so many eyes on you." "I know," Hua Xiaoheng said dryly. "You don't have to worry about me. Get out." Hua Jialan tried to persuade him a bit more, but Hua Xiaoheng had already gone to the study without looking back, leaving Hua Jialan alone in the living room. She remained silent for a while, but didn't dare go to Hua Xiaoheng's bedroom to look for Gu Nianji. In the end, she left sullenly. Gu Nianji slept until the sun was setting, and only woke up at almost 5 p.m. She was drenched in sweat, and her fever had completely subsided, but her body was still sweaty and uncomfortable. Her mind was still groggy from the fever, and she sat up lazily to stretch. She took off her sweaty pajamas. Hua Xiaoheng heard her wake up and quickly walked in to tell her something, but saw her fair breasts jiggling like a bunny when he entered the room. He immediately turned and backed away, closing the bedroom door tightly at the same time. When Gu Nianji heard the sound of the door closing, she realized that she wasn't in her own bedroom, but Hua Xiaoheng's. She quickly put on her sweaty pajamas and got out of bed to open the bedroom door. "Uncle Hua, what's up?" Hua Xiaoheng stood with his back to her. He didn't even turn around when he heard her come out. He said, "It's already evening. Hurry up and get changed for dinner." With that, he walked directly to the study and slammed the door shut. Gu Nianji was a bit surprised. "It's already evening? Did I sleep the whole day?" Seeing that the door to Hua Xiaoheng's study was tightly shut, she didn't want to disturb him. She quickly found her suitcase, opened it, and took out her underwear and jacket. She carried them to the bathroom to shower. When she came out, she found that the door to Hua Xiaoheng's study was already open, but he wasn't inside. He must have gone to eat dinner. Gu Nianji found her slippers and put them on. She also left Hua Xiaoheng's suite to go to the dining room for dinner. It was the time for the orderlies to change shifts. When Gu Nianji came out, she didn't see anyone standing guard at the door. She followed the path she remembered and walked to the living room. If she remembered correctly, the dining room was on the other side of the living room. She walked down a long hallway and was about to turn right when she caught a glimpse of a woman wearing a complicated pink cardigan and a pink wool skirt standing at the end of a small alley on her left. She took a few steps forward and suddenly remembered something. She whipped her head around to look again. That woman was clearly the woman in the white robe who had appeared in her bedroom yesterday. Gu Nianji blinked. The woman was still standing in front of the window at the end of the alley, looking at her with a smile. "Who are you?" Gu Nianji couldn't help but walk over. "Are you also a member of the Hua family?" As she walked closer, Gu Nianji discovered that the woman was a bit older, but she was definitely no older than 30. She had delicate and fair skin, bright and moving features, and a bit of innocence and shyness in her expression. She looked like an 18 or 19-year-old girl. If it weren't for the slight crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, Gunyinji really would have thought the woman was her age. The woman saw Gunyinji walk over and said quietly, "Your dress is so pretty." Gunyinji had just changed into a light purple Chanel sheath dress she had taken out of her suitcase. Naturally, Chanel's clothes were different. Young people didn't look old in them, and older people looked elegant and calm in them, making it impossible to tell their age. Gunyinji looked at the woman's envious eyes and smiled. "You're so pretty. I've never seen someone so beautiful. Are you a member of the Hua family?" The woman blinked. A member of the Hua family? A faint blush appeared on her face, and her voice grew softer. "I want to be a member of the Hua family too. But Guanchin said I can't get married until I'm 18. I have to wait until I'm 22. Gunyinji froze. Guanchin? If she remembered correctly, Hua Xiaoheng's father was Hua Guanchin. But this woman, no matter how she looked at it, was older than 18. "You're saying you're only 18? That's why you can't get married?" Gunyinji asked suspiciously. "What's your name? Were you the one who went to my bedroom yesterday?" The woman tilted her head and thought about it. "What's my name?" "I'm Song Jining." "Yes, that's my name. I went to your bedroom?" "No, that's my own room." Gunyinji was surprised. Remembering that she was going to have dinner, she said to the woman, "Miss Song, right? Have you had dinner? Come have dinner with me." As she spoke, she extended her hand to Song Jining. Song Jining hesitated, but still slowly reached out to take Gunyinji's hand. Her hand was indeed very cold. Gunyinji led her to the dining room. They walked into the dining room hand in hand, and everyone inside stood up in shock. Hua Jialan even rushed over and took Song Jinning's hand from Gunyinji's. "Second aunt, why are you here again?" She then scolded the servants. "How are you working? You can't even look after a patient." This was the second update, and also the first two updates combined, including the first update to reward Chiyue, the leader of the alliance. It's the end of the month, so please vote for the Major General. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 198. Song Jining looked extremely uneasy. Her beautiful phoenix eyes quickly welled up with tears. She looked like she was about to burst into tears. She timidly glanced at Hua Guanchin, but Hua Guanchin was still sitting next to Grandfather Hua with a frown on his face. He had no intention of looking at her. Song Jinning's eyes became even more watery. "Auntie Xing, Auntie Yu, hurry up and take second aunt upstairs." Hua Jialan scrambled to take Song Jining away. Gunyinji couldn't help being shocked when she heard Hua Jialan call her second aunt. Hua Xiaoheng's father, Hua Guanchin, was Hua Jialan's second uncle. So this second aunt was Hua Guanchin's wife? Looking at her age, she couldn't be older than 30. So she couldn't be Hua Xiaoheng's biological mother? Gunyinji's mind raced as she stole a glance at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng was sitting with his back to them. He didn't turn around, so Gunyinji couldn't see his expression. She only felt his back straighten. Gunyinji rarely saw Hua Xiaoheng so serious. She turned to look at Song Jining again. Song Jining saw that Gunyinji was the only one in the room looking at her intently. She looked at her pleadingly. Gunyinji was no stranger to this kind of panicked and helpless expression. When she had just narrowly escaped a car accident, she often saw herself in the mirror with this kind of panicked expression. It was like she didn't fit in with the world. She instinctively squeezed Song Jinning's hand and turned to Hua Jialan. She asked gently, "Sister Lan, what illness does Mrs. Hua have? I don't think she has a fever." In Gunyinji's mind, only a fever could be considered an illness. Hua Jialan stared at Gunyinji in shock for a while before shaking her head. "She doesn't have a fever, but she's definitely sick." "Really?" Gunyinji pitted Song Jining even more. "What illness?" "I'm not sick." Song Jining muttered indignantly. "I'm not sick," she repeated to Gunyinji. Tears were about to fall from her eyes, but she insisted that she wasn't sick. "Yes, I believe you." Gunyinji squeezed her hand again and felt that she was probably the only one who didn't know about this. No one in the restaurant spoke, so they were probably really sick. However, looking at the woman's expression, Gunyinji really couldn't think of what kind of illness could be like this. Song Jining could speak clearly, recognize the road, and talk to people. If she was mentally ill, it would be impossible. Gun Yinji had seen Chun Lai's cameo as a psychiatrist before, so she had read many psychology books. She was no stranger to the evaluation and diagnosis of mental illness. Do you really believe me? Song Jining was a little excited. Do you really believe me? Before Gun Yinji could reply, Jialan suddenly asked, Second aunt, how old are you? 18. I'm 18. What's wrong? Song Jining looked at Hua Jialan in confusion. Haven't you asked me that many times? Hua Jialan crossed her arms and looked at Gun Yinji. She raised her chin. See? That's her illness. I still don't understand. Gun Yinji shook her head. Can you explain more? My second aunt thinks she's always 18. It's been more than a decade, and she hasn't changed. My second aunt is actually almost 50 years old. Hua Jialan didn't expect Gun Yinji to be so insistent. She thought Gun Yinji was being too nosy and frowned. However, she still explained Song Jining's illness. In front of so many members of the Hua family, Song Jining was already giving Hua a Xiaoheng face by not saying that she was mentally ill. However, Gun Yinji wasn't stupid, so she should be able to understand what she was implying, right? So her real age was almost 50. That must be Hua Xiaoheng's biological mother. Gun Yinji smiled and said to Hua Jialan, Are you serious? If this is an illness, then almost all women in the world are mentally ill. What do you mean? This time it was Hua Jialan's turn to be confused. She had clearly said it, so why didn't Gun Yinji understand? The Hua family had hidden Song Jining well all these years and hired people to take care of her. They didn't want her to go out and embarrass herself. You don't understand? Gun Yinji pulled Song Jining's hand away from Hua Jialan's and said with a smile, Don't most women think they'll always be 18? It's just that most people don't say it out loud. Gun Yinji held Song Jining's hand and said with a smile, I'm the same as you. I also want to be 18 forever. Don't worry, I'll be sick with you. Song Jining's uneasiness was immediately alleviated. She immediately felt wronged. Really? You're 18 too? That's great. I tell them so many times every day, but they don't believe me. They even say I'm sick. Her eyes were rimmed with tears. Yes, of course I believe you. These people don't understand the world of forever 18-year-olds. But it's okay. Who needs them to understand? Whatever we say is what we say. If you say you're 18, then you're 18. Whoever doesn't believe me can hang themselves. Who cares about them? Song Jining was ecstatic when she heard Gun Yinji's words. She wrapped both hands around Gun Yinji's hand and said, No need to hang yourself. Even if you don't believe me, you don't have to hang yourself. I just want one person to believe me. I believe you completely. Gun Yinji pulled Song Jining to the dining table and said, Come, have dinner with everyone. If anyone says you're sick, I'll take care of them for you. She glanced at Hua Jialan with a smile. Hua Jialan shook her head with a wry smile. She walked over to Grandfather Hua and Hua Guanchen and said awkwardly, Grandfather, second uncle, what do you think we should do? Second aunt's illness has never been good, and now someone is adding fuel to the fire and going crazy with her. Won't it worsen her illness? I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. Song Jining screamed, clutching her head. Perhaps it was the word crazy that Hua Jialan had said that agitated her. Gun Yinji quickly coaxed her. Okay. You're not crazy. You're not crazy. Song Jining immediately snuggled into Gun Yinji's arms and trembled. Sister Lan, don't say that. I really don't think it's crazy to think that you'll always be 18. Gun Yinji shot Hua Jialan a disapproving look and immediately changed the subject. Sister Lan, hurry up and serve the dishes. Everyone's hungry. What's for dinner? Gun Yinji's seat was next to Hua Xiaoheng, so the seat next to her was given to Song Jining. Song Jining sat on the other side of Zhang Wenna. She watched with interest as Gun Yinji coaxed Song Jining and looked meaningfully at her parents. The corners of Hua Jialan's mouth twitched. She hadn't expected Gun Yinji to turn the tables so quickly, but she didn't mind and immediately ordered the kitchen to serve the dishes. She walked over to Hua Xiaoheng and whispered, Cousin brother, shouldn't you discipline Miss Gu a little? Hua Xiaoheng's gaze had been fixed on Gun Yinji, and when he heard Hua Jialan's words, he raised his hand in objection. No need. Serve the dishes. Gun Yinji gently patted Song Jinning's back as she spoke to her softly. Song Jinning gradually calmed down and sat up straight. She smiled at Gun Yinji fawningly and asked, "What do you like to eat? I know how to cook. I'll make it for you tomorrow." Gun Yinji quickly nodded. "I must try Mrs. was cooking tomorrow." Song Jinning blushed slightly and quickly glanced at Hua Guanchen sitting across from her. She leaned over to Gun Yinji's ear and whispered, "I'm not married yet, so I'm not Mrs. Hua yet." She paused, then continued shyly, "But I'm very happy that you call me Mrs. Hua." Her pale cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were like limpid autumn waters, sparkling. She looked like a young girl who had just fallen in love. Gun Yinji looked at her skin and remembered Hua Jialan saying Song Jinning was almost 50. She asked enviously, "Mrs. Hua, you take care of your skin so well. How do you do it? Can you share?" Song Jinning was particularly interested in this topic and rambled on about how to take care of her skin. She then asked Gun Yinji about the brand of clothes and where she bought them. Gun Yinji discussed clothes, shoes, and bags enthusiastically with her, and suddenly discovered that they had a lot in common equals. It was her first time at the Hor residence, and she didn't know that this was the first time Song Jinning had spoken so much in over a decade since she got sick. Moreover, her manner and intonation were completely normal. Grandfather Hua and Hua Guanchen were both shocked and looked at them with complicated expressions. Finally, they looked at Hua Xiaoheng. This was the first update. Today's second update was also 2 updates in one, including the second update to reward Jiyue and Qiyue for the spiritual pet affinity. It was around 1 p.m. Today is Monday. My dear friends, let's vote for the Major General, especially the recommendation votes. Thank you very much. Chapter 199. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's lips relaxed, but there was no obvious smile. Sensing Grandfather Hua and Hua Guanchen looking at him, Hua Xiaoheng looked up to meet their gazes. "What's up?" Grandfather Hua wanted to say something, but seeing Hua Xiaoheng's protective expression, he could only swallow his words and pick up his chopsticks. "Let's eat. Everyone. Let's eat, let's eat." Hua Guanchen, Uncle Zhang, and Aunt Zhang quickly picked up their chopsticks as well. Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie smiled and whispered to Gun Yinji, "Miss Gu, let's eat." The Hua family had a strict rule of not talking while eating. Gun Yinji used to be like this when she was with Hua Xiaoheng, but this time she was chatting happily with Song Jinning and reluctantly picked up her chopsticks. Song Jinning heard it and whispered to Gun Yinji with a smile, "Let's talk after dinner." "Okay." Gun Yinji nodded firmly. There were dozens of dishes on the rectangular walnut table, but each had their own place. Grandfather Hua, Hua Guanchen, and Hua Xiaoheng each had 3 dishes and 1 soup in front of them, so they had to eat by themselves. Gun Yinji also had 3 dishes and 1 soup in front of her, which Hua Xiaoheng had specifically instructed his orderlies to make. Everyone else had the Hua family's cook. Song Jinning's food was usually served upstairs, but this time, Gun Yinji asked her to stay and brought the food over. Gun Yinji looked at Song Jinning carefully and saw that she ate very elegantly. She pursed her lips tightly as she chewed and ate in small mouthfuls. She also used chopsticks skillfully. The way she ate was very similar to Hua Xiaoheng. Gun Yinji had learned the way she ate from Hua Xiaoheng. Now that she was sitting next to Song Jinning, she suddenly realized where Hua Xiaoheng had learned his eating habits from. Thinking about how Hua Xiaoheng's mother had become like this, Gun Yinji suddenly felt depressed and only ate quietly. She didn't want to talk even when drinking tea after eating. Song Jinning had finally found someone who was willing to talk to her and listen to her after all these years, so she was very attached to Gun Yinji. She looked at her eagerly and even personally picked up the red clay teapot to pour tea for her. Gun Yinji was shocked and quickly took the teapot. "Mrs. Hua, let me do it." Song Jinning smiled at her. "What's your name?" "My name is Gun Yinji." Gun Yinji looked down to pour tea for Song Jinning, then poured a cup for herself. Just as she was about to drink, Hua Xiaoheng took the teacup from her hand and said dryly, "You're going to sleep at night, so you shouldn't drink tea." Gun Yinji replied with an, "Oh," and remembered that she had slept the entire day. If she still drank tea now, she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Thus, she stopped drinking. Song Jining looked at Hua Xiaoheng shyly, then whispered in Gun Yinji's ear, "Is he your boyfriend?" Gun Yinji was speechless. Her face flushed uncontrollably, and her big misty eyes looked dreamy. She looked like she was drunk. However, she could feel Hua Xiaoheng's gaze piercing into her back like a needle. Gun Yinji could only put on a smile that was uglier than crying and shook her head lightly. "He's not my boyfriend." "Then he's your husband?" Song Jining asked curiously and stared at Hua Xiaoheng from head to toe. "He's really good looking. He's a good match for you." Gun Yinji stared blankly at Song Jining and suddenly understood a cruel truth. Since Song Jining didn't remember being married, then she probably didn't remember having a child, right? Then did she not remember that Hua Xiaoheng was her biological son? This realization made Gun Yinji gasp. She turned around, her eyes filled with sympathy and pity as she stared at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her and instantly understood what was going on in her little head. He couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. When he was younger, he might have felt resentful because of this, but now he was so strong that he didn't need to rely on anyone or any emotions to support himself. "It's getting late. Rest early." Hua Xiaoheng stood up and casually pulled Gun Yinji up. "You haven't done your homework yet. School is about to start. Go back and do it." Gun Yinji was tongue-tied. She really wanted to say, when did she have homework? But Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her, and she immediately lost her temper. She smiled sheepishly at Song Jining. "Mrs. Hua, I have to go back and do my homework. I'll play with you tomorrow." Song Jining was a little afraid of Hua Xiaoheng. When he looked at her, Song Jining turned away uncomfortably. "Okay, I'll talk to you tomorrow." Song Jining stood up as well. Hua Jialan quickly walked over to hold her arm, but smiled without saying anything. She walked her upstairs. Gun Yinji politely said goodbye to Grandfather Hua and Hua Guanchen, then said goodbye to Uncle Zhang, Aunt Zhang, Zhang Wenna, and Zhang Wenjia one by one before following Hua Xiaoheng back to his suite. Hua Xiaoheng closed the door as soon as they entered. The suite's soundproofing was too good. Even if there was a gunfight outside, it wouldn't necessarily be heard inside. Once inside, Gun Yinji dropped her pretense and looked up at Hua Xiaoheng with displeasure. "Hua Xiao, when did I have homework? Why didn't I know? Call me uncle." Hua Xiaoheng instinctively reminded her. He didn't want to argue with her about homework. It was just an excuse. He didn't need to explain. Hua Xiaoheng walked to the study alone. He reminded her, "Rest early. Your fever just subsided." Gun Yinji glared at Hua Xiaoheng's back. She couldn't believe he just left like that, but she didn't dare chase after him to his study. When she lived with Hua Xiaoheng in the past, his study was forbidden to her. She couldn't go there unless he told her to. Gun Yinji stomped her feet and went to the master bedroom to wash up. As she changed into her pajamas, she remembered something. She ran to Hua Xiaoheng's study and knocked on the door. "Come in. The door isn't locked." Hua Xiaoheng's voice came from the study. Gun Yinji pushed the door gently. It opened. It wasn't locked. Hua Xiaoheng looked up from behind the desk. The sleeves of his white shirt were rolled up to his elbows, revealing his strong arms. The round collar of his black t-shirt revealed his exquisite collarbones. His dark, jade-like eyes looked at her quietly. "What's up?" Gun Yinji pointed at the black t-shirt at Hua Xiaoheng's collar. "Uncle Hua, you promised to give me a few more of those t-shirts to make pajamas for when we got back." Hua Xiaoheng thought about it. "I brought a few over, but they're not new." "Not new?" Gun Yinji's eyes lit up. "Old is good. Old is more comfortable. I like old." Hua Xiaoheng looked at her in disbelief. He looked down and typed on the computer keyboard. "They're in the cabinet in the master bedroom. Go look for them yourself." Gun Yinji agreed happily and turned to leave. Hua Xiaoheng suddenly remembered something. He quickly got up from behind the desk and caught up to Gun Yinji. "I'll get them for you." Gun Yinji had no choice but to follow him into the master bedroom. Hua Xiaoheng personally opened the master bedroom closet and found 3 black t-shirts for her. They were all worn, but they were clean and smelled like they had been dried. You can use this closet. Hua Xiaoheng moved his things out of the right closet and stuffed them into the left one. His clothes were very simple. They were all issued by the military. There was a winter uniform, a general's uniform, and a regular uniform. His overcoat was hung separately in the other closet, so it was easy to pack. Gun Yinji brought her suitcase over and said hesitantly, "But I'll be leaving after a few days. Uncle Hua doesn't have to make room for me in the closet, right?" Hua Xiaoheng's hand paused. He pursed his lips and turned around. He said calmly, "You'll be studying for 3 years in the imperial capital. You'll have plenty of time to come back." But Gun Yinji gritted her teeth and fought back. "I'm already 18. Uncle Hua, you're no longer my guardian. I'm not your guardian, but I'm still your uncle." Hua Xiaoheng put his hands in his trouser pockets and leaned against the closet. The white light spilled over his head, accentuating his handsome features. Gun Yinji looked at him almost greedily. She didn't dare to argue and didn't want to. Her courage evaporated under Hua Xiaoheng's brooding gaze. She looked down and crossed her arms in front of her chest. "Fine, I'll let you go." Hua Xiaoheng saw her pitiful expression and couldn't just walk away. He thought about it and sat on the sofa. He waved at Gun Yinji. "Come here." Gun Yinji turned her head to look at him. She didn't want to go over. "Uncle Hua, what's the matter? Just tell me. I can hear you." Hua Xiaoheng didn't force her. He rubbed his temples and finally started talking about the day's events. "Yinji, about my mother." Gun Yinji perked up and walked over to sit next to Hua Xiaoheng. She took his arm and said, "Song Jining is really your mother? Your biological mother, right?" "Yes." Hua Xiaoheng leaned forward. He clasped his hands together and rested his elbows on his knees. He looked straight ahead. "Thank you for talking to her today. But don't do it again." "Why? Since she's sick, can't talking to her help her recover?" Gun Yinji didn't understand. She knew that psychiatrists had an important treatment method. It was to let patients talk as much as possible in a relaxed environment. Talking was a way to confide and to relieve stress. "The problem is," Hua Xiaoheng looked at her, "she'll forget what she said today after she sleeps. She won't even recognize you. You'll have to reintroduce yourself and tell her what you said today." "How many people do you think have the patience to repeat this process every day?" "Oh." Gun Yinji patted her chest. "So Annie Song has short-term memory loss." "No." Hua Xiaoheng looked up and sighed. 16 years ago, something happened in our family. My mother suddenly fainted. When she woke up, she only remembered what happened before she was 18 years old. She thought she had always been 18. Every day after that, she would forget what happened the day before. Gradually, no one in the Hua family spoke to her or paid attention to her anymore. They could only provide her with good food and drinks and have a doctor come and check on her regularly. Other than that, she lived in the Hua family's mansion like she didn't exist. Gun Yinji gripped Hua Xiaoheng's arm sympathetically. "She doesn't remember you either, right?" "Yes." Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at her. "But it's okay. It doesn't affect me. Don't think too much about it." Gun Yinji was speechless. Fine, since the powerful Uncle Hua didn't need anyone's sympathy, Gun Yinji could only rub her nose. "I understand, but..." She thought about it and said, "You said Annie Song will forget what happened the day before the next day, but I don't think that's necessarily true." Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything, nor did he correct her. He only looked at her inquiringly. "She was the woman who barged into my bedroom last night." Gun Yinji's eyes locked with Hua Xiaoheng's. "You knew about it yesterday, didn't you?" That was why he didn't let anyone investigate further. Gun Yinji's bedroom was on the first floor, and the south wall was lined with floor-to-ceiling windows. For some reason, the windows weren't locked and could be opened from the outside. Song Jining had snuck in at some point and sat by Gun Yinji's bed to look at her. However, it had snowed almost all night last night, so Song Jining must have left footprints in the snow when she came in. Therefore, the street lights outside were appropriately broken, so no one would be able to see the footprints in the snow for the time being. By this morning, the snow had already erased Song Jinning's footprint from last night, so the incident could be covered up. So Annie Song wasn't the only one at fault when she came to my room yesterday. Someone did it on purpose. Gun Yinji concluded. I don't know why this person would do such a thing. Hua Xiaoheng was silent for a long time before replying. Most of it is correct. But Gun Yinji wasn't done. When I came out for dinner this evening, I ran into Auntie Song in the hallway again. I think she remembers me. The look in her eyes and her interest in me shows that she doesn't know anything about what happened yesterday. Hua Xiaoheng's brows furrowed. Are you serious? Yes, I swear on my honor. Gun Yinji nodded solemnly. Uncle Hua, you know that my instincts are very accurate. Your instincts? Hua Xiaoheng gave her a sidelong glance. His gaze was almost condescending. Gun Yinji braced herself. Isn't that right? Are my instincts very accurate? Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and looked away. Go to sleep. Tomorrow. He paused. I'll take you to see my mother tomorrow. Gun Yinji's heart leaped with joy. She nodded profusely. Okay. I was planning on buying Annie Song a Chanel set for New Year. Yes, use this card. Hua Xiaoheng took out a card he had prepared for a long time from his trouser pocket. Use this card to buy things for you from now on. I don't need it. Gun Yinji quickly declined. I have scholarships and subsidies. It's enough for me to get by. Hua Xiaoheng flicked the black card. He looked down at her. How many scholarships do you have? Tens of thousands a year. Gun Yinji murmured. There's also subsidies. It's about 2,000 a month. That's enough to eat in the cafeteria. I'll also work part-time. He Ji-chu had once said that if she helped with cases, she would get a commission. The Chanel set you're wearing is worth more than tens of thousands. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her. He took her hand and placed the black card in her soft, fair palm. Take it. Be good. This was the second update, and also the second update of 2 updates in one. It included the second update of Chiyue, the leader of the Alliance, Er's spiritual pet affinity. Today is Monday. My dear friends, let's vote for the Major General, especially the recommendation votes. Thank you, dear friends. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 200. The shiny black credit card lay in Gun Yinji's delicate palm. The contrast between black and white was striking. Gun Yinji felt like she was holding a hot potato. She really wanted to return the card, but when she looked up at Hua Xiaoheng's handsome face and saw the unquestionable, undeniable expression on his face, Gun Yinji felt her legs go weak. She stood in front of Hua Xiaoheng with her hands spread, her expression conflicted and happy. Her eyelashes fluttered like butterflies, fanning huge waves in his heart. Hua Xiaoheng turned his head away, his hands itching to smoke. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his trouser pocket, his slender fingers fiddling with the pack as he debated whether or not to smoke. Gun Yinji's gaze was involuntarily drawn to his hands. His flawless hands. Every joint had the word perfect written all over them. She wanted nothing more than to touch them to erase all the regrets of her life. The undisguised obsession and greed in Gun Yinji's eyes suddenly delighted Hua Xiaoheng. He leaned forward slightly and lowered his head to bring the cigarette pack to Gun Yinji's eyes. What are you looking at? His voice rose slightly at the end. His deep, mellow male voice slid past Gun Yinji's ear. Her earlobes and neck blushed. Gun Yinji took a step back in panic, afraid that Hua Xiaoheng would see through her thoughts. She stumbled back and stammered. Uncle Hua wants to smoke? I'll light the fire for you. She looked up at Hua Xiaoheng with sparkling eyes, trying her best to hide her fluctuating emotions. Did he even need to light the fire? Hua Xiaoheng stared at her misty, wet eyes and slowly put the pack of cigarettes back into his trouser pocket. You were looking at the pack? Yes. Gun Yinji nodded quickly and found the worst excuse. It's late. I have to sleep. Uncle Hua. She looked up at Hua Xiaoheng. Where are you sleeping today? The guest bedroom. Hua Xiaoheng straightened up and turned to leave. Gun Yinji had no reason to keep him in a master bedroom this time. Sigh. But after changing into Hua Xiaoheng's t-shirt as pajamas, she was satisfied. She slept soundly under the soft, white goose down comforter. It was a dreamless night, and he woke up at 7 the next morning. After washing up, she opened the bedroom door to see that Hua Xiaoheng was already up. He was fully dressed and standing in front of the bookshelf in the study, flipping through a document. The door of the study was wide open, facing the door of the master bedroom. Today, Hua Xiaoheng was still wearing his regular clothes, dark gray, custom-made thin wool trousers. The seams of the trousers were as straight as a pole. He had a dark brown military leather belt around his waist and a navy blue, fine wool shirt tucked into the belt. His broad back was a breathtaking inverted V in Gun Yinji's eyes. Hua Xiaoheng leisurely turned around and saw her standing at the door to the master bedroom. He nodded and said, "You're up? Let's go to the third floor after breakfast." His mother, Song Jining, lived on the third floor. Gun Yinji composed herself and gave Hua Xiaoheng a big smile. "Let's go together?" Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and put the document back. He walked out of the study, closed the door, and walked out with her. As soon as they stepped out, they saw Hua Jialan talking to the orderly standing guard at the door. "Good morning, Anilan." Gun Yinji greeted her obediently. Hua Jialan looked up to see Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji walking out together. She immediately smiled. "Miss Gu, you're up so early? Why don't you sleep a little longer?" She then said to Hua Xiaoheng, "Good morning, cousin brother." "Morning." Hua Xiaoheng appeared to be in a good mood. "Is breakfast ready?" "Yes, it's in the dining room," Hua Jialan said as she turned to walk with Hua Xiaoheng. "Cousin brother, how many days are you staying at home this time? Grandfather and second uncle were just discussing that you haven't been back for a few years. Since you're coming home for New Year's this year, should we invite friends and family over to celebrate?" Gun Yinji walked behind them, enjoying herself. She didn't look around too obviously, but when she passed by the junction in the corridor where she had seen Song Jining yesterday, she couldn't help glancing at the window at the end of the junction. There was no one standing there today. "Look at your feet when you're walking. Why are you looking around?" Although Hua Xiaoheng and Hua Jialan were walking in front, his eyes never left Gun Yinji. He turned around to urge her. Gun Yinji quickly caught up with him. She smiled. "Uncle Hua, your house is too big. I'm afraid I'll get lost. That's why I'm memorizing the way." Hua Jialan smiled. "You don't have to. If you're worried about getting lost, just get a servant to lead the way. That's so troublesome." Gun Yinji shook her head with a smile. "I can do this kind of thing myself. It's no trouble at all." Hua Jialan chuckled. "There's a lot of servants at home. It'd be a waste if you didn't ask them to do something." Gun Yinji chuckled. She didn't say anything else. The three of them sat down in the dining room. Breakfast was already laid out. Hua Xiaoheng had his usual high-calorie, high-fat, and high-protein meals. Gun Yinji had toast, fried eggs, and milk. She didn't like Western-style breakfasts. She didn't exercise as much as Hua Xiaoheng, so she ate reluctantly. She only had a piece of toast and milk. Hua Jialan saw this and pointed at her plate with a smile. "You can't eat? Not to your liking?" "Oh, I just recovered. My appetite hasn't improved yet." Gun Yinji smiled at Hua Jialan. Hua Xiaoheng finished his portion and took the rest of Gun Yinji's breakfast to eat. Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie stared at the table. Hua Jialan was also shocked. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng, who was calm and collected. She then looked at Gun Yinji, who looked as if it was only natural. Her brows furrowed. Breakfast was usually shared among the young people of their generation. Grandfather Hua Guanxin, Uncle Zhang, and Aunt Zhang didn't come down for breakfast. They ate in their rooms. Of course, Song Jining usually didn't eat in the dining room for 3 meals a day. Last night was an exception. After breakfast, Hua Xiaoheng took Gun Yinji to the third floor to see Song Jining. Hua Jialan was about to follow, but Hua Guanxin called out to her. "Jialan, what gifts did the Shues give last New Year? Do you have a list?" Hua Jialan quickly replied. "Second uncle, I do. I'll go get it for you right away." Hua Guanxin nodded. "Hurry up, I still have something to do." Hua Jialan had no choice but to hurry to the studio on the first floor to look for the list of gifts from last New Year. Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji arrived at the third floor. They followed the corridor and saw a cleverly hidden staircase in the innermost walk-in closet. Gun Yinji looked at the staircase and gasped in amazement. "I didn't expect the third floor to be so special." The third floor wasn't actually one story. It was a duplex with 2 stories. However, from the outside, the building only had 3 stories. Gu Nianji followed Hua Xiaoheng up the stairs. This floor was also like a loft. It wasn't as tall as the floors below. Hua Xiaoheng's 188-meter frame was almost touching the ceiling as he walked in the middle. Such a stifling space would probably be even more stifling for the mentally ill Song Jining. Gu Nianji sighed inwardly. She followed Hua Xiaoheng to a ajar door. A woman was speaking inside. "Mrs. Song, what are you doing in the kitchen so early in the morning? Tell me what you want to eat. I'll get the main kitchen downstairs to make it." Song Jining didn't speak, but the aroma of food wafted out. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She walked past Hua Xiaoheng and smiled brightly. "Good morning, Mrs. Hua." She entered a small room that looked like a living room. There was a door on the east wall. A middle-aged woman dressed in a white shirt and black pants came out from the door. She froze when she saw Gu Nianji. Then she saw Hua Xiaoheng behind Gu Nianji. She quickly bowed. "Hua Xiao, Miss Gu." Hua Xiaoheng didn't speak. He stood behind Gu Nianji in silence. Song Jining also came out from the door when she heard the noise. She froze when she saw Gu Nianji's smiling face. "Who are you?" Gu Nianji had learned to be familiar with people very well. She said calmly, "I'm Gu Nianji. Mrs. Hua, you said you were going to cook for me yesterday. I remember it." Song Jining looked at her blankly and muttered to herself, "Did I say that? But I can't remember." She tried hard to remember. Her expression was pained. She hugged her head and didn't know what to do. She looked up and saw Hua Xiaoheng. Instinctively afraid of him, she shrank back. Gu Nianji took her hand. "Don't think about it if you can't remember. Just pretend I'm here to freeload off Mrs. Hua's food today. To be honest, I haven't had my fill yet." She had been full when she smelled the food earlier, but now she was hungry when she smelled the food. Gu Nianji couldn't help swallowing. Song Jining was infected by her relaxed attitude. She leaned over and asked, "Are you really hungry?" "Yes, very, very hungry." Gu Nianji took her hand and turned to the small door. "Is this your kitchen?" They were greeted by a very simple kitchen. There's only one stove on the stove, and a pot of white porridge was simmering on it. The smell of food was coming from the porridge. Gu Nianji looked down and couldn't help swallowing again. The porridge was cooked too well. The rice grains were almost all broken in the pot, but the grains were distinct and didn't mix. Song Jining was amused by her gluttonous expression. She scooped a bowl for her. "Eat if you're hungry. There's more in the pot." As she spoke, she looked at Hua Xiaoheng, who had followed her in silently. She asked him timidly, do you want some?" Hua Xiaoheng nodded. Song Jining quickly scooped another bowl for him. Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng sat at the small kitchen table and ate the porridge facing each other. The porridge was cooked so well that the oil was even coming out. It was moist and glutinous, and the natural fragrance of the rice was melted into the porridge. There were no seasonings or additions. It was just the heat and rice alone. It was truly the best porridge. Gu Nianji's bowl wasn't enough, so she ate another bowl. Song Jining's small pot was almost empty. "Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Hua. I should have left some for you." Gu Nianji apologized shyly. These 2 bowls of porridge were the best food she had eaten in the past 2 days. They were also the food that made her feel truly full. Song Jining smiled happily and said, it's okay, as long as you like it. I have more food. This was specially prepared for you." "I told you. You actually remember what you said yesterday." Gu Nianji hugged Song Jining's arm happily. "Then how about this? I ate the food you cooked, so I'll cook for you too, okay?" Song Jining nodded repeatedly. "Sure. What do you cook?" Gu Nianji actually didn't know how to cook anything except instant noodles, of course. Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't let her cook instant noodles for his mother at home. He glanced at her. "You go out with her. I'll cook." This was the first 3,000-word update. Today's second update was also 2 updates in one, including the first update to reward Run Xiaoya 2722's Chiyue with spiritual pet fate. It was around 1 p.m. It was the last 2 days of the month. Everyone, please vote for the Major General. Chapter 201. Hua Xiaoheng was going to cook for her. Gu Nianji was excited. She had eaten Hua Xiaoheng's cooking when she was 12 years old. After that, she ate in the military cafeteria. Although it was specially provided for generals, it was always cooked in large pots. It wasn't as good as Hua Xiaoheng's cooking. Mrs. Hua, let's go out quickly. It's too narrow in here for Uncle Hua to turn around. Gu Nianji happily coaxed Song Jining out. They went to the living room outside and continued to have a friendly conversation about clothes, shoes, bags, and other topics of mutual interest. The more they talked, the more Gu Nianji was certain that Song Jining's memory had stopped at 18 years old. It had been almost 30 years since then. Some of the brands she was familiar with no longer existed. She knew nothing about the new brands that appeared later. What kind of illness was this? How could she remember things before she was 18, but forget things that happened after she turned 18? And every day after that, she would forget what happened the day before, except for things that happened before she turned 18. Gu Nianji planned to ask Chun Lai about Song Jining's condition when she had time. They talked outside for less than half an hour when a fragrant aroma wafted over from the small kitchen. Gu Nianji's taste glands secreted saliva. She was hungry. Why did it smell so good? It was the aroma of pure food. There were green beans, seafood, and probably eggs. Gu Nianji sniffed and couldn't help feeling her way to the kitchen door. Hua Xiaoheng was scooping fried rice with a spatula. He turned to see Gu Nianji poking her head in and raised an eyebrow. You can still eat? Gu Nianji nodded. Yes, yes. Hua Xiaoheng calmly turned to get a small bowl and ladled her a small bowl of Sanxian fried rice. Song Jining followed him in and timidly stood behind Gu Nianji, not daring to walk forward. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her and didn't say anything. He just placed a white orchid porcelain plate on the table. There was a small pile of golden fried rice on the plate. The rice grains were plump and golden, and each grain was soaked in egg juice. The fresh green beans were sweet and refreshing. Although the prawns were defrosted, they were marinated with a little yellow wine, so they were very delicious and didn't smell fishy at all. Gu Nianji finished the small bowl of Sanxian fried rice in 2 mouthfuls. She wanted to lick the bowl again even after she was done. It was simply too delicious. The taste seemed to have some sort of magical power, instantly reviving Gu Nianji's dulled sense of taste due to the fever. Song Jining silently sat across from Gu Nianji and began eating fried rice with a spoon. As she ate, her brows furrowed. She looked up at Hua Xiaoheng with confusion, then at Gu Nianji. What's wrong? Is it not delicious? If it doesn't taste good, I'll help you eat it. Gu Nianji had already reached out to help Song Jining clean up. Hua Xiaoheng took her hand and put it back. His gaze was a little stern. You can't eat anymore. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and quietly got up to pour tea. Song Jining finally asked Hua Xiaoheng softly, May I ask how you managed to make it taste like this? I learned it from someone. He looked at Song Jining with a complicated expression and turned to Gu Nianji. Do you want to go for a walk? Yes, of course. Gu Nianji quickly placed the tea tray in front of Song Jining. Mrs. Hua, after you finish the fried rice, have some pu'er tea. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng with stars in her eyes. You really want to take me out for a walk? Today is Boxing Day. Many famous stores in the imperial capital will have good things on sale. Hua Xiaoheng stepped aside. Didn't you want to buy something? Oh. Yes, yes. Gu Nianji winked at Song Jining. Take your time. I'm going out to buy something. Song Jining nodded in confusion. She still looked at Hua Xiaoheng. This taste is so familiar. I can make it too. Really? Hua Xiaoheng smiled. He took Gu Nianji's hand and left. Gu Nianji followed Hua Xiaoheng down from the 3rd floor. She asked him quietly, Why did your mother say this taste is so familiar? Because this is the fried rice she used to make for me when I was young. I loved it when I was young. Hua Xiaoheng replied dryly. Gu Nianji was about to look sympathetic when Hua Xiaoheng suddenly raised his hands to cup her face and pinch it. Don't overthink it. I'm not that sentimental. Hua Xiaoheng's hands were strong. Gu Nianji's pale face blushed. He couldn't help but laugh. He patted her face gently and turned to go downstairs. As soon as he turned a corner, he bumped into Hua Jialan, who was rushing up the stairs. Oh, Why are you guys down here? Hua Jialan looked up to greet them. Did you see Mrs. Song? Hua Xiaoheng nodded. Thank you. Gu Nianji covered her red face. She secretly rolled her eyes at Hua Xiaoheng. She peeked out from behind him. Anilan, why are you calling Mrs. Hua Mrs. Song? Although Song Jinning's surname was Song, she was married into the Hua family. She should be called Mrs. Hua. Although women in the Huaxia Empire didn't change their husband's surname after marriage, they usually used their husband's surname after marriage to distinguish themselves from single women. Gu Nianji had noticed yesterday that she was the only one who called Song Jinning Mrs. Hua. Everyone else, including the Hua family servants, called Song Jinning Mrs. Song. Hua Jialan's bright almond-shaped eyes blinked with interest. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng with a smile. Cousin brother, you haven't told Miss Gu yet? Hua Xiaoheng put his hands in his trouser pockets. He turned to look at Gu Nianji. I'm going out for a smoke. He looked like he didn't want to talk about it anymore. He quickly walked down the stairs. Gu Nianji's large, misty eyes looked at Hua Xiaoheng's back. She then looked at the smiling Hua Jialan. She asked suspiciously, what happened that I don't know about? I'll let cousin brother tell you. Hua Jialan patted her shoulder. She looked up and smiled at Hua Xiaoheng's back. She walked elegantly upstairs. Gu Nianji turned to look at Hua Jialan's curvaceous back. She sighed enviously. She thought to herself that she had to work harder to get a waist like that, legs like that, and a butt like that. Hua Jialan always dressed neatly at home. Today, she wore a pink and purple qipao with snow-white fox fur trim. It accentuated her curvaceous figure. Gu Nianji could feel her waist twisting so much that it was almost a figure eight when she went upstairs. Of course, Hua Jialan didn't do it on purpose. It was just that with her curvaceous figure and narrow qipao, it was inevitable that she would sway gracefully when she went upstairs. Gu Nianji watched without blinking. She really wanted to learn how to be subtle. She was still young after all. Gu Nianji sighed faintly. As she went downstairs, she kept turning to peek at Hua Jialan's graceful movements. She only looked back when she was completely out of sight. She looked up to see Hua Xiaoheng with one hand in his trouser pocket and the other holding a cigarette. He was leaning against the banister at the bottom of the stairs waiting for her. What are you looking at? Why are you so fascinated? Aren't you afraid of tripping on your way down? Hua Xiaoheng extended his free hand to her. Gu Nianji took his hand and stared at the cigarette between his fingers. Uncle Hua, are you going to smoke in a house? Go change first. Let me finish this cigarette. Hua Xiaoheng let go of her hand and walked to the door. Gu Nianji returned to the house to change. She wore a Burberry horn button coat and a mulberry backpack. As soon as she stepped out of the door, she saw Hua Xiaoheng come out from the guest bedroom. He wore a navy blue shirt over a dark brown leather jacket. It wasn't a jacket, but a casual suit jacket. It was slightly tucked in at the back and looked a bit like a hunting jacket, but without the fussiness of a hunting jacket. It was lighter than a coat and thicker than a wool suit jacket. Hua Xiaoheng looked even more handsome in it. He looked like he had just stepped out of Top Fashion magazine. But none of the male models had Hua Xiaoheng's good looks. Gu Nianji was mesmerized. Let's go. What are you spacing out for? Hua Xiaoheng walked past her and took out his car keys from his leather jacket pocket. Gu Nianji ran out behind Hua Xiaoheng. The two of them were dressed casually. Hua Xiaoheng had only arranged for a few plainclothes guards to secretly follow and protect them. It wasn't as grand as the last time he picked Gu Nianji up. Where to? Gu Nianji followed Hua Xiaoheng's car. She asked carefully, Uncle Hua, do you know how to drive? Fan Jian had always been the driver. Fan Jian had been on vacation for the past few days, so Hua Xiaoheng hadn't hired another driver for him. Hua Xiaoheng didn't look at her. He started the car and said dryly, No, what should I do? What should I do if I don't know how to drive? Gu Nianji glared at him for a while. She looked at his handsome profile and suddenly giggled. She whispered, Fine, fine, fine. You can say whatever you want if you're handsome. What are you talking about? Hua Xiaoheng finally glared at her. Sit tight and fasten your seatbelt. Gu Nianji fastened her seatbelt and complimented the Bentley from front to back, inside and out. Her words were exaggerated and talkative, so Hua Xiaoheng listened to her voice as he was lost in his thoughts. He didn't need to respond to Gu Nianji's words anyway, so the time he spent with her was always relaxing and passed quickly. It didn't take long before they arrived at Sion Plaza, the center of the famous stores in the imperial capital. They parked the car in the underground parking lot. Gu Nianji exited the car excitedly and stretched out her hand to spin in a circle. She said happily, "This parking lot is even bigger than the malls in the United States." Well, Xiaoheng locked the car and said expressionlessly, "Let's go to the 8th floor." The famous stores were all located on the 8th floor of the Sion Plaza. Gu Nianji jogged to catch up to him. She watched as the number of people in the parking lot increased. She pursed her lips and walked to Hua Xiaoheng's side. She said meekly, Hua Xiao, I need to discuss something with you." "Go ahead. I won't call you uncle when we're outside today, okay?" Gu Nianji asked, blushing. She wanted to shop with Hua Xiaoheng like they were of the same generation and have a beautiful memory. But it wouldn't be a beautiful memory if she kept calling him Uncle Hua. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. He tilted his head to look at her and said dryly, "The way you're bouncing around, people will think you're my junior even if you don't call me uncle." Gu Nianji quickly stopped in her tracks. "I'm not bouncing around. I want to talk to you. Who told you to walk so fast?" So he thought she was too young and didn't have the demeanor of a mature woman. Gu Nianji's heart ached, but she forced it down and didn't show it. Hua Xiaoheng slowed down to match her pace. As if taking a leisurely stroll, he led her into the elevator and went straight to the 8th floor. The Chanel flagship store in the Huaxia Empire was directly opposite the elevator on the 8th floor. "Go in and pick out some clothes." Hua Xiaoheng took out a cigarette. "I'll wait for you here." He stood in the hallway outside the Chanel store and lit his cigarette. He waved at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji felt dizzy when she saw all the colors. Without another word, she went in to greet the newest Chanel collection. Hua Xiaoheng watched her bouncing back and smiled. He leaned against the railing on the 8th floor and smoked in silence. Half an hour later, Gu Nianji came out of the Chanel store with a smile on her face. She was about to show off her achievements to Hua Xiaoheng when she heard someone rush over in surprise. "Hua Xiao, isn't that Hua Xiao? You're finally back. We haven't seen each other in years." This was the 3,500-word second update. It was the first update to reward Ren Xiaoyao, 2722, the leader of the alliance, Qiyue. It was the last 2 days of the month. My friends, please vote for the Major General with your monthly and recommendation votes. My friends, the more monthly votes you have, the more it will motivate me to update. Haha. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 202. Hua Xiaoheng looked up to see that it was his childhood friend, Xue Jingjiang. He hadn't seen him since joining the army, and was surprised to see him here. Xue Jingjiang had large eyes and bushy eyebrows. He was tall and only a little shorter than Hua Xiaoheng. Beside him stood a tall woman with an internet celebrity face. He pounced on Hua Xiaoheng and patted his shoulder vigorously. He sighed and lamented, "Sigh, it's been so many years. Why haven't you gone home? You're a soldier, not an exile." Hua Xiaoheng smiled and looked Xue Jingjiang up and down. "I haven't seen you in so many years, Boots. You're still as good as ever." Because Xue Jingjiang's surname was Xue, his childhood friends all called him Boots. "I haven't heard anyone call me Boots in so many years." Xue Jingjiang was almost moved to tears. "Hua Xiao, how long will you be back this time? I heard you've become a major general at such a young age. That's amazing. You flatter me." Hua Xiaoheng shook hands with him. "What a coincidence that I ran into you as soon as I got back." Xue Jingjiang quickly said, "A chance encounter is better than an invitation. I'll treat you guys to a gathering at my Jiulo Fengyu. You must come, Hua Xiao." Hua Xiaoheng instinctively glanced at Gu Nianji, who was standing silently beside him. Gu Nianji immediately put on a pleading expression, hoping he wouldn't forget her earlier request. Xue Jingjiang finally noticed Gu Nianji, who was standing beside Hua Xiaoheng. At first glance, the little girl was like the first handful of snow in early winter, afraid to melt in one's hand, but afraid to be blown away by the wind. She had a face as exquisite as a painting, and a pair of inky black eyes that were so lively they seemed almost incorporeal. He froze, then chuckled, and asked Hua Xiaoheng, "Who's this, Hua Xiao? Aren't you going to introduce her?" Hua Xiaoheng tilted his head to look at Gun Yinji and said casually, "Oh, she's the child of our family. Her surname is Gu, so you can call her Little Gu." As he spoke, he reached out with one hand to take the Chanel bag from her and held Gun Yinji's hand with the other. Gun Yinji was on the verge of breaking down when she saw Xue Jingjiang's not calling him uncle, but calling him uncle attitude. She was crying internally, but had to force a smile on her face. She waved at Xue Jingjiang. "Hello, Brother Boots." Xue Jingjiang was delighted to hear her soft voice. "Hello, Little Gu. Go to Big Brother Xue's place later. Tell your Big Brother Xue what you want to play or eat. I'll definitely satisfy you." Xue Jingjiang turned to Hua Xiaoheng. "Zhilo Fenjiu is on the 9th floor here. You just need to go up one floor. I'll call Chui Bai Wan, Hong Ziki, and Bai Tianxuan to invite them over for dinner." Hua Xiaoheng wasn't in a hurry to go home. He nodded and said, "We're all family, so we should get together." As soon as Hua Xiaoheng said this, Xue Jingjiang immediately understood. He quickly said to the popular girl beside him, "I have something to do here. You can go now. I'll have tea with you some other time." The girl had been looking at Hua Xiaoheng with sparkling eyes, but when Xue Jingjiang told her to leave, her face immediately darkened. She shouted angrily, "Xue, don't burn the bridge after crossing it." Xue Jingjiang couldn't argue with her in front of Hua Xiaoheng, so he immediately glared at her. She didn't dare make a scene again. She pouted and threw her Louis Vuitton bag on her back before storming off. Xue Jingjiang finally dialed the numbers of his childhood friends and notified them one by one. "Hello, brothers, come quickly. Hua Xiao's back. We'll meet at my Zhilo Fenjiu. Hurry over. Remember to bring family. It has to be a proper family." He turned his back to Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji when he said the last sentence. Gun Yinji immediately understood what Xue Jingjiang was implying. She couldn't help but smile. Hua Xiaoheng remained calm and collected, as if he hadn't heard Xue Jingjiang's words. He stood ramrod straight in front of the elevator door, his gaze lightly landing on Gun Yinji's curled red lips. He paused for a moment. The commotion had alerted many passers-by. Mei Xiaowen and Jiang Hongxia had just walked out of the Louis Vuitton store nearby, carrying a paper bag. They heard the commotion and looked up. Mei Xiaowen saw Gun Yinji immediately. She was standing next to an imposing man like a helpless little bird. There was no trace of makeup on her snow-white face, but her features were extraordinarily beautiful. Jiang Hongxia saw Hua Xiaoheng first. His tall and straight figure and his breathtakingly handsome face made it hard for others not to notice him. Jiang Hongxia stared at Hua Xiaoheng for a moment before she saw Gun Yinji standing next to him from the corner of her eye. Her eyes were immediately drawn to Gun Yinji. Jiang Hongxia asked Mei Xiaowen, "Didn't you say that Gun Yinji was an orphan from an ordinary family?" "Yes, she's an orphan," Mei Xiaowen said absent-mindedly, his eyes fixed on Gun Yinji. "But the Burberry coat she's wearing, the Hermes scarf around her neck, the mulberry backpack on her back, and the Salvatore Ferragamo knee-high boots on her feet. She's wearing everything. At least $100,000, Jiang Hongxia said faintly. She pursed her lips and said, "Are you sure she's an orphan with no family background?" Mei Xiaowen frowned. Yinji has never dressed like this in school. If she had dressed like this before, there was no way he would be mistaken. He suddenly remembered Gun Yinji's apartment in Sea City's Funya precinct and felt that something was amiss. Jiang Hongxia believed Mei Xiaowen and looked at Gun Yinji disdainfully. "If you're not mistaken, then she must have a sugar daddy. Look, I've seen that woman who was arguing just now. She's an internet celebrity model who specializes in selling herself. She can go for more than 10,000 just to have a meal with someone." Mei Xiaowen was shocked. "You're saying that Yinji earns money like this? She has good taste, though." The man holding her hand next to her is really imposing. This sugar daddy isn't just rich, he's also good-looking. He must be a high-quality sugar daddy. Did she hook up with him in America? Jiang Hongxia gently pushed Mei Xiaowen's shoulder. Tell me, does Professor He know what his favorite student is up to? Jiang Hongxia took out her phone and was about to take a photo of the two when a man walked over and said sternly, "You can't take photos here. Please delete the photos you've already taken." Jiang Hongxia was shocked. When the man walked away, she looked again and saw that the people at the elevator had already entered it. Let's go, let's go. Mei Xiaowen glanced at the elevator, then pulled Jiang Hongxia away. Gu Ningji followed Hua Xiaoheng and Xue Jingjiang to the 9th floor of Sion Plaza. After a few steps, they arrived in front of an antique clubhouse. There was a black plaque on the door that was gilded with gold. On it were 4 large words written in flamboyant calligraphy. Jiu Lu Feng Yu. So that's what it was called. Gu Ningji looked at it curiously, then followed Hua Xiaoheng inside. Xue Jingjiang led the way. He was the owner, so of course the lights were green the entire way. They soon arrived at the most exclusive private room in the Jiu Lu Feng Yu clubhouse. There was an entire wall of glass windows overlooking the bustling streets. The private room was beautifully arranged with a Luohan bed, a square table, a round rosewood table inlaid with mother-of-pearl inlaid, and a mahogany high-back armchair. There was also a separate karaoke room, separated by a screen. Sit, I'll ask them to serve some local snacks first. Xue Jingjiang was personally taking care of everything. Hua Xiaoheng pulled out a high-back armchair for Gu Ningji and asked her to sit down. He sat on the chair next to her and crossed his legs. After pouring her a cup of tea, he draped an arm over the back of the chair behind Gu Ningji. Gu Ningji instantly sat up straight, not daring to lean back. It felt like she was sitting in his arms. His warm breath was so close, and his arm was right behind her. She really wanted to lean against him. This was the first 2,500-word update. Today's second update was also 2 updates in one, including the second update to reward run Xiaoyao 2722 Chiyue, the great leader of the Alliance. It was at 7 o'clock p.m. It's the last day of the month. Everyone, please vote for the Major General. If you don't have any votes for this month, remember to vote for the Major General tomorrow for next month's guaranteed monthly votes. Chapter 203. Gu Ningji's heart raced, and she was so nervous she was trembling, but she didn't dare lean back. What would Hua Xiao think of her if she did? Why aren't you eating? Your face is so red. Are you having a fever again? Hua Xiaoheng observed Gu Ningji's expression as he spoke to Xue Jingjiang. Seeing her flushed cheeks, he quickly touched her forehead with his hand. It was indeed a little hot. Xue Jingjiang, who was sitting on the other side of Hua Xiaoheng, felt his heart skip a beat. He hoped Gu Ningji didn't get sick at this time. It wasn't easy for them to get together with Hua Xiao. If she got sick, Hua Xiao would definitely leave. Is it because the air conditioner here is too hot? I'll get someone to lower it. Xue Jingjiang stood up and asked Gu Ningji, "Do you want some more milk?" Milk was the standard for such a soft and adorable girl. Gu Ningji was mortified. She tilted her head slightly away from Hua Xiaoheng's hand and suppressed her racing heart. She smiled at Xue Jingjiang, who was looking at her eagerly. "Brother Xue, I'm fine, but I can have some warm milk." Xue Jingjiang sighed in relief and gave her a thumbs up. "I like this little sister. If you need anything in the imperial capital in the future, just come to me." "Why would I want to come to you, you idiot? Every girl who comes to you ends up in bed with you." The door to the private room was pushed open, and the laughter of 3 men could be heard. 3 beautiful women followed behind them. Xue Jingjiang turned around to see his 3 childhood friends. He rushed over to greet them. "There's a little girl here, so don't be dirty. Be careful, or Hua Xiao will shoot you." Hua Xiaoheng smiled and stood up from his seat. His military posture was ramrod straight as he looked at the 3 men. "Hoodlum, Tianxuan, Ziki, hello. Long time no see. Oh, it's Hua Xiao." Cui Baifei, Bai Tianxuan, and Hong Ziki all rushed over to shake his hand. They laughed. "Wow, this time I shook hands with the youngest major general in the Huaxia Empire. I'm not going to wash my hands for a month." "Forget it. You only know how to joke around." Xue Jingjiang laughed heartily as he walked over. As he asked the waiter to serve the dishes, he began to introduce them. Huashao, you haven't been back for so many years. You don't know about us, do you? Yes, tell me about it. Huashaoheng turned to look at Gunyanji. Seeing that she had also stood up, he pulled her to stand beside him. Shui Jingjiang pointed at a woman in a purple wool coat standing next to Chui Baifei. This is Baifei's wife. We call her Mrs. Chui. He pointed at the woman wearing a red down jacket standing behind by Tianchuan and said, This is Tianchuan's fiancée, Shui Xinruan. She's also my cousin. We just got engaged this year and will officially get married next year. Finally, he pointed at the woman in the white cashmere coat standing beside Hong Ziki and said, She's Ziki's girlfriend, Gua Huaining, a top student who graduated from B University's Faculty of Law. She's the director of Hong Corporation's legal department. She and Ziki are a match made in heaven. Ha ha ha. Huashaoing nodded at them. Nice to meet you. Who is this little sister? She looks so delicate and pretty. Hong Ziki's girlfriend, Gua Huaining, was a talkative person. She was also a law student. Although her family background was average, she was smart, studious, and hardworking. Finally, she got the approval of the head of the Hong family and officially became the girlfriend of Hong Ziki, a famous second-generation, rich second-generation in the city. Shui Jingjiang looked at Gun Yinji with a smile. She thought that this girl had a good appearance and was dressed like a luxury brand, but it didn't stand out. She wasn't like some people who wore luxury brands because they wore clothes, not the other way around. Xiaoheng took Gun Yinji's hand and smiled faintly as he introduced her to them. This is the child of the family. Her last name is Gu. You can call her Little Gu. He introduced her the same way he had introduced Shui Jingjiang. However, everyone in the private room was smart. Hearing Hua Xiaoheng's vague introduction, they could confirm at least two things. First, this girl had a close relationship with the Hua family. Even though her last name wasn't Hua, Hua Xiaoheng had referred to her as the child of the family. Second, Hua Xiaoheng valued this girl very much and was very protective of her. He didn't even say her full name and only said her last name was Gu. How protective was he of her? Although they all knew these two things, no one was stupid enough to argue with Hua Xiaoheng. Since he had casually introduced Gun Yinji's identity, they pretended not to know and sat down at the round rosewood tables decorated with mother-of-pearl shells. Everyone was supposed to be seated separately, but because Shui Jingjiang hadn't brought any female family members with him and Gun Yinji was an unknown girl, everyone intentionally switched seats. Hua Xiaoheng sat at the head of the table, with Gun Yinji on his right and Shui Jingjiang on his left. The seat next to Gun Yinji had been taken by Gua Huaining. Two women sitting next to each other was definitely better than a stranger sitting next to Gun Yinji. Hua Xiaoheng watched as everyone sat down and didn't say anything else. He nodded in satisfaction and watched as the waiters served the dishes. Today is a welcome dinner for Hua Xiaoheng. Jilo Fenjiu prepared Buddha jumps over the wall soup for Christmas and New Year. Most people have to pre-order it 6 months in advance, but since Hua Xiaoheng is back, I made an exception and enjoyed it myself. Shui Jingjiang smiled as he pointed to the ancient, steaming round pot in the middle of the table. The kitchen stewed it for an entire day and night. Everyone try it. Buddha jumps over the wall soup requires more than 10 ingredients. Sea cucumber, abalone, shark's fin, scallops, fish lips, turtle skirts, deer tendons, pigeon eggs, duck gizzards, fish maw, scallops, pigeon, spare ribs, razor clams, ham, pork belly, lamb knuckles, hoof tips, tendons, winter mushrooms, winter bamboo shoots, and so on. Then, the different ingredients are separately cooked using different methods, such as frying, stir-frying, boiling, and deep frying. Finally, the cooked ingredients are layered into a large jar of Shaoxing wine. Then, soup and cooking wine are added. The jar is sealed with lotus leaves and placed over the fire to stew. Our restaurant uses white smoke and charcoal to simmer it for an entire day and night to create this delicious and nutritious Buddha jumps over the wall soup. Shui Jingjiang shook his head as he introduced the restaurant's signature dish to everyone. The waiters waited for Shui Jingjiang to finish before coming over to remove the lotus leaf lids. The rich aroma of food instantly filled the private room. Come, everyone try it. Shui Jingjiang picked up a spoon and called for everyone to dig in. Although Gu Nianji had eaten her fill in the morning, she couldn't help but have a huge appetite. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything and handed the small soup bowl in front of her to Shui Jingjiang. Shui Jingjiang quickly said, "The first bowl isn't very good, so I'll scoop some for myself first. The good stuff is at the bottom, and the so-called essence has already settled." Hong Ziki laughed when he heard this. "You idiot, Shui Jingjiang. Now that you're trying to please little Gu, you have to tell the truth. When I came here to eat Buddha jumps over the wall soup in the past, you always said that the first bowl was the most expensive. You coaxed me to eat the first bowl every time. So you've been lying to me all along." Shui Jingjiang laughed heartily. "Look at you. Who else would I lie to if not you? Let me tell you, you're only fit to eat the top layer." Bai Tianxuan couldn't help laughing as well. He shot Shui Baifei a look, and the two of them brought a bottle of 30-year-old Mao Dai over to toast Hua Xiaoheng. "Hua Xiao, we haven't seen you in so many years. We've missed you so much. We saved this Mao Dai just for you." When they'd first saved it, it had been 20-year-old. In the blink of an eye, it had become 30-year-old. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and raised his glass. "Then I'll drink first." He downed it in one gulp, and the mellow aroma of the Mao Tai mixed with the steam wafted around him. Gu Nianji was intoxicated just from the smell. She pursed her lips and secretly glanced at the bottle of Mao Tai. She had never tasted real alcohol in her life. Bai Tianxuan and Shui Baifei saw that Hua Xiaoheng had drunk first and quickly followed suit. After a round of toasts, Shui Jingjiang also divided a jar of Buddha jumps over the wall soup into small bowls in front of everyone. Gu Nianji's bowl contained the essence of the entire jar. Hua Xiaoheng placed a soup spoon in front of her. "Eat. You just recovered from serious illness. You should nourish yourself." "Oh, little Gu is sick? What illness?" Gua Huaning overheard and quickly asked. "No wonder you look so pale. Are you weak?" She knew that these rich young ladies always ate supplements as if they were meals. Gu Nianji shook her head with a smile. "I caught a cold and had a fever. I recovered yesterday, but my appetite still isn't that good. But Brother Shui's Buddha jumps over the wall soup is on me today. My appetite depends on it." Gu Nianji's voice was soft and didn't have the inherent arrogance of a rich young lady. When she spoke, she was considerate and easily deflected Gua Huaning's sarcastic remarks. Shui Baifei, Bai Tianxuan, and Hong Ziki had a whole new level of respect for her with just this one sentence. Shui Jingjiang had long been stunned by Gu Nianji's beauty, and now he was impressed by her appropriate response. He quickly said, "I see. Then I'll order another Buddha jumps over the wall soup. I must nourish little Gu's body today." Gu Nianji quickly waved her hands. No need. This bowl is enough for me. Your brother Shui is looking out for you. Don't be disobedient." Hua Xiaoheng still had one arm draped over the back of her chair. Gu Nianji couldn't refuse anymore. She could only say to Shui Jingjiang, "Then everyone is in luck. Thank you, brother Shui." Soon, another bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall soup was delivered. Gu Nianji continued to eat the bowl at the bottom. After finishing 2 small bowls of Buddha jumps over the wall soup, Gu Nianji couldn't eat anything else. Shui Baifei's wife, Mrs. Shui, saw this and left the table with a smile. "I'm full. I want to sit over there." She then asked Gu Nianji, "Little Gu, do you want to rest over there with me?" Gu Nianji couldn't have asked for more. She quickly said, "I'm full too. I'll broaden my horizons with Mrs. Shui." Bai Tianxuan's fiancé, Shui Xinran, and Hong Ziki's girlfriend, Gua Huaning, also left the table. The 4 women went to the karaoke area behind the screen to chat. Hua Xiaoheng listened to a few of them post stories about the past few years. Gu Nianji slumped on the sofa behind the screen and laughed. "I'm really full. Brother Shui's Buddha jumps over the wall soup is so delicious. I can't stop eating it. You're lucky. It's all thanks to you." Mrs. Chui giggled and said, "In the past, we had to draw lots to make reservations. That idiot Shui sure knows how to do business. He's a master at hunger marketing." There are more than 10 restaurants in the capital that serve Buddha jumps over the wall, but his is the most popular. When they started talking about business, Gunyanji didn't want to interrupt. She listened to them with a smile on her face and didn't interrupt. She was very quiet. Mrs. Chui didn't want to leave Gunyanji out. Chui Baifei had brought her here to keep Gunyanji company. She thought about it and asked quietly, "Little Gu, how old are you this year?" "I just turned 18 in October." Gunyanji picked up the teapot and poured tea for them. "What about you guys?" Since she was asking about age, everyone was equal and had to answer. Gua Huaining was the oldest. She was 28 years old, the same age as Hong Ziki. Mrs. Chui was 25, and Xue Xinran was 23, but they were both older than Gunyanji. "You're still so young? Where did you go to university?" Gua Huaining was very emotional. "I'm 10 years older than you. You already graduated with a master's in law. You're a genius. Don't be emotional in front of us." Xue Xinran nudged her and asked Gunyanji, "What's your major?" They all thought Gunyanji was only a freshman. Gunyanji smiled. "I graduated this year. I'll be going to be university's faculty of law in the spring. Sister Gua, please take care of me in the future." "Oh, you graduated at 18. Mrs. Chui and Xue Xinran were pleasantly surprised. This was a beautiful girl with good looks, IQ, and a family background. They quickly sat on either side of Gunyanji and pulled her aside to ask her all sorts of questions. They were very interested. Xue Xinran even asked her immediately, "Are you a relative of the whole family? Do you have a boyfriend?" "My younger brother is 22 this year and just graduated from B University's Faculty of Economics. I'll introduce you guys someday." This was the second update of the day, and it was a total of 13,500 words. It included the second update to reward Run Xiaoyao 2722, the leader of the alliance, Qiyue. It was the last day of the month. "Everyone, please vote for the Major General. If you don't have any more votes for this month, remember to vote for the Major General tomorrow for next month's guaranteed monthly votes." The original plan was to update at 7 p.m., but the editor informed the editor that they had to maintain the server. They were afraid that something would go wrong at night, and it would be difficult to find a Major General, so they updated in the afternoon. There were no more updates at night. Chapter 204. Xue Xinran's voice was clear and melodious, and stood out in the midst of all the chatter. Gunyanji felt that the entire room had gone silent after Xue Xinran's words. But perhaps it was just her imagination, because she quickly heard the clinking of glasses and the sound of Gua Huaining fiddling with the karaoke machine. Mrs. Chui sat on the other side of her and nudged her with a smile. "Yes, little Gu, do you have a boyfriend? If not, I have a lot of handsome young men here." She winked at her. It seemed like one of the hobbies of good women was to be matchmakers. Gunyanji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was a little flustered and stammered. "Huh? Boyfriend? Well..." She recalled Hua Xiaoheng's calm and rational voice when Mei Xiaowen had tried to pursue her at school. He had told her that he had no opinion on what kind of boyfriend she had. At the time, she didn't understand why her mood had immediately dropped when she heard his words. Now she understood, but she couldn't tell anyone about it. She now knew that she would never fall in love with another man, regardless of whether he had an opinion or not. "Tell me? Why not? What's there to be shy about?" Xue Xinran tugged at her arm and shook it. She laughed and said, "Didn't you already graduate from university? It wouldn't be strange if you had a boyfriend. Don't feel pressured. We won't force you." Gunyanji finally took a deep breath and straightened her back. She slowly exhaled and blushed as she whispered, "I don't have a boyfriend." "That's great." Xue Xinran snapped her right hand. "Where's your phone? I'll give you my brother's number." Before Xue Xinran could finish, Gunyanji interrupted her with a smile. "But I already have someone I like." Although her voice was soft, it still penetrated the gap in the screen and reached Hua Xiaoheng's ears. His hand paused for a moment before clinking glasses with Bai Tianxuan and Hong Ziki and downing the contents in one gulp. "Good. Hua Xiao's tolerance is as good as ever. It's even better than before." Xue Jingjiang laughed heartily and filled his glass again. "You already have someone you like?" Mrs. Chui was curious. But you also said you don't have a boyfriend. Are you secretly in love with him? Crush. Are there still people who have a crush on someone these days? Gua Huaning sat on the karaoke stage and turned around with a smile. If you like someone, go and confess. How could anyone refuse a girl like you? Gun Yinji smiled but didn't say anything. She regretted talking so deeply to these people she had just met. Whether she had a boyfriend or someone she liked, what did that have to do with them? She just couldn't restrain her desire to pour her heart out, so she took the opportunity to tell that person. But just as she expected, that person did not respond at all. Who she liked and who she didn't like was not within his consideration. Gun Yinji got up with a smile and asked Mrs. Chui, "May I know where the bathroom is? I'll be right back." Mrs. Chui and Xue Xinran exchanged glances. They knew that they had said too much, and the little girl was unhappy. "Come, I'll take you there. Just take a turn at the end of the corridor." Mrs. Chui stood up and held out her hand. Gun Yinji quickly said, "Little Chui, it's okay. You guys sing, I'll go find it myself." The place wasn't big, so how could he not find it? "I'm not a child." She turned and walked away. Mrs. Chui saw that Gun Yinji didn't want anyone to follow her. She remembered that it was broad daylight, and they were on Xue Jingjiang's turf. There was no way he would let anything happen to Hua Xiaoheng's relative, so she didn't follow Gun Yinji out. Instead, she followed Xue Xinran and Gua Huaning to find a place to sing. Hua Xiaoheng stood up and said to the four of them, "You guys keep drinking, I'm going out for a smoke." He walked out as well. Xue Jingjiang and the others were all drunk, and none of them were a match for Hua Xiaoheng. When they saw him walk out, they could only wave at him. Everything they saw was double vision, but they couldn't put down their glasses when they got too drunk. Gun Yinji walked out alone and found the ladies' bathroom. She went in first, but didn't use the toilet. She tidied her hair and clothes in front of the mirror before coming out to the balcony to take a breath of fresh air. It was too hot in the private room, and she was wearing a high-collared cashmere sweater. She felt like she was about to break out in sweat. She walked to the balcony and saw that it was actually a glass balcony. In the winter, the glass ceiling would be lowered to create a thermostatic glass greenhouse. There were tall, evergreen plants inside, and the sound of running water could be heard. The winter sun shone through the glass greenhouse's ceiling. It wasn't warm, but wasn't cold either. Gun Yinji looked around and sat down on a stone bench under a banana tree. She took out her phone and unlocked it, wanting to call someone. She had been aroused by those people today, and her heart was pounding. She really wanted to ask someone if it was okay for her to have such thoughts. Gun Yinji opened the contact list on her phone. Her finger slid over the long list of names, and she clicked on Little Temptress's profile picture. It was just noon, and Little Temptress was either having lunch or sleeping. She picked up the phone as soon as it rang. Little Temptress was about to take an afternoon nap. "Yinji, is that you? Where are you now?" Little Temptress asked anxiously. "Are you okay?" They hadn't been in contact since Christmas night, when they received her Christmas greetings. Little Temptress, Lady Chow, and Green Tea Fong were all worried about her. Gun Yinji smiled. "I'm fine. I'm eating out with friends." "Oh, that's good." Little Temptress sighed in relief. "Don't run away without a word again." "You really scared the three of us that day." "I won't." Gun Yinji felt that her ability to withstand shocks had increased. She switched the phone to her other hand and asked quietly, "Little Temptress, is it convenient for you to talk now?" Little Temptress nodded. "I'm alone in my bedroom, just about to take an afternoon nap." "Of course, I won't sleep if you want to talk on the phone. I've been sleeping at home all day during the holidays. I've gotten fat." Gun Yinji imagined Little Temptress's arrogant expression and couldn't help laughing. "Little Temptress, I want to talk to you. I'm very upset." "Is it because of Mei Xiaowen?" Little Temptress perked up and sat up, leaning against the pillow. "Tell me, how do you want me to avenge you?" Gun Yinji quickly shook her head. No, what does it have to do with him?" "Little Temptress, to tell you the truth, I've never liked him from beginning to end." Because she already knew what it was like to like someone. "If you've never liked him, then what are you upset about?" Little Temptress didn't understand. She took the iPad and swiped it open, planning to watch the drama while talking to Gun Yinji. Gunyinji stammered a few times before whispering, because I like someone? Oh, really? Who is it? Who is it? Tell me. Little Temptress was very interested and flipped the iPad on the bed. Let me see if he's good enough for you. Gunyinji said, You don't know him. Won't I know him if you tell me? Little Temptress snorted. Hurry up and tell me. I'm warning you. You can't whet someone's appetite without saying anything. That's just being a hooligan. Gunyinji was silent for a moment, then said, I like someone, but he won't like me. Their status was an insurmountable chasm between them. Little Temptress was silent for a moment, then looked at the phone and put it to her ear. Is this classmate Gunyinji? No way. Who would reject a girl like you? He must be blind. Keep your voice down. Gunyinji felt like Little Temptress's voice could be heard without a loudspeaker, so she quickly covered the phone. Don't be so loud. Fine, fine, I'll keep my voice down. Little Temptress paused. How do you know he won't like you? Have you confessed to him? Of course not. Gunyinji's face was as red as blood. How would she dare? I see. I didn't think our Ninji would have crush. Little Temptress teased her with a smile, finally saying, But I think you should let him know you like him. No. Gunyinji instinctively objected. I'm afraid if I tell him, we won't even be friends anymore. If she was rejected, she wouldn't have the face to stay by his side anymore. How about this? You flirt with him. Little Temptress waved her arm. Big Sis will teach you a few tricks to flirt. It'll be a piece of cake for you. This was the first 2,500-word update. Today's second update was also 2 updates in one, including an additional update to reward Run Xiaoyao 2722 Chiyue's Immortal Love Fate. It was at 7 p.m. Thank you to Guanghan Palace Lord A for the Spirit Pet Fate yesterday, and thank you to Fish G for the Immortal Love Fate yesterday. Moi. On the first day of September, give your monthly and recommendation votes to the Major General. Chapter 205. Seduce. I can't. I don't know how to. I don't want to be too proactive. Gunyinji said sheepishly. Her hand unconsciously grabbed the large leaf of the banana tree beside her. She was no stranger to the word seduce. She had seen many things in her 2 years in the dorm. The reason why Little Temptress was called Little Temptress was because she was a famous seducer in the C University Faculty of Law. The men she wanted to seduce had never escaped her grasp. Ninji, you're wrong about that. Seducing isn't proactive, and it's not throwing yourself at him. When Little Temptress mentioned her specialty, she immediately became excited. The purpose of flirting is to attract the other party's attention. Make him fall in love with you, and then chase after you. Therefore, your posture must be nice and reserved. You can't be impatient. This way, you can advance and retreat at will. You won't be unable to be friends with the other person because of rejection. Oh, you can do that. Gunyinji felt like she had opened the door to a new world. Her heart tensed. She plucked a strand of the banana tree's large leaf. Of course. How do you think I managed to get the title of Little Temptress for both sides? Little Temptress laughed wildly. If her subordinates had seen it, they would have thought they were blind. How could such a seductive Little Temptress laugh so boldly? Then how did you seduce him? Gunyinji's interest was piqued. She took out the enthusiasm of a studious child and swore to study this seduction skill. Little Temptress leaned on her bed and laughed hysterically. Well, half of it depends on comprehension and half on talent. The master leads the way, but the individual cultivates it. But Ninji, you've always learned things quickly. I have high hopes for you. Tell me. Gunyinji panicked. Don't talk nonsense. On the walkway outside the glass greenhouse, where Xiaoheng lit a cigarette and smoked quietly. Although Gunyinji's phone call wasn't loud, it was quiet and no one was there. Hua Xiaoheng leaned against the smooth wall of the greenhouse and heard most of it. There was no expression on his face. The white smoke he exhaled from time to time obscured his features. Only a pair of dark, jade-like eyes flashed with an obscure light. Little Temptress continued on the phone. Flirting isn't easy, but it isn't hard either. The key is the degree of control. And how much do you know about the person you like? That was hard to say. Gun Yinji frowned and thought about it, then asked, "What do you mean?" She knew what color Hua Xiaoheng liked, what he liked to eat, what he liked to do when he was angry and when he was happy. She didn't know much else. As expected, the enchantress touched his sore spot. "You don't even know that? For example, what kind of woman does he like?" Gun Yinji felt like she was about to be slaughtered. What kind of girl did Hua Xiaoheng like? This question was not easy to answer. She had only seen it once, at the closing reception of the International Outstanding Women's Commendation Conference. Hua Xiaoheng had smiled at a beautiful woman. Did that count? Gun Yinji mulled it over for a long time, then shook her head. Not really. Little temptress. She thought about it and asked from another angle, what kind of female stars does he like? Fat or thin? Was it tall or short? Is she plump or slim? Gun Yinji. She was about to be slaughtered. The stern major, General Hua Xiaoheng, was interested in female stars. That was too scary. She might as well think about how to earn 100 million to calm her nerves. Yinji, you don't even know what kind of person a man you like is, yet you like him. Little temptress was about to spit blood from anger. You might as well change your crush to someone else. No, Gun Yinji objected reflexively. I just like him. I can't like anyone else more than I like him. Even if she didn't marry for the rest of her life, she would stay by his side. Fine. Little temptress closed her eyes. She hated this kind of unreasonable little girl who was blinded by one-sided love. But she wasn't someone else. She was Gun Yinji, her dear roommate and friend. She couldn't watch her friend waste her youth in a hopeless relationship. Although youth would pass, even if it wasn't wasted, it was better to do something in one's youth than nothing. Little temptress perked up and regrouped. Fine, let's not care what kind of woman that man likes. It doesn't matter if he likes you or not. You have to like him, and he has to like you, right? Yes, yes, yes. Little temptress's words resonated with Gun Yinji's heart. She nodded like a chick pecking at rice, a strand of hair swaying beside her ear as she nodded. So why should she care what kind of woman Hua Xiaoheng liked? She liked him, so she wanted the woman he liked to be like her. If not, then she had to seduce him until she was. Gun Yinji clenched her fists. She could almost feel her little universe burning up. Now that the direction of action was determined, the specific plan of action was in order. Little temptress began to instruct her. Seducing him is actually very simple. It's all about adapting to the local conditions and seducing everywhere. For example, when you're talking to him, don't look at him directly. Instead, stand in front of him and look at him from a 45-degree angle. When he walks past you, look at him from the corner of your eye. When he notices you, quickly look away. You have to make the best of a mistake. It's winter now, so you can also let him warm your hands after you shower at night. Gun Yinji thought about it carefully. She felt very hopelessly that if she continued seducing him like this, she would die from a blood rush to her brain before Hua Xiaoheng could react. Also, if she treated Hua Xiaoheng like this, he would definitely think she was crazy. He might even take her to Chunlai for a CT scan =_=. Also, if she treated Hua Xiaoheng like this, he would definitely think she was crazy. He might even take her to Chunlai for a CT scan =_=. Is there any other way? Gun Yinji asked weakly. She almost raised her hand. I don't think these methods are suitable for him. Hey, how do you know it's not suitable if you haven't tried it? Little temptress was furious. How dare he question her professional seduction skills? This was intolerable. Let me tell you, when it comes to seducing a man, you have to be familiar with him. You can't be too unconventional, because you want to leave a good impression on the man you like, not confuse him. Little temptress was exasperated at her failure to meet her expectations. This little girl was usually so smart in her studies. Why was she so clueless when it came to relationships? Perhaps it was because she was too young. Gun Yinji listened to Little Temptress's outburst in silence. She even raised her phone away from her ear because she was too loud. However, Hua Xiaoheng, who was standing at the door, heard everything clearly. His face was still expressionless as he calmly puffed on his cigarette. Little temptress, do you have any other methods? That person is very difficult. Gu Nianji heard that little temptress had finally finished venting and asked quietly. She put the phone to her ear again to listen carefully. Hua Xiaoheng finally threw the cigarette but into a nearby trash can and turned to walk inside. He quietly stood in front of Gu Nianji. Nianji. Gu Nianji was startled. Her hand slipped, and the phone slipped from her hand to the ground. Hua Xiaoheng bent over and caught the phone. He turned it off and handed it to Gu Nianji. What are you doing here? Gu Nianji blushed. She could only pray that Hua Xiaoheng hadn't heard what she had said to little temptress. She mumbled, I was calling classmate. Okay, go back. You've been out for a long time. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything else. He spread his long, clean fingers at her. Gu Nianji carefully placed her small hand in Hua Xiaoheng's palm. He held her hand as they returned to the private room. The door to the private room opened. Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji walked in together. Oh, you guys came back together? Shui Jingjiang was drunk and stumbled over to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiao, Tianchun was crying just now. You, hurry up and talk to him. What's there to cry about? Hua Xiaoheng sat down. He didn't let go, so Gu Nianji had no choice but to sit where she had been, right next to Hua Xiaoheng. She didn't want to socialize with the three women she wasn't familiar with anyway. She preferred to sit next to Hua Xiaoheng. There are a lot of things he needs to cry about. Chui Baiwen hiccuped. His face was red. His second uncle committed such a huge crime and even lost his life. His family looks fine, but actually, it's nothing. Bai Yuxing is Bai Yuxing, and the Bai family is the Bai family. I'll take responsibility for what I did. It's not like we're in the business these days. Hua Xiaoheng said nonchalantly as he poured himself another glass. His calm demeanor made it impossible for anyone to guess that Bai Yuxing, who had caused Bai Tianxuan to cry and the entire Bai family to hate and miss him, had died at his hands. Don't say such depressing things. Come on, drink up. Hong Ziki came over noisily to pour them wine. Gu Nianji stared at the Mao Tai in front of her. She sniffed, her large eyes full of desire. There were some things she didn't dare do when she was sober. There were some things she didn't dare say when she was sober. If she was drunk, would she dare to do those things and say those things? Gu Nianji mustered up her courage and wanted to ask for wine. She didn't expect Hua Xiaoheng to speak first. You want a drink? Gu Nianji's neck stiffened, but she nodded stiffly. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it. He took an unopened pair of chopsticks and dipped them in his glass. He picked them up and brought them to Gu Nianji's lips. He said dryly, Open your mouth. Gu Nianji felt her neck stiffen even more. She opened her lips mechanically and stuck out her tongue to lick the chopsticks Hua Xiaoheng handed her. Hua Xiaoheng swallowed hard. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, but his expression was calm and gentle. Can you drink it? He asked Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji nodded mechanically. She was crying inside. Asking someone to lick the wine on the chopsticks was like asking a 4 or 5-year-old child. Was she no different from a 4 or 5-year-old child in Hua Xiaoheng's heart? Gu Nianji felt a surge of courage. No, she couldn't let Hua Xiaoheng think she was still a child. Yes, she was already 18 years old. She was an adult. She was old, really old. She steeled herself and walked past Hua Xiaoheng to pick up the bottle. She poured herself a small glass and smiled at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng, let me toast you. You've worked hard all these years. Take a good rest today. Hua Xiaoheng's right hand rested on the back of her chair. He turned sideways to look at her. His deep eyes were as calm as an unfathomable lake. He slowly raised his glass with his left hand and clinked it with Gu Nianji's. Hua Xiaoheng drained his glass in one gulp. Gu Nianji saw this and also raised her glass to drink it. The 4 drunk men nearby saw this and clapped their hands. Amazing, amazing. As expected of the Hua family. Good alcohol tolerance means good character. Little Gu, you're my friend for sure. Shui Jingjiang was the loudest. He even brought his own glass over to have a drink with Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji had just downed a glass of Mao Tai. She didn't feel anything at first. The wine was mellow and sweet, and the aftertaste lingered. Her internal organs felt warm and good. But after a while, her head began to spin. She felt like she was floating and her weight seemed to have lightened. She wanted to fly. Seeing Xue Jingjiang come over to toast her, Gu Nianji remembered to look at Hua Xiaoheng to see if he agreed. Hua Xiaoheng calmly poured her another glass. Drink some more. It's rare for your brother Xue to be so happy today. This was the second update of the day, and also a total of 13,500 words. It included the additional update for Run Xiaoyao 2722, The Great July Immortal Fate. On the first day of September, give your monthly votes and recommendation votes to the Major General. Chapter 206. This time, Hua Xiaoheng only filled Gu Nianji's glass halfway. Xue Jingjiang was drunk and didn't mind. Gu Nianji was a young girl, so it was good enough for her to drink with him. Seeing that Hua Xiaoheng didn't object, Gu Nianji took the glass and clinked it lightly with Xue Jingjiang's before downing it. Chui Baifei saw this and also came over with his glass. Hey, Lil Gu's really good at hiding her true colors. Her face hasn't changed even after 2 glasses. This little sister is good. I've noticed that she doesn't drink to her head, but she can really hold her liquor. Hong Ziki burped and felt a little uncomfortable. He stood up and said, "You guys keep drinking, I'm going out for a walk." Although Hong Ziki's girlfriend, Gua Huaining, was singing karaoke with Mrs. Chui and Xue Xinran on the other side of the room, her attention was on the table. Seeing that Hong Ziki was drunk and about to go out, she went to take care of him. Chui Baifei poured Gu Nianji a glass from the bottle and said to Hua Xiaoheng, who was smiling faintly, "Hua Xiao, this time it's me and little Gu drinking, don't mind me. I'll finish it all, little Gu, you can drink as much as you want." As he spoke, he tilted his head back and downed his glass. Gu Nianji didn't wait for Hua Xiaoheng to speak and had already stood up with her glass. She raised it at Chui Baifei. "Thank you, Brother Chui, I'll definitely drink with you." She finished her glass as she spoke. She drank in a hurry and coughed twice after drinking. Her face gradually turned red, like the white snow in early winter dyed with rouge. She was drunk and her cheeks were red. Amorous feelings arose in her eyes, and as she looked around, they formed threads of lingering love in people's hearts. Hua Xiaoheng froze and pulled her to sit on the sofa behind the table. He gently patted her back to calm her down. Chui Baifei and Xue Jingjiang, who were used to seeing all kinds of beautiful women, were stunned. They only came back to their senses when Hua Xiaoheng's sharp gaze landed on them. They giggled and returned to their seats to play rock, paper, scissors. 5, 6, 4, 4, no 8, 8. Bai Tianxuan had just cried and drank a lot of wine. He also felt uncomfortable, but he couldn't stand up. He looked around the private room for a long time before he found Xue Xinran, who was sitting behind the screen and singing. He shouted, "Xinran! Xinran!" Xue Xinran turned to look at him. She knew that he had drunk too much and wanted to go out for a while. She said to Mrs. Chui, "I'll be right back." Mrs. Chui also wanted to go out for a walk. She stood up and said, "You go take care by Tianxuan. I need to go out for a while." She and Xue Xinran walked around the screen to the table. Seeing Xue Jingjiang and Chui Baifei happily playing rock, paper, scissors, she didn't disturb them. Xue Xinran helped Bai Tianxuan out of the room, and Mrs. Chui followed behind them. At the corner, they parted ways. Xue Xinran and Bai Tianxuan went to the unisex family bathroom, while Mrs. Chui went to the ladies' bathroom. After they left, the private room seemed empty. There was only the sound of the karaoke machine behind the screen and the 2 men arguing at the opposite table. Gu Nianji felt the effects of the alcohol kick in. Her eyes were a little dazed, and her mind alternated between sober and confused. She gradually grew bolder. Hua Xiaoheng helped her breathe for a while. Seeing that she had stopped coughing, he finally let go. However, he didn't take his arm back. Instead, he rested it on the back of the sofa behind her. His tall body leaned slightly towards her. He crossed his legs and looked straight ahead. The expression on his face was very calm, but his aura enveloped Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji sat motionless and only glanced sideways. Seeing that Hua Xiaoheng wasn't looking in her direction, The alcohol emboldened her. Slowly and discreetly, she inched back towards the back of the sofa, step by step. However, although she was drunk, she still had a trace of rationality left in her. She didn't dare to be too presumptuous. Instead, she just wanted to get a little closer and pretend that she was in his arms. Xiaoheng's body reeked of alcohol and a little smoke. However, it wasn't unpleasant at all. Instead, it made him look manly. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and savored the intoxicating scent of Hua Xiaoheng's body. She quietly took another step back. At that moment, Hua Xiaoheng leaned in front of her and grabbed an ashtray from the small coffee table on the other side of the sofa. The sofa suddenly sank. Gu Nianji, who had been sneakily leaning back, was caught off guard. In an instant, she completely rolled into Hua Xiaoheng's arms. Her eyes widened, and she didn't know where to put her hands and feet. Hua Xiaoheng looked down at her. His deep eyes were as dark as ink. She couldn't see the slightest emotion. "What are you doing? Can't sit still?" Hua Xiaoheng asked calmly. He still maintained his posture, but his arms were still far away. It seemed like he didn't want to touch Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and leaned her head back to lean against Hua Xiaoheng's arm that was behind her. She made a spineless excuse. "I'm dizzy." She wanted to lean against him. "Dizzy? Did you drink too much?" Hua Xiaoheng casually moved the arm he had placed on the sofa behind Gu Nianji to encircle her in his arms. He put down the ashtray with his other hand and touched her forehead. If Gu Nianji still didn't know how to deal with this, then she would have wasted all this time following Hua Xiaoheng. The effects of the alcohol were at its peak. Her spirit was boiling, and her courage grew. She reached out and held the large hand that Hua Xiaoheng had just used to test the temperature of her forehead. She said coquettishly, "It hurts. Rub it." Hua Xiaoheng's Adam's apple bobbed up and down with difficulty, but his face was as calm as ever. His hand paused, but in the end, Gu Nianji pulled his hand to her temple and gently massaged it. It had to be said that this was very effective in quenching the effects of the alcohol. Gu Nianji nestled in Hua Xiaoheng's broad arms. She was so comfortable that she almost meowed like a kitten. The two men who were playing rock, paper, scissors looked over to see Hua Xiaoheng massaging Gu Nianji's temples. Gu Nianji's snow-white face was abnormally flushed. Little Gu, what's wrong?" Shui Jingjiang stood up. He was too drunk to speak properly. "Drunk? Yes, it's my first time drinking alcohol, and it's Mao Tai, the best of all baijiu. How can I not be drunk?" Hua Xiaoheng said nonchalantly. "It's fine. She'll be fine after resting for a while." Hua Xiao, help her to the private room to rest for a while. There's everything there, and it's changed every day. It's clean, and there's nothing messy. Shui Jingjiang hiccuped again, but still cared for Gu Nianji. He pointed crookedly at a small door on the south side of the private room. I only give this private room to my closest relatives and friends. Don't worry." Hua Xiaoheng smiled. "Thank you. I'll take her in to rest for a while. Let's continue drinking when she comes out." "Okay. We're not going home until we're drunk. I won't let you out until it's dark." Shui Jingjiang and Shui Baifei had finally had the chance to reunite with Hua Xiaoheng after more than a decade. They couldn't wait to make up for the past decade of regret in one go. Shui Jingjiang yelled for the kitchen to prepare dinner. Shui Baifei went to find his wife, Mrs. Chui. The private room was soon empty. Hua Xiaoheng half-supported and half-carried Gu Nianji into the small room inside and gently closed the door. The light in the private room was very gentle. There was a peony brocade screen in the middle of the room. Through the translucent screen, one could see an antique lacquer bed behind it. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. He helped Gu Nianji around the screen and placed her on the lacquer bed. He was about to leave when Gu Nianji suddenly stretched out her arms and hugged his neck. She opened her large, misty eyes and looked at him silently. This is the 2,300-word first chapter. Should I write it at the third chapter today? I'm thinking, my dear friends, please vote for me. Let me see if I can inspire you to write the third chapter. Maybe I can write the first chapter at 1 in the afternoon. Then I can write the third chapter at 7 in the evening. How about that? Chapter 207. Gun Yinji had a pair of very mesmerizing eyes. Her pupils were especially dark, almost like they had a natural contact lens effect. When she looked at you attentively, her clear eyes were like an innocent fawn, with the innocence of a child and the cunning of a young girl. Hua Xiaoheng was about to get up when Gun Yinji wrapped her arms around his neck. This position forced him to hover above her body, trying his best to maintain his balance. But he didn't say anything and just looked at her quietly. Gun Yinji's consciousness alternated between clear and muddled, but she still firmly remembered what she had to do. Hua Xiao. She finally spoke. Her soft voice had a hint of alcohol in it, and her voice was intoxicating. Yes. He placed both hands on the pillow beside her head and looked at her intently with his dark, jade-like eyes. She could even see her own reflection in his eyes. Hua Xiao. Gun Yinji called his name again, her eyes glazed over. I want to ask you a question. Speak. Gun Yinji felt her mouth go dry. She couldn't help licking her lips and mumbling. Do you have a girlfriend? She finally asked the question that concerned her the most. Gun Yinji felt that this was the most important question compared to all the flirting little temptress had said. She had to find out if Hua Xiao had a girlfriend before she could decide what to do. Hua Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback. Girlfriend? His brows quickly furrowed. Why do you ask? Hadn't he already told Big Xiong to tell Yinji that he didn't have a girlfriend? Didn't Big Xiong say anything? He actually dared to disobey a military order. A certain someone was probably itching for a beating. In Xixiang, who was strolling around in the 6th Military Region's headquarters, suddenly sneezed. Gun Yinji didn't know what Hua Xiaoheng was thinking. She clutched Hua Xiaoheng's neck tightly, afraid that he would turn around and leave. I just want to know, what do you want me to do now that you know? Hua Xiaoheng's eyes grew darker, and there was a hidden meaning in them that Gun Yinji couldn't understand. She pulled out a hand and gently stroked Hua Xiaoheng's eyes. Her face was full of glee as she said, Then tell me first. Do you have it or not, so what? So what if I don't? So annoying. If I tell you to say it, just say it. No multiple choice questions. Gun Yinji pouted and pouted coquettishly. She was much bolder than usual. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help but laugh. Alcohol really made people brave. If Yinji was sober, she wouldn't even talk back to him, let alone touch his face. She had always been exceptionally obedient in front of him. Yes, no. He grabbed Gun Yinji's hand, which was caressing his face, and pressed it against the pillow. Gun Yinji giggled. Her eyes, sparkling like the stars in the sky, were reflected in her eyes. No, that's great. What's so good about it? Hua Xiaoheng pressed down and gradually got closer to Gun Yinji, who was lying on the bed. Gun Yinji focused her attention on Hua Xiaoheng's handsome face. She sighed contentedly. Of course it's good if you don't. Then let me ask you again, have you ever liked anyone? Say it. Do you have someone you like? Gun Yinji hugged Hua Xiaoheng's neck and shook it. Hua Xiaoheng rarely saw Gun Yinji act like this, especially after she turned 15. He couldn't help but love her so much that he couldn't bear to let her go. He lowered his body and turned around with Gun Yinji in his arms. He leaned against the exquisite lacquered bed and let Gun Yinji lie on top of him. His usually stern face had a slight smile, and his low, magnetic voice could almost suck a person's heart out. Say someone you like? Okay, you go first. Gun Yinji. She couldn't wrap her head around it. I go first? Say what? Someone you like. Aren't you going to say someone you like? Hua Xiaoheng looked at Gun Yinji with a smile. Gun Yinji propped her elbows on top of him and looked up. Her curved, willowy brows furrowed. Are you going to say someone I like? No way. I'm not asking about someone you like. She tapped Hua Xiaoheng's heart with her finger. Don't interrupt. Say it. Say someone you like. You go first. But you don't care who I like? Why should I say it first? He had to say that even when Gun Yinji was drunk, she kept her secret firmly and refused to say it. If I care, you'll say it? Yeah. Gun Yinji nodded seriously. Of course. Okay, then I care. Hua Xiaoheng's reply was even more perfunctory. What do you mean I care? Gun Yinji muttered a few times to express her displeasure. Then she started counting on her fingers to name the person she liked. He must be handsome, tall, good-looking, powerful, good at everything, and good to me. Hua Xiaoheng suddenly felt like King hell. That was the person she liked? According to this standard, there were at least 10,000 people in the entire imperial capital. Even a little girl could fool people when she was drunk. Had he, Big Xiong, and little Zay taught her to resist seduction too well in the past? Yeah, me too. Hua Xiaoheng also began to go along with Gu Nianji's words. The person I like has to be beautiful, coquettish, powerful, good at everything, and good to me. Gu Nianji's brain couldn't process it anymore. She stared blankly at Hua Xiaoheng. What a coincidence, Hua Xiao. Why do we like the same person? It's not a coincidence. You grew up with me, so you like the same person. What's so strange about that? Hua Xiaoheng folded his hands behind his head and leisurely leaned against the lacquered bed. Gu Nianji rubbed her head. She felt like there was something she hadn't said. She moved forward and climbed up Hua Xiaoheng's body to his chest. Using it as a platform, her big, wet eyes blinked in front of his eyes. Hua Xiao, have you ever thought about finding a girlfriend? Why are you so concerned about my girlfriend today? Hua Xiaoheng gave her a sidelong glance and wrapped his arm around her slender waist to prevent her from rolling off the bed. Your girlfriend? Didn't you just say you don't have one? Gu Nianji's heart wrenched. How could you lie? You liar. You're such a liar. As she spoke, she actually began to cry. She lay on Hua Xiaoheng's chest and sobbed with great sincerity. Hua Xiaoheng looked up at the top of the lacquered bed. He was speechless. It was even harder to deal with a drunk girl than when she wasn't. He took a few deep breaths and turned to the side to move away from the sensitive parts of his body. He took a tissue from the bedside table and wiped Gu Nianji's tears. Don't cry so easily. I said I don't have one, so I don't have one. All right, don't cry anymore. Really? Gu Nianji took the tissue and wiped her nose. You really can't lie to me. This is really important to me. Hua Xiaoheng was silent for a while. Why is it important to you whether I have a girlfriend or not? That's none of your business. Gu Nianji wiped her tears and felt much better. She lay back on Hua Xiaoheng's chest and looked at him in fascination. Hua Xiaoheng didn't move. He let her stare for a long time before lifting her up and laying her on her side. He asked nonchalantly, You and Mei Xiaowen didn't work out because you already have someone you like? Gu Nianji didn't notice and blurted out her true thoughts. Yes, I do have someone I like. I'll only like him for the rest of my life. If I can't be with him, I won't be with anyone else. I'd rather be alone for the rest of my life. What kind of person is that? Hua Xiaoheng asked calmly. His face was expressionless. Of course he's good. He's good at everything. He's almost a perfect person. Gu Nianji sighed and leaned her head on Hua Xiaoheng's shoulder. She was extremely satisfied. How can there be a perfect person? Hua Xiaoheng laughed. Nianji, don't think too highly of men. He paused and asked, Who is he? It's the second night shift. Our monthly votes are too good. I have no choice but to wait until the third night shift. Our monthly votes have been cast. There's still the third night shift at 7 p.m. What do you think? You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.